For everyone tuning in on YouTube, what is going on, you guys? It is so good to see you all. We just started our stream to the day, and we're actually hopping into the first conversation with the first Trump supporter of the day, Mr. Mustang over here. I had to mute them while I was finishing out my intro, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and hop straight into our debates with over 100 Trump supporters. Mr. Mustang, you voted for Trump, right?
Yep.
All right, and why is that?
My family has been, MAGA just their whole life, and I have no real reason to vote against that.
Okay, well, I mean, like avoiding a recession and economic turmoil that has crippled American markets is good reason to vote against that. But just real quick, just want to clarify, that's an EcoBoost in your profile picture, right?
What?
You drive like a Ford Mustang EcoBoost?
No, it's GT, but what kind of car do you drive?
Just so want to clarify, that's not a GT, it's an EcoBoost.
It's a GT logo.
No, it's an EcoBoost.
It's a GT.
No, it's an EcoBoost.
It's a GT.
No, it's an EcoBoost.
Do you know your cars?
Yes, I do, and that's an EcoBoost.
Okay, how many cylinders does the EcoBoost have?
Well, it only has 4, and that's why it's an EcoBoost. So you're driving an EcoBoost.
No, I have a Mustang GT.
No, it's not a GT, it's an EcoBoost.
No, you didn't mad that
It's an EcoBoost.
All right, that's why I voted for Trump, and let's get back to the debate.
You're the same person that came up last time that I was saying that to for like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I missed you, man.
We're doing this shit again. But
come on, it was kind of funny. Okay, I'm sorry. I just remember your name. I remember thinking that was like really funny, and I remember like wishing that like I had it on film. So I went live on YouTube just to talk about your EcoBoost. But I'm just kidding, man. All right, let's go ahead and refocus here. Tell us why you voted for Trump. I mean, you said that you had no real reason to vote against him. I kind of like clarified a couple reasons why you had to vote against him. If you want, I could clarify more.
I have another reason. I like this policy down at the border. I like how we kept men and women's sports.
Okay, well, we cannot talk about trans issues on the live. It's just that TikTok will ban me and ban you. But I hope that 10 people in the NCAA wasn't the biggest reason you voted for Trump. Like, I want to clarify, more women have accused Trump of grape than there is trans athletes in the NCAA.
Trump has accused women of grape?
More women have accused Trump of grape than there is trans women in the NCAA.
Trump wouldn't grape anyone.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he was held civilly liable for graping E. Jean Carroll. It was unironically proved by a jury of 9, unanimously.
Okay. When was this?
When was this? The court case begun in 2019, and the jury had their verdict by 2023.
Okay, so when was did the grape?
When was the grape? In the 90s?
So people can change in 30 years. People can change. It has nothing to do with attending a president, though.
Okay. So first and foremost, Donald Trump definitely hasn't changed. So Donald Trump's response to being held civilly liable for grape, that being proved by unanimous jury of 9, was to A, straight up call her a liar, B, defame her, and then C, actually retweet something on Truth Social saying that she should be thrown in jail.
She also accused 20 other men for grape also. So if you want to...
So do you just kind of reiterate things that aren't true for the fun of it? Because that's not true.
No, I've seen multiple things where she's accused just multiple men.
Okay, you said that she's accused another 20 men of grape. Could you just name 2 of them?
I cannot, but that's irrelevant if I can name or not. It's true.
Okay, well, what's the source of this information?
My grandpa talked about it a few times, and he watches lots of MAGA shit on Facebook, so I guess from there, that's a source.
So your source is something that your MAGA grandpa saw on Facebook. So I just want to clarify, something your MAGA grandpa saw on Facebook is a more reliable standard of evidence than the findings of a civil court.
Okay, so if he really did this, why is he not in jail, though? Why is he not arrested?
Why is she not arrested?
No, Donald Trump, if he penetrated someone.
Sure, I mean, I just detailed why. It's because he was held liable in a civil court, which determines financial responsibility, meaning he had to pay her $87 million. It was not a criminal court, so criminal responsibility insofar as arrest or going to jail was not delegated.
Well, how come she's not pregnant, though? Was she pregnant or DNA or anything like that?
You just asked me a wild question. So you said, how come she's not pregnant? So first of all, she got graped in the 90s. So if she had gotten pregnant from the grape, she definitely wouldn't be pregnant in 2025. But second of all, so not every single time a woman is raped by a man, does the woman get pregnant?
But ejaculation happens when it inserts. Yes or no?
So actually, like, are, sir, I don't even. This is really. I no, not always. Is this real?
We can discuss this later. I have to
Wait,
go.
Just real quick. Have you ever engaged in consensual intercourse?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, you said that
But
you gotta go.
yeah, he can kick me off. I'll discuss this later.
Okay, we could discuss this later, Mr. EcoBoost. Goodbye.
Fuck you.
EcoBoost.
Okay, never mind. Let's talk about this later. Actually,
You drive an
you're gonna,
EcoBoost.
you're gonna make me mad. Actually, you're gonna make me crash.
Well, I mean, I bet you that your EcoBoost has made you mad when you've lost all those races.
How do I leave?
Well, you can't leave in the EcoBoost. It's like going like a snail, man. It's so slow. You're not going anywhere.
Dude, just kick me off.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. What the fuck was he saying? Everyone, just give us a minute. We're gonna get that next guest, Paul, up in the box. So just do give us a moment, everyone. We got that next guest loading up. If you're one of the 2.6 thousand people watching the TikTok stream right now, thank you so much for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping. What's going on, Paul? Do you support Trump?
He never die. I love you so much. Please don't die.
Oh my god, what a W fetus. But like, likely you shouldn't be watching my content. You sound very young, honestly. Like, just go like watch, I don't know, like Minecraft Let's Plays by Stampy or something. I don't know, like political streams. You're a little bit too young for those. What's going on? Oh, you got a lot of background noise, but do you support Trump?
No.
All right, great. Well, we are just looking to debate individuals that do support Trump. So if you're one of the 2.7 thousand people in the TikTok stream right now and you support the president, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section. We are going to get you up here for conversation. And if you want to help us get this live to push out a little bit more into that For You page so we could draw more people in to have a discussion with us here today, make sure that you're double tapping, make sure that you're sharing, make sure that you're spamming that chat. And we're going to go and get that next guest up here right now. So let's go ahead and see what that next guest has to say. We got them loading up as we speak. And I would also like to thank Maylee and Jalen, both for the $5 over on Venmo, guys. Thank you so much. As well as Grace with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. You guys are phenomenal. What is going on? Do you support Trump? And they're not here, quite frankly, so we are going to go ahead and move on. Yeah, we typically never start our YouTube live at the same time as a TikTok live. We only did that today because I wanted to mess with Mr. EcoBoost because I remember how upset he was last time. But I mean, this is like a lot of what the beginning of the streams looks like. So if you're like a viewer on YouTube, you may know that I go live on YouTube a little bit later than I go live on TikTok. And this is the reason at the start of the streams, it is really hard to find Trump supporters that are willing to have a conversation with me. Faded, thank you so much for the $8 over on PayPal. Huge shout out to Faded. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
EcoBoost was crazy for never having sex. And
Okay, well, real quick, you guys, we do want to clarify real quick that we are only looking to debate Trump supporters. If you're in that queue and you're not a Trump supporter, please just hit the road. What is going on, Marley? Do you support Trump? Well, Marley at the road. All right. AZ, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. And Kaylee with the $5 on PayPal as well, guys. Thank you so much for the love. You guys are phenomenal. And we're going to get that next guest up here right now. There is 3,000 people in this stream. And for whatever, there's not one soul that is willing to come up here and tell us whether they support the president. Rough day for MAGA. Rough day for MAGA. That's the truth. What's up, Jake? Do you support Trump? And Jake hit the dash before I could say anything to him. So we're going to get that next guest up here right now. We got I Love God loading into the stream.
Fuck me in the ass, Dean. Yes, fuck me right now.
Okay, we condemn that. TikTok, we kick them off really quick. Please don't give me a strike or anything for that. We kick them out really quick, TikTok. Please don't take that out on me, TikTok. TikTok, what they did was bad, and we kicked them out very quick. They've been kicked. Anyways, Wes, hello. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, Wes isn't even here, so we're going to go and move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Holy shit, chat. Wow, this is the real deal. Hello, Eric. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Have you been on my live before, Mr. Eric?
I do not believe so.
Why do I recognize your name so much?
Potentially from one of Parker's lives.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
maybe co-hosting.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be able to tell if I've already spoken to you just based upon what your argument is. Go ahead and tell us why you support Mr. Liberation Day, destroy the economy, then pause the tariffs and destroy the economy again. I mean, wow, sir, take it away.
I mean, simultaneously, the way that Trump likes to say that things can and can't happen at the same time, is it possible that I can support him without supporting the things you just mentioned?
Well, I mean, you just have to have some other reason that makes you support, like, it makes him still like, okay, let me restart. So
No
yes,
worries.
you can theoretically still support Donald Trump while not supporting his economic policy. However, your burden to prove why that's a good thing is very difficult because you essentially have to demonstrate that Donald Trump is doing more good than bad to our country and to the world as a whole. But we've been able to like clarify on a lot of really bad things, like barreling America towards a recession and just destroying global markets. So, what is the overwhelming good things that he's
Yeah,
doing?
I'm gonna say that playing. Let's start with common ground. Playing with the market, playing with things, implementing certain policies to get certain results, just to say that you did something to fix the thing you created, might not be the best strategy in the world.
So, why do you support him? I mean, if
I
you still are going to support him, even though he's intentionally crashed markets and barreled America towards a recession, that must mean that he's doing something else that is overwhelmingly good. So, what is that overwhelmingly good thing that he's doing outside of his economic policy that still makes him a preferable candidate?
I think that aside from being a very old man, getting close to his 80s, he is trying to implement a strategy where the strategy is not necessarily wrong, in my opinion. I don't think that what he is trying to do is wrong. I think that the way he is going about doing what he is doing is wrong.
So, I don't really think I'm getting a clear answer to my question. If you'd like, I can reiterate the question just to make sure that we're on the same page.
Sure, however you can get the most clarity you can. Go
So
for
the
it.
question that I'd like you to answer is what is an overwhelmingly good thing that Donald Trump is doing that still makes him a preferable president in your mind?
He is trying to put out there that the United States is just because we are existing as the richest nation in the world, we are not going to be taken advantage of by every other nation solely based off the fact that we have found a way to be the richest nation in the world. Do I think that he's
So the
Go
overwhelmingly
ahead.
good thing he's done is he's made it so other countries are not taking advantage of
He's
America. Could
setting
you please give me an example of how other countries are taking
he's
advantage of
setting
America?
he's setting a precedent saying that just because again we are the richest nation in the world does not mean that we owe every other country a
Can you
certain
give me
amount of
a
money.
handful of examples of how other countries have taken advantage of America?
I can the trade deficits that we have with most other nations in the world.
Bro,
We have those trade deficits to regulate the fact that their economies do not produce the amount of money that our economy produces. Correct?
incorrect. What do you think a trade deficit is?
We have those trade deficits between them because
Anarchy, thank you
they're
for the rock star. I'm asking you to please tell me what you think a trade deficit is.
that the country we are currently trading with makes more off of us than we make off of them.
So it's
For
that
goods.
we buy
Their
more of
country
their
versus
goods compared to the amount
no,
of
no, no,
goods
no, no,
that.
no, no. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was
Okay.
they make more off of it. It has nothing to do with the actual amount of goods. It has to do with what they make off the goods being traded.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. So a trade deficit is when we spend more money on their goods than they spend money on our goods, okay? And a trade deficit is not indicative of another country. Maddie, thank you so much for the rail dive. Ripping us off or anything bad. In fact, a trade deficit is not real. It's not tangible. If anything, it is just a tool that it's used to calculate trade between countries, okay? And a trade deficit isn't like a bad thing ever. In fact, it's expected from the richest country on earth. So America, apart from having 340 million citizens, is also the richest country in the world that accounts for 30% of global commerce. Of course, we are going to have a trade deficit with countries that do not have an economy as large as our own. Of course,
Can I
we're
ask
going
you
to
a
have a
question?
trade deficit with other countries that do not have as many people as our own. A really good example is Canada. Canada has 44 million citizens. America has
I feel like
340 million. What do you? Okay.
you're kind of wasting your time driving this point home.
What,
'cause I
what,
understand.
what? I'm not wasting my time. I'm explaining why a trade deficit is not a
Are
bad
you
thing.
are you explaining it to your viewers, or are you explaining it to me?
I'm explaining it to both you and my viewers simultaneously.
Then go ahead, proceed.
What are you doing?
I'm telling you that I understand the point you're trying to make, so there's no need to continue on down that road. We could continue forward without you continuing to speak.
Okay.
But
Well,
but
what I'm
if
saying,
the people who watch the stream don't understand what you're
if
getting
you
at, then
understood what I was getting
explain it to
at,
them.
then you wouldn't hold to the position that a trade deficit is a bad thing. Okay? Trade deficits are going to be expected between America and other countries, as America has a shit ton of people living in it and a lot of money. Okay? Like, for instance, Canada has 44 million citizens. We have 340 million citizens. Raw numbers alone, if Canada had the same per capita GDP as America, we would still expect to have a trade deficit with them because we have more people. Okay? And also, like, a trade deficit isn't always a bad thing. You're in a trade deficit with your grocery store. Is that a bad thing?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily feel great that I'm in a trade deficit with my grocery store.
Oh my God. Okay. Hey, real quick, do you think that if a trade deficit's a bad thing, do you think that a trade surplus is a good thing?
What I'm trying to say to you, Dean, is that just because we happen to be the richest nation in the world currently right now does not mean that we owe other nations a ton of money, benefits, discounts, tax breaks, any of those things. They do not, even though we are the richest nation in the world, they do not need our product as much as essentially we need their product.
I don't
So
understand
there's a-
where this
there is
idea
a-
of like,
there's a-
I don't
go ahead.
understand where this, like, there's no sense of obligation or America owing other countries anything that is born out of a trade deficit. Once again, it is merely like a descriptive tool used.
Other countries expect that they are allowed to put a higher tariff on our goods coming into their country based off the fact that we have the amount of wealth that we have. Correct or incorrect?
This claim is completely outside of the
Instead
conversation.
instead of
Sir,
sidestepping,
Eric, I would really appreciate it if you'd let me
you just
finish.
answer correct or incorrect.
Well, the reason I will not answer correct or incorrect to your question is because your question has no relevance to the discussion that we're having, all right? Because we're having a discussion about if trade deficits are a good thing or a bad thing, and now you're talking about this idea that other countries like to tariff us because we're a rich country. These two
It's
things
why
are
I
not
didn't wanna
related with
get
one
in-
another,
it's
but
why I
I
didn't
want you
wanna
to
get
answer
into
my
trade
question about
deficits.
trade deficits because you're
It's
the one that
why I
brought them
didn't
up.
wanna get into
If you
trade
think that trade
deficits with you
deficits
in
are a
the
bad
first
thing,
place.
do you think that you're the one that brought them up? If you think that trade
No,
deficits
no,
are
I
bad,
didn't.
yes, you are.
You can rewind your tape and play it back later if you want to, but that's not what happened. The reason that I brought up any of this in the first place was based off wealth of nations, not trade deficits.
Eric, I mean, listen, we have 5,000
Did
people.
I mention Eric,
Eric, I'm gonna mute you in five seconds.
Go ahead.
There you go. You're on mute. Eric, stop interrupting me, Eric. I mean, listen, I'm here for good faith, productive conversation. I'm not here to talk to children. Okay, and you're acting like a child. So let's just catch a bubble, slow it down, chill out, just have a good conversation with me, all right, man? So yes, you did bring up trade deficits. We have 5,000 people watching on TikTok, okay? We just started the YouTube stream. There's already 1,200 people over there, plus the thousands of people that will watch us back in real time once the stream's over. Okay, don't try to gaslight your way out of arguing a losing position because you know it's a losing position. So once again, you did bring up trade deficits. You were arguing that trade deficits are a bad thing because you think that a sense of an obligation that we owe other countries more goods than they owe us is born, which is not true. So I just want to ask you, if you think trade deficits are bad, does this mean that you think that trade surpluses are good?
No.
No. Okay. So you think that a trade surplus is bad and trade deficits are bad. So then what does a managed economy look like to you?
A managed economy looks like something is balanced where we are not just extending essentially okay, yeah. What?
I'm talking to myself because I'm trying to understand your position. Like,
No,
balance,
I know,
like,
but you're-
where
but
like
you're- but
we're
you're
selling
also- but you're
the
also
same amount of goods to other
crudely- you're
countries as
also
they're selling to us.
You're also crudely and childishly interrupting me at the same time, and I just sat there on mute for no reason when I stopped talking.
So
But
Eric, I'd be more sympathetic to your position if you hadn't been doing that to me all stream. Plus,
you
I
don't.
wasn't even like trying to interrupt you. I was just like mumbling to myself, trying to like reiterate what you're saying in real time. Like, I apologize. I'll push my mic a little bit away from my face so you could finish speaking.
What I tried to bring up to you, Dean, was the fact that just because we have the money we have in this country does not require that we give every other country in the world massive amounts of tax breaks. And they can charge us much more for importing our goods into their country than we do us importing their goods into our country.
Okay,
Does
now
that
you're
make sense?
well. What you're saying actually doesn't make sense because now you're equivocating between two topics. A trade deficit doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the tax on imports or exports. Like you're telling me that you don't want a trade deficit, you don't want a trade
Because
surplus.
you're continuing to equivocate trade deficit and trade surplus to something I'm not talking about. If
So
you'd
we
like to
started this
move on,
conversation off by
which
talking
would
about
make
trade
sense.
deficits, and you tell me that a trade deficit was a bad thing.
Okay, are you just gonna? I already said that's not what I said, and if I did say that, I apologize for
Okay,
saying
so
that.
you
That's
don't think
not
that
what I
trade
meant.
deficits are a bad thing?
I think that the problem is, and what you asked me
So I just want to clarify. So
originally.
you don't think that trade deficits are a bad thing,
Sure,
correct?
no, trade
Oh, okay.
deficits
So
are
then we
fine.
could just leave
They're
that in the
great.
past. Go ahead.
They're all good. Trade deficits are fine. What I started this conversation talking to you about, and what you asked me to answer to you, was a question about what is Trump doing that is good for the economy. And what
Right.
I tried to say was, I think that standing up for the United States and saying that just because we are in a position of wealth does not mean we owe the world a bunch of tax breaks. You turned that into trade deficits and trade benefits, trade surpluses.
What do you mean by
trade
owing the
deficits.
world tax
You,
breaks?
you turned all of that into what you turned it into, and it was great. That was master manipulation. That was well done by you. But I didn't actually say any of those things.
Why does MAGA
And
have
you're
such
right,
a
there are
victim
5+
complex?
thousand people that will go back and watch this, and we'll see that
I have a
none
question.
of
Why
that
does
happened.
MAGA have such a victim complex? Like I'm just
I
up here
don't.
trying to have
I
a good
can't speak.
conversation with you
I
about like
can't.
how you feel and what you think, and like now you're like turning this into me being a master manipulator. Eric, like you told me that you don't think that trade deficits are bad. You verbally clarified that, then I was willing to move on to whatever you wanted to talk about to do with like tariffs and owing other countries like tax breaks. In fact, I even just asked you what you mean by owing other countries tax breaks, which was completely leaving our conversation about trade deficits in the past. I was just going to move on to see like what reasons you possess insofar as why you support the president. But then like you just turn it right back around into harping on this idea that you think I was like manipulating you to talking about trade deficits. Like Eric, just calm down and explain your position. You said that you think we're currently in a position where we're like this super rich country and other countries think that we owe them tax breaks. What do you mean by that?
First and foremost, the tactic you use to mute people, then try to reassemble the conversation when you get shot down on something.
What did
I
I
don't
get
know
shot down on?
how it's not blatantly obvious to the people that are sitting here watching you.
Okay, what am I?
You didn't-
What
you
am I?
didn't- you
What
didn't-
am? What
you
did I
didn't
get
drop-
shot
you
down
didn't-
on?
Hold on, D. You want to have a? Didn't you want to have a normal conversation?
A normal
relaxed,
conversation would require
a-
like, questions and
a
answers.
relaxed- So do I get to answer? Or do you just get to ask questions?
So I would actually really prefer for you to answer the question like, what did I get shot down on, and how is this relevant?
Because I start to answer your questions, you mute me, reassemble the conversation in the way you want it to be assembled, and then you unmute me and ask me to speak on what you just reassembled.
Okay, well, when you say like reassembling the conversation, like what I think that you mean to say is I'm just making sense of the conversation in like in a logical way. I don't know.
No,
I've muted you because you're doing
actually
this
do.
like right now. You're interrupting me. See, like I only mute people that interrupt me. So I mean, we could have like a pleasant conversation where you don't interrupt me and I don't interrupt you. Is that fair?
I would love to have that conversation.
Okay. Well, the first step is acting your age and not interrupting me, and I'll take that first step with you.
The second step would be
You have to take the first step first because you just interrupted me again, Eric.
and you insulted me again, Dean. So
well,
you stop insulting me,
sir,
I'll stop interrupting you.
Eric, well, sometimes like
Is that okay? Can we come to
Eric,
that?
you're interrupting me again, and that's when the mute comes in. We just detailed it in real time. You just like got mad at me for muting you. Then I'm like, I won't mute you if you interrupt me. Then you interrupt me like 3 times in 10 seconds, and then you get muted again. And like, I'm so sorry if you think that it's me insulting you when I call you childish for acting like a child. Okay? It's not my fault that you don't act your age. It's not my fault that you're immature. It's not my fault that you rather fixate on your claims that I'm some master manipulator than have a conversation with me about economic policy. Okay? So if you don't want to be insulted by Dean saying that Eric's acting like a child, then just don't act like a child. It's super simple. You don't hear me call every guest that comes up onto the stream a literal toddler. And the reason I don't call every guest that comes up onto the stream as a literal toddler is because you have to act like one to get called one. And I think that's fair. But I'm willing to leave all of that in the past, okay? I'm willing just to restart and just have a conversation with you about economic policy because that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to have productive conversation about politics and about the American government. So let's just reset, okay? And in fact, I'll let you just restate your claim. I was about to try to reinterpret it and ask you questions about it, but it is so far lost because you've rather decided to hyperfixate on the idea that you think I'm insulting you and some master manipulator. So let's just restart. Tell us why you support the president.
Again, why do you feel it's fair to mute me, re-steer the narrative in a different direction, and then pretend like you're doing me a favor by letting me restate my narrative?
I don't even understand that gibberish. Like, do you just want to answer the prompt and tell us why you support the president?
How do you think that's the adult move, Dean? How do you think that you are acting as an adult right now and I'm acting as a toddler or a child?
I think that I'm acting like an adult because I'm just willing to put that all behind us and just have you tell me why you support the president.
After you muted me and didn't let me speak, redirected the entire conversation and then said, you know what? I'm going to do you a gracious favor.
I made it very clear that I muted you because you interrupted me, Eric.
You're interrupting me now, but I can't.
I know because I want whatever this is to end.
Live.
Because I want whatever this is to end. I just want to debate politics.
You want it to end because it looks terrible for you because you're acting like a toddler.
If it looked terrible to me,
I'm being very respectful.
Sir,
I'm being very respectful to you.
Eric, I don't think that this does look terrible for me. I don't see like a single person in any of my live chats like saying, "Oh, this is a bad look for you, Dean." I think that this looks bad for you, Eric. But listen.
Is that what you revolve off of? Your pitter patter from your chat or from your whatever you're watching?
You're such a gaslighter. You just said that this looks terrible for me, and I gave you an insurmountable. Sir, you're interrupting me. That's what gets you muted. Eric, you're such a gaslighter. So you made the claim that this looks terrible, Eric. You made the claim that this looks terrible for me. So then I just gave you a lot of anecdotal evidence from everybody watching the stream that begs to differ. And then you're like, oh, so that's what you revolve around? Approval from the chat? No, I don't revolve around approval. Eric, this is what gets you muted. No, I don't revolve around approval from the chat. I'm just simply using the lack of approval for your claims from the chat as evidence that you're incorrect. Okay? But once again, Eric, we're here to debate politics. Okay? Tell us why you support the president. At this point, I don't think you can. I literally think that you're incapable of giving an argument, and you know that I'll be able to defeat it with the use of facts, reason, and logic.
No, I have absolutely no faith in you having any access to facts, reasonability, or logic. I have no faith.
Let's hear the argument, Eric.
What argument do you want to hear, Dean? We're not even talking about anything.
Why
We're
you
talking
support
about
Trump?
how you act like a child and use your mute button, and how I won't stop speaking over you. That's what we're talking about right now. So what would you like to talk about?
I'd like to talk about why you support the president.
Okay, again, we have a person who is standing up for American principles and saying just because we are the richest nation in the world does not mean that we owe every other country the ability to put tariffs on any goods, services, anything that we export to them.
Okay, so what do you mean that we owe other countries a tax break?
We are allowing for, it seems to be okay and has been okay in the past history of our country for there to be tariffs placed on the United States. Can we stop right there and go correct or incorrect?
That it's been okay for other countries to place tariffs on
there
us?
are a lot of
no. So I mean, I disagree with tariffs. I think that tariffs are
just because you disagree. Are they happening though, Dean? Are they being placed on us by other countries? Is what I'm asking. Are other countries implementing tariffs on the United States?
Okay, so I'd like to clarify that's not what you asked. So you didn't ask if there's been tariffs.
I'm asking you right
Eric,
now.
You're about to get muted again.
I'll mute myself.
Can you have the emotional regulation of at least a fourth grader?
Go ahead, please continue.
Great. So no, you didn't ask me if other countries have had tariffs imposed on us. You asked me if it's okay that other countries have had tariffs imposed on us. So to answer your
Okay.
question, if it's okay that other countries have had tariffs imposed on us, I think that tariffs are a restriction on free trade. And I think that tariffs promote and create inefficient outcomes, not only in our economy, but in economies on the global stage. And overwhelmingly, I think that they're bad if we impose them on other countries or if other countries impose them on us. And simultaneously, I do think that like sometimes it is okay to use tariffs like to prevent like immoral manufacturing means. Like if there's a reliance on like child or slave labor, like I think it is okay to tariff those goods or like sanction countries that are doing really bad things like our sanctions that we have on Russia. But I typically promote like the globalization of commerce. I think that it produces the most productive outcomes, and I do not support tariffs. So to answer your
So
question,
you
do I think it's okay that other countries have had them imposed on us? The answer is no.
okay? I think that's fair enough. Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it very much. I would take it a step further that other countries that are we are accepting goods from that are based off child labor are not good things whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that no tariffs, no matter what way you want to spin that situation, I don't think that that is a good thing to be dealing with in any way, shape, or form of any country. I think that you cut off accepting those goods and services from any country that is using child labor.
Great. So,
I
anyways,
would
now I'm going to go on to my.
I would imagine you would agree with that as well.
So, were you listening to what I said? Because
What
I
would
mean, you must have not. You seriously must have just
what
not even
would
been
make
listening to
you
what I
think
said.
that? What would make you think that I wasn't?
Because I explained that I think that tariffs are a bad thing and they promote inefficient economic outcomes. However, then I want to clarify that I do agree with some.
Overall,
Eric, you're going to get muted again.
Oh my God, Dean, go ahead.
Oh
mute
my
me.
God, are you pissed that I'm holding you accountable to
Go
just
ahead.
let another man
mute me.
speak?
Go ahead. I'm not going to say anything, but go ahead and mute me.
Great, sounds good. So I don't think that you were listening to what I was saying, because if you did listen to what I was saying, you would have understood that although I did say that I do think that tariffs are a bad thing that promote bad economic outcomes, I do think that some isolated tariffs, specifically on like immoral manufacturing means, such as with the use of child or slave labor, is justified in the same way sanctioning countries that are doing immoral things, such as Russia invading Ukraine and us sanctioning Russian oil, is also justified. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, I do not think that Donald Trump's blanket tariffs on every single good imported into our country is a good thing, nor do I think it's a response to tariffs that they have placed on us. Because, I mean, he's tariffing plenty of countries that don't tariff us. A good example of this would be Canada. Canada, I mean, doesn't charge America a single dollar in tariffs. Yet he's now decided to, well, turn around and impose a 25% flat tariff on every single good imported from the country. Not to mention, he's also stated, Willow, thank you for the galaxy, that he wants to place these tariffs to promote American manufacturing. However, if he is using these tariffs as a tool to achieve more American manufacturing, he cannot use these tariffs as a tool. To specifically negotiate lower tariffs that other countries have imposed on us, because we have to be willing to let go of the tariffs that we've imposed on other countries if they want to negotiate down their tariffs on us, but we can't let them go if we want to like safeguard American industries. And then additionally, like one last point I'll add on here is that there's significantly better ways to get other countries to reduce their tariffs on us. That better way would be trade agreements. Even Donald Trump, he's a terrible negotiator, a terrible president. He was able to negotiate the USMCA with Mexico and Canada under his first administration. So if we want other countries to reduce the tariffs on us, we need to do that with the use of diplomatic means and trade agreements, not with super like harsh, abrasive means, such as imposing blanket tariffs on every other country in the world.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't exactly know how this process that you're talking about gets kickstarted without doing something like what is happening right now. I will also refer back to, if you can remember toward the beginning of the conversation where I said, I don't necessarily agree with the way Trump is going about doing what he's doing. I think that he is a little bit too elderly and a little bit too old and a little bit too old school mentality to be doing what he's doing currently. But I don't disagree with the idea as a whole. I think that, just like you said, there is a version of the idea where this works. You disagree with tariffs. What you were saying, essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I will stop speaking and let you speak. If tariffs across the board shouldn't be imposed on anybody, working toward free trade should be something that we are all trying to work toward. That is hopefully beneficial to most countries. I do understand exceptions apply in certain places. There are certain countries, continents, places that don't have the economies to just be sustainable, self-sustainable off free trade and no tariffs whatsoever. So they do
So I
have
just want to
to.
clarify. So you're saying that
Go
you
ahead, go ahead, go
disagree
ahead.
with like Donald Trump's policy, and like you actually have no contest to the claims that I've made. So then, what is like a good policy of his that you support?
There's not a ton, Dean, if
So
I'm being
can you name
honest.
one?
Again, it's not a policy, so no.
Okay, so you don't support any of his policies.
I wouldn't actually be able to name one.
Okay,
I
well,
would,
if you don't
because,
support any of his policies, and I'm
well,
guessing that you supported some of
can I
Kamala
please
Harris's
finish my
policies,
sentence? Can I please finish my sentence?
I don't know. I don't really think so, Eric. So if you can't name a single like Trump policy that you support, but I'm guessing that you'd agree with a lot of Kamala Harris's policies, such as tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, offering subsidies to increase the supply of new houses so we could decrease the price of them in the long term for everybody. Like supporting humanitarian needs, ending 66 million human rights violations in America by federally protecting every single woman and girl's access to abortion in all 50 states. Like seemingly, like this is just painting the picture where Kamala Harris was a significantly better candidate than Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is an active failure of a president. I feel like we don't even need to frame this in a comparative analysis comparing him to Kamala Harris. We could also just say that, well, you disagree with his economic policy. If you're a human and you have empathy, you disagree with Trump Gaza, you disagree with bending the knee to Putin, you disagree with distancing ourselves from our allies. So what is he doing that you do agree with? Right. And that's, of course, when I ask you the question, well, it's a good policy of his and you can't name any. So in other words, there's actually nothing about the Trump administration that you agree with that you think is good. So why the fuck do you support it?
Again, I'm trying to save you, Brock Dean, because I understand what you're getting at and I understand where you're going, and I'm trying to answer your question before you have to explain it to your listeners. But again, if you do need to explain it to all of them, I will sit here quietly while you do that.
Okay, so you're saying that you already understand that there's nothing about the Trump administration that you support. So why do you support the administration if they haven't done anything that you think is good?
I didn't even get to say anything, literally. Are you okay to have an adult conversation, Dean, or do you want to mute me again and keep talking?
What's this fucking rage bait? Just respond to what I'm saying.
That's exactly what your stream is.
Dude, what is this fucking rage bait, dude?
If you somehow
are you trolling?
If you somehow get a guest to get angry, you have succeeded. But what I'm going to tell you
what
again,
is it? Yo, who's this master? Who's this master? Dude, shut the fuck up, Eric. Who's this master manipulator we got on the live? Okay.
Who's being
You're like, oh, Dean doesn't put up with shit, therefore Dean's like this crazy tyrant. Dude, I'm so sorry that I'm like not gonna entertain you just like calling me like a master manipulator when I'm just trying to get you to tell me one reason why you support the Trump administration after I describe in very clear language why there's actually nothing about the Trump administration that you support. And then you're like, oh, but Dean sucks. Like, dude, stop rage baiting and actually just respond to the meat on the bone, the substance of the conversation. I feel like I detailed pretty clearly how there's actually nothing about the Trump administration that you support. So why do you claim he's a good president if there's nothing about the Trump administration that you support? I think that's a big question that everyone would like an answer to.
Am I gonna get to answer it without getting muted?
As long as you don't like talk about how much you like don't like me as a person and respond to the substance of the conversation, sure.
Okay. Well, Dean is a god, so here's why I support Trump. Trump doesn't have policies, Dean. He doesn't lay out policies for the American people to follow. I think that you are well aware that Trump does not lay out policies for the American people to follow because his entire presidency hinges on the fact that he can always change whatever he laid out for the American people. There is no actual policy.
But Eric, that's a bad thing, right?
Why don't you, Dean, why don't you go ahead?
So it's a bad thing, right, Eric?
W. Dean's in the chat. Why doesn't Dean go ahead?
So I just want to clarify,
I'm gonna
like not having any policy is like a bad thing, right, Eric?
No, I'm trying to answer your question. Honestly, you said you wanted to have an honest conversation. I'd like to have an honest conversation with you as well.
No, you're not, because Eric.
And maybe if you didn't want to lie.
Eric, my question was, like, why do you still think that he's a good president?
Again, so then you asked me and muted me.
So I asked you, why do you still think he's a good president? And then you just start describing like really bad things that his administration is doing, like not having any policy. So why does Trump doing bad things make him good?
I'm admitting to you that Trump has a lack of describing policy.
So then why do you think he's good?
He does not. It is very easy to sit on this app and go, well, what's Trump's policy? What's his best policy?
So then
How
why
did
do you
this
think
happen?
he's good?
He doesn't have any.
So then why do you think he's good?
Because the things he is trying to do are going in a better direction than the things that the Democrats are trying.
Get the fuck out of this stream. You just told me that he's not trying to do anything. Dude. What a crazy first guess. Hey, for the 6.7 thousand people in the stream, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on the phone screen. We are just getting like the most rage-baited guests like known to mankind. What is up, Dante? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up? I was trying to get you to kick that dude because he's actually a supporter of liberals. He has a whole video on how bad the SAVE Act is.
Was he just okay? That's so annoying. Thank you so much for letting me know. Man, I do appreciate that. That's so annoying. Like, what is he? Was he like troll? What an annoying troll, dude. What an annoying troll. What's going on, McKenna? Do you support Trump?
I do not. I just want.
All right, I do appreciate you for coming up, McKenna. We are just looking to debate individuals that did. You guys, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat, and we'll pull you up here for a conversation. Yo, Moriah, thank you so much for the 250 Norwegian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Oriana is 12 years old today. She's blind and loves your voice. It makes her ears go up and down and sideways. Will you please wish her happy birthday? Happy birthday, Oriana. Thank you so much for the love, Mariah.
Happy birthday, Oriana.
And then also Rangers with the $5 and Autumn with the $30 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Autumn. Autumn says, thank you so much for all that you do. Can't wait to hopefully see you in office one day. You can restore my faith in humanity. Autumn, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love. 300 Oriana W's. And what is going on, AG? Do you support Trump?
Boy.
At least he's not bald.
You will be one day.
At least I'm not bald.
Go on. I'm going to have a political conversation with Dean Withers.
And Lucas, I won't either.
Hey, what's
he will.
what's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why did you just like gag in your mouth after you said my name? What a weird laugh. What a weird laugh, dude. You got a weird fucking laugh, man.
Dang it, man. Why you got to make fun of me, dude?
You're the one that made puking sounds after saying my name. I mean, I feel like it's pretty fair for me to make fun of your laugh.
Well, I was actually kind of puking about this 13-year-old kid calling me bald, but that's okay. He'll be bald one day.
Man,
so.
it happens to me too. All right, I get it. I get it. All right, I get it. Now go ahead and just tell us why you support Trump.
Because he's the GOAT.
Okay, why is that?
Because, man, he's trying to make America great again.
And how so exactly? Like, what is one thing he's doing to make? Well, actually, let me ask you this question: when was America great to begin with?
I don't know. It's great anyway.
But you told me he's trying to make America great again. So this implies that America was great.
He's going to make it greater.
Was it like during the Great Depression? Was that when it was so great? Is that what he's trying to make America like again? Well, he's actually doing pretty good at that. Barreling America towards a recession, cutting trillions of dollars off the stock market.
It seems that way if you're broke.
What?
It seems to be that way if you're somebody that can't afford a livelihood that is the American dream.
You know what? This is great messaging. I think that you guys should really stick with this for the midterms and the next presidential election. Just like laugh at anybody that doesn't like a recession and call them broke. I mean, seriously, stick with this messaging. I mean, it is going to be phenomenal for you guys.
If any of you guys are listening, the way the economy is going right now is a step to help you if you're capable, and a lot of people aren't capable of actually investing into your future right now. It's because the stock market is not going to be as low as it is right now. And if it stayed low for 4 years, it's going to come back, guys. So if you want to look at your futures and try and invest a little bit, if you're able, and a lot of people aren't able, I understand this, but if you are able, right now is the opportunity for you to try and make some cash.
Dude,
or not cash.
So this argument is literally such a fucking meme that I was making this argument when Donald Trump announced his tariffs on a joke on my troll MAGA TikTok account. Okay, what you're saying is that you actually think that Donald Trump crashing the stock market is a good thing because it creates an investment opportunity for the average American to scale their net worth over the long term. Okay, that is absolutely just one moment. That is absolutely fucking diabolical. I cannot believe that real humans believe this in a non-ironic, genuine matter. Okay, no. All right, crashing the stock market is a bad thing, okay? And it also really hurts American industries and American manufacturing, as well as our labor force. People get fired, companies lose billions and billions of dollars. And I find this quite antithetical to what you and the rest of MAGA has agreed is a consensus of American first policy, which is building our labor force, building our industries, building our manufacturing. But just because Trump did it, Trump crashed the stock market, it must be a good thing. That is cult-like behavior.
I believe it'll come back.
I believe it will too. We're not going to be in a recession for the rest of eternity, but that doesn't matter because we could have avoided it by merely voting for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and a lot of people did, but not enough.
So why do you think that Donald Trump is a good president?
I just feel like the direction that he's going ultimately will make America better.
Be more specific about that direction.
Getting rid of people that aren't here legally. Immigration, I'm not against. I just wish they would do it the appropriate way. I think Donald Trump is going to get rid of a lot of the people that aren't actually supposed to be here. I believe his tariffs can work in a sense of the turmoil that he has caused is allowing people that maybe have a bit of insight to invest some money while the stock. We already went over this, so there's no reason to really talk about it. But there is room to make some kind of lucrative financial investments from Donald Trump's manipulation of the government.
Okay, all right. I'm going to stop you there so I can respond real quick. So you told me that you support Trump because he wants to do mass deportation and intentionally crashing the stock market. So I've already responded to the second point. I can't believe that that's a legitimate argument being made by a real human. That just fucking perplexes me, dude. But to respond to the first point, mass deportation is actually very harmful to America right now and in the future.
I'm not for mass deportation. Dean, I'm
the
for...
first reason that you told us why you voted in support Trump is to get rid of the people that are not here legally. That's a mass deportation.
Right. Well, I mean, what do you propose?
Mass
give
amnesty.
Them better incentives or give them a more capable way of, if they're already here, let's go ahead and help them get through the ropes quicker.
Yeah, I think that we should offer every single undocumented migrant in our country that has not committed a violent offense a pathway to residency or citizenship. And the reason that I think that is because that ensures that we can continue to have this demographic of individuals who are productive providers into our economy, continue to function inside of our economy, continue to pay $100 billion per year in taxes, continue to serve as a huge demographic of the workforce that is propping up American industries, continue to increase GDP growth, and continue to embolden American industries on the large scale while also looking after their humanitarian needs so they can continue to live here in the States for the better life that they sought after to provide for themselves and their families while also bumping average qualities of life for everyone. I mean, I think it's great.
I can get on the same page as that. I believe if there was an easier way for the people that are already here to gain citizenship, that's a plus as long as they aren't involved or had a recent history of some kind of crime. And I think that would help. But a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump do not care.
So if you have a recent history of crime, you shouldn't be able to become a citizen, but you should be able to become a president. That's hypocritical as shit.
Sure it is. Fucking felon, man. I swear to God. He's such an idiot sometimes. I don't even know what to say, man. People love him, and I feel like he's going to make America better, but he is a criminal. Hopefully he doesn't do too much more of that kind of stuff behind the scenes while he's in office, but he probably will.
Yeah, okay.
Probably for the people that are already
Well,
well off.
is there anything else that you want to discuss? Because you gave me two positions: mass deportation and then crashing the stock market. Those were two good things you think Donald Trump has done. You just conceded on the first reason. Now you agree that mass deportation is bad and mass amnesty is good, holding a far left perspective. The only other argument that would prop up your perspective is that you think that Donald Trump is intentionally crashing
What
the
would
stock
you
market
like to
is a good
see
thing.
happen?
What would I like
What
to
would
see
you
happen?
like to see happen with Donald Trump's presidency? It's not like he's going to be,
Well,
he's not
I mean,
going to
like
get
preferably
kicked
do
out.
nothing. I honestly would prefer Donald Trump to like just spend his days golfing and realistically do nothing compared to what he's doing now. Like at least then due process of humans wouldn't be violated. At least then global markets wouldn't be going to shit. At least then, right? We wouldn't have innocent legal migrants from Maryland getting deported and housed in a jail cell in El Salvador with,
Right.
with no
I've
hope
heard a
to
couple
get them
stories
home.
about people being sent to El Salvador or Guatemala or whatever it is that weren't actually supposed to be sent there. And that's not good. That's not good at all, And
Yeah, I mean, he could have just
you
kind
know,
of, he kind of just, what he should have done is what he did during his first term, where he just rode off the coattails of Obama's economy and passed some
Right.
shit policy. I mean, he passed tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, but I mean, that didn't just absolutely just destroy the country, right? In the sense of barreling us towards a recession, et cetera. But AJ, honestly, I don't really think that we're going to be able to have a super good conversation.
what's something, listen, what's something worse that Donald Trump could do other than the turmoil that he's already caused,
Yeah, whatever.
in your opinion?
Honestly, the best answer to the question would be whatever the breaking news headlines are tomorrow morning. He tends to beat himself every 24 to 48 hours. So just check the headlines tomorrow morning, okay? But I guess we're gonna move on to the next guest. I do appreciate you for the question. All right, well, B left. Unfortunately, we did have another guest up here that was willing to have a conversation with us, but it looks like they dipped. So we're gonna move on to the next guest, you guys. If you are in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
All right, real quick, let me thank a couple people for their donations. Mr. Connor, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, saying my goat. You're my goat, Mr. Connor. Everybody show some love to Connor down below in the chat for the $20. And also, Al, thank you so much for the $10, saying these people today are so cringy. Yeah, dude, I feel like sometimes we get days with good Trump supporters and sometimes we get days with bad Trump supporters. And this is one of those days with bad Trump supporters. And then also Kaylee with the $5 over on PayPal, AZ with the $5, then Linda with the $10 on PayPal, and Abigail with a 20. Huge shout out to Linda, Abigail, and Al and Connor. You guys are all phenomenal, and thank you all so much for the love. Now, our new guest, what is your name?
I'm Brett. My name Bretta.
Bretta. All right, Mr. Bretta, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump for the tariffs mainly.
Oh, no. Oh, why?
I just feel like they're going to bring it. Now, I know they're going to bring in revenue into this country and make us rich. They're going to stop the dumping into this nation.
Recessions
They're
don't make
going
us rich.
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
You nervous?
No.
All right. Last time I tried to tell you that I voted with both my hands, my entire chest, and if I could have used a foot, I would have, but you dropped me when I said both my hands. And then you said,
You're right.
request back up, and you never let me back up.
I remember that. I remember really wanting you to rejoin. I'm glad that we had got you on the live now.
You mind if I cam up? I like to cam up. I feel like I'm handsome and shit.
Yeah, you could cam up, man.
So yeah, the tariffs, broski. That's where I'm at.
Okay, yeah, you said that you feel like the tariffs are going to make our country rich.
Yes,
so,
they're going to bring in. Oh yeah, let me finish my little spiel. They're going to make our country rich and bring in revenue. They're going to incentivize domestic production. They're going to mitigate the dumping into our ports, and they're also going to be used as a negotiating tool for any other thing that we need. As of far right now, we might have to block out China's world trade if they keep playing with us.
Okay, so unironically, I mean, this first needs to be touched on. You just contradicted yourself in the answer because you can't say that the tariffs are going to be used to protect American industries and be used as a negotiating tool, because in order for us to use the tariffs that we're imposing on other countries to get them to reduce their tariffs on us, we have to be willing to let go of our tariffs on them if they reduce their tariffs on us. But if we want to protect the American manufacturing, as you say, that means that we are unwilling to let go of those tariffs because the tariffs have to stay in place for us to protect those industries. So first and foremost, the two reasons that you just gave why you support tariffs literally contradicted one another.
Yeah, Dean, nobody said that we want a 0 for 0 trade or any type of lowering. We want the reciprocal tariffs that they're going to impose on us because they actually don't hurt us whatsoever. I don't feel like we get harmed by the tariffs at all. They're just like all positive. I know you're
What?
probably yeah.
Whoa,
All
wait,
positive.
dude, wait. We
Yo,
went from the Atlanta Fed projecting 4% GDP growth in this fiscal quarter to a negative 4% recess. Now we have Goldman
That's
Sachs
projection.
and J.P. Morgan stating that there is a near certain
Speculation.
chance that we are going to go into a recession in 2025. And you're saying that this is speculative? No, just literally look at like global stock markets and domestic markets over the course of the last week to see how bad American industries have been crippled.
Well,
Not to mention the fact that you could see that under Biden, investment in manufacturing boomed. What happened when Donald Trump was inaugurated and implemented his policy? It went to a standstill. Additionally, sir, nobody gets rich during a recession outside of billionaires who take advantage of it. So you're only furthering the divide in our country, increasing income inequities. And right now, we have literal levels of income and inequality that are equivalent to that of France prior to the French Revolution. So I don't think that's sustainable.
bro.
What is a
Come
Gish
on,
Gallop?
man. When you start just going off on random and listing random things that aren't really
Okay. You want me to concise it a little bit? I could do that.
I'm just saying, you're mad excited. You're excited right now. Chill.
I do get excited. That's right.
All right. So at the end of the day, right, the foreign millionaires weaponize their positions against our stock market because Trump decided to take their hands out of our American pockets.
That's
You
not
understand?
why the markets are crashing. The markets are crashing.
That's literally what caused the cascade of people letting it go.
People weren't taking their money out of the market because they didn't like what Trump did. People are taking their money out of the market because there's a huge reduction in confidence because of uncertainty in the future.
But why is there a reduction in confidence? Because you
Because
can't
nobody knows
pinpoint
what's
who
going to
took their
come.
money.
Like, you're going to be more confident in something that you like have a model of
People
to
are
predict
fully
how it will act
confident
in the
in the
future.
economy. We just seen the recent labor report say that we added 228,000 jobs. We see the recent CPI report showing a lower and slowing in inflation. We see the country moving forward in spite of what all of the economists say. We had tariffs on our three biggest trading partners for 3 months now. You guys said that the tariffs are inherently inflationary. Why don't we see that in the latest CPI report, Dean?
Okay, well, first and foremost, here's the deal. You said that there was these 200,000 jobs added to our economy. So that was an unrevised report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics in March prior to...
Oh, wow. So you don't believe, you're
allow me
one of
to
those that don't
finish.
believe the sources, Dean?
If you'd allow me to finish, I never said it was wrong. I said it was unrevised, which is true. And that was a report from March prior to April, which of course housed the Liberation Day movement. And I just want to clarify, can you please tell me what Donald Trump did to cause this upspike in jobs added to America?
Oh, what do you mean? What he did to cause this ups?
What did he
What
do
you're
to
saying
add
is
it?
you're saying that he didn't do anything to
No,
add
that's
to the
not what I'm
job.
saying. I'm asking
No. But
you
listen
what
to
he
what
did do to add those jobs to the economy.
Listen to me. They're on all different sectors, on all different industries that he added so for me to be, he added this to the healthcare and he added this to the retail jobs, because I think what was it?
Specify any specific industry and tell me how he added jobs to said industry.
You got to understand that this is consumer confidence. There are people spending, so there are a need for retail jobs.
Oh, so
right?
less people spending means that there's less of a
There
need
was
for
more
jobs.
people-
Confidence
more
is
people
going
were
down.
spending, Dean.
GDP growth is going down. Less
Dean.
people are spending.
Wow, show me GDP growth is going down.
Sure.
Show me that.
Go to Google. Type in Atlanta Fed GDP now. What you will
No.
see is a
That's
movement-
speculation, because we don't get the GDP report.
God.
We don't get the GDP report till the end of the month.
So
Dean.
you just told
why
me that
go
I'm
on-
rejecting sources, and now you're rejecting the Atlanta Fed. Got it.
All right, give me what the Atlanta Fed. I think
Atlanta
I
Fed
know.
GDP now. Just literally type that into Google. The first thing that it'll pop up is tracking GDP growth from last year to January of this year till now.
GDP growth, because that's still speculation. We don't get the report, the estimate, until the end of this month
From who?
from BLS.
Okay, so unless it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it's all just baseless speculation.
I really believe
because
I
this is
believe
a
the
private
government
bank that
sources. So what
operates
you're saying-
under the Federal Reserve. By the way, I just want to let you know that.
What you said?
Yeah, this is a Federal Reserve Bank, meaning that it is operated by and it's a private
still
sector under the Federal
speculation,
Reserve,
bro.
which is managed by
Dean.
Congress.
Dean, calm your
Yeah,
excitement.
no, actually, I reject that it's speculative because when I think of the word speculative or speculation, I'm basically thinking like a claim about something that has either already happened or will happen, and the lack of evidence or reason. I would say that the Atlanta Fed,
So the
J.P.
GDP
Morgan.
accounts
Now, if you allow
for
me to finish, that'd
spending.
be great.
All right, go ahead, man. Man, go
You said
ahead.
that it was speculative. I mean, the way that I define speculative is basically a claim about something and a lack of reason. Okay, when you're speculating something, you're just making an
No,
assumption outside of the basis of fact.
no, that's a bad definition for speculative, man.
Okay, how do you define speculative?
So you can speculate with reason, with a basis, but you're still speculating because just because you have this evidence that it can turn out this way doesn't even mean. And by the way, you don't even have evidence that this negative GDP growth is what it's
I
going
mean,
to be.
I just don't think that we use the word speculative in that manner. Like, do you think that?
Yes, you do.
Wait,
Yes, you do.
wait. So would you say that when I say that like Dahmer is a serial unaliver, that's just speculative, but I just happen to have a really good reason to speculate that?
Yeah, that's speculative until you prove in court that he is unaliver, bro. Yeah.
Oh, wait. So you're saying it's speculative until
You
there's
have to-
evidence
you
provided
have
to
to
prove it. Okay. Well, I mean, I'd say that
All
firms
right, and
such
the
as the
proof is
Atlanta
in-
Fed or J.P. Morgan would have the
Dean.
evidence to justify this outcome. I mean,
Dean,
you
your
even
mic
gave some of the
gotta
evidence
smell-
because you
yeah.
said that like
Your
future markets
microphone
are.
gotta stink, bro. You definitely be spitting on that mic 24/7.
Yeah, that's
Relax.
neither here nor there, but it is true. I do have to replace this every couple months.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true, but I don't understand why
You
that's
got-
relevant.
All right, this is what I do. This is what I do. This way, I take jabs while I'm debating. But listen,
I take spitting facts very literally.
I like that one. All right, look, whatever. That was good. But let me tell you something. It's still speculation because you don't have definitive proof to say what is what. And right now, as
I can't take it. It's so hard for me to take you seriously. Like,
Why?
I'll tell you, because like right now, the MAGA movement is reliant upon the most fringe possible outcomes ever to justify
Fringe?
that your movement.
All the indicators
one
are
moment,
showing
if you just
GDP
allow me to
growth,
finish.
dude.
That your movement isn't absolutely crashing the shit. Okay, like you have to say, well, oh, the Atlanta Fed, they're off. Oh, just like the economic model of blanket tariffs and how those negatively impact our country is not true. Oh, J.P. Morgan, they don't know what they're talking about. Goldman Sachs, they have no clue. Oh, like I mean, it's just crazy to me. Then also, no,
speculation.
not every indicator that we would have it points towards GDP growth. In fact, you even gave me an indicator that didn't. You said that the rate of inflation has been dropping at a hyper fast rate of rates. It is the case.
I didn't say a
that-
hyper dropping. I just said it did drop, bro. The recent report showed a slowing inflation. You added the word hyper.
what causes inflation?
What causes inflation?
Yeah.
It ain't the tariffs. Government spending.
Okay, well, then if tariffs don't cause inflation, then tariffs don't incentivize more domestic production of goods.
Hold on. Incentivizing it doesn't mean that that's the main reason for it. It just incentivizes it, right? For some industries,
not if they
But you
don't
gotta understand
cause
it's
inflation.
250 Yo, bro.
How do tariffs incentivize a higher level of domestic production of goods?
All right, to avoid the tariff, you would come in, but that's on certain sectors. It's not like the Smoot-Hawley Act listen to me, it's not like the Smoot-Hawley Act that the tariff was imposed on products instead of nations' exports. There's a completely different thing.
99% of companies won't move to America to avoid a tariff. All right, and the reason why...
Okay, so then it's going to make our country rich, Dean.
Yeah,
The
like
Treasury Secretary
not voting
protected-
for the guy with 6 bankruptcies, but I can
Hold on.
explain to you why
It's
tariffs won't
bankruptcies
cause
out of
countries to move into
500
America.
businesses, Dean. Don't be corny, bro. Don't take it to an emotional conversation. Listen to what I'm saying.
I would
right?
love to finish what I was saying about why
All right,
I
go
do
ahead,
not believe
man.
that tariffs will incentivize companies to move into America. Because everyone disagrees with them, even the Republicans in Congress. So what they'll do is they'll wait the tariffs out, especially now that they know that Donald Trump's willing to pause them, until they no longer exist because A, we know that they're going to go away come the next presidential election at the latest, and B, it costs billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to build manufacturing facilities in America, and C, we even have anecdotal evidence of this because when Donald Trump started talking about tariffs and implementing his tariffs, what happened to investment in the manufacturing sector of America? Stagnant. No movement up after a boom for 4 years straight under Biden and Harris. And D, I'd also like to point out that blanket tariffs in every other country in the world destroy American manufacturing because there is thousands of
First of
manufacturers
all,
in our
there's no
country
such thing
that
as
are
blanket
reliant
tariff.
upon their exports to other countries. But when
There's
we
no
impose tariffs on every other country in the world, what happens to our own exporters? They get fucked because trade wars are started. Companies in the EU no longer want to invest in America. We have people like France now saying that they want to tax American banks and they want to like further tariff our own goods with retaliatory forces, such as demonstrated by Mexico, such as demonstrated by the entirety of the EU, such as demonstrated by Canada and China, and our domestic exporters go into the ground.
I bet you they don't. I bet you they can do all of that, and it won't take an effect in America.
True. Okay, so tell me one point in American history where we increased tariffs on China and that didn't reduce our own agricultural exports because it started a trade war and they retaliated. Name one point in American history.
Okay, there's no point in American history where we tariffed China where it what was your little question?
Reduced our own exports?
To something else.
Reduced
Hold
our own
on.
exports. And what you just told is a lie. This literally happened in Trump's first term in 2018. He imposed tariffs on China. They imposed tariffs on us. American farmers went bankrupt and our agricultural exports went in the shitter. So you just lied.
No, the soybean market had been suffering since 2013's peak. They had like 123 billion revenue. And after that, because of weather conditions favoring other nations, and what's the other factor? And technological advances producing more. They were producing more low quality commodity. They actually started importing from Brazil. That I would actually like to ask the stable genius that is Trump.
Stable genius?
He's a stable genius. Let me finish, bro.
He has a nickname for every single political opponent he's ever had, and when he
He's
lost the
from New
2020
York.
election,
We're from New York,
he
bro.
literally
That's what
tried
we
to
do,
rig
Dean.
the outcome of a presidential election.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Dean. He's from New York.
Don't explain to you why he's not a stable
Dean.
genius. Do stable
Dean.
geniuses launch the largest internal
Hold
attacks
on.
on the American
Let me ask
democracy
you a
since the
question.
Civil War?
Let me ask you a question. Don't pivot away from the soybean market. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Jesus,
Can you
I'm just merely refuting your claim that you called him a stable
Let me
genius.
let me ask you this.
Go
Can
for
you
it.
make me a mod so I can mute people that I don't like in the comments and shit? Just make me a mod real quick. It's my me.
No, I won't make you a mod, but I mean, if you like particularly like want me to like ban people that are like being like racist, if we're talking about like racism in the comment section, my mods are already tasked with banning racism in the comment section. I don't mind doing it myself, but I'm not gonna mod you.
That's selfish to not mod me, but it's okay. I forgive you.
What?
At the end of the day, the soybean market
What the
had.
fuck do you mean
Yeah.
selfish?
It just kind of hurt my feelings that you won't mod me full powers, bro. So what the fuck are you about? You know,
Hurt
I would
your
mod you on
feelings?
my shit. And a little bit. And
Well,
my-
I'm sorry that I triggered you, Snowflake.
I got 70 viewers on my live. I would have modded you on mine. Okay, now let me finish, man. We had to subsidize the soybean market 5-6 times before the tariffs were even in place. So for you to like allude to the fact like the soybean market was soaring, because in fact it was the whole agriculture market that was suffering, the whole agriculture sector that was suffering, even under Obama, because exports became least attractive since we raised the interest rates in response to the quantitative easing he did with the mortgage-backed securities. You're telling me that Trump destroyed the market, the soybean market that was soaring high? No, that wasn't the case, bro.
See, you have to grant a red herring to my position and equivocate in order to disprove it, because I never made a claim.
No, I'm not
that the
red
market was
herring you. I'm
soaring and
acknowledging that the
destroyed what was
soybean. You
good.
brought up the soybean
Two things
market.
can be true at once. Two things can be true at once. We're just going to basically accept the words that you say.
Now
for no
two
reason.
things that could be true at once.
I'm
You
so
made it
sorry.
seem
I'm so
like
sorry.
the
It's not
exports, like the
always. It's not always the case that things are black and white, and things can be.
All right, but you
true.
made it seem
Two
black
things
and
can be
white,
true
not
at
me.
once. No, I
You
didn't.
were the one.
No, your
Yes, you did. You
interpretation
said,
of what I
the
said
soybean market
in a
was
very
hurt
bad
by
faith
them.
manner. Yes, exactly. The claim.
No,
that
they weren't.
Exactly. The claim that the soybean market was hurt by his tariffs doesn't imply that the soybean market was performing great and increasing year by year prior to his tariffs. You're acting in terrible bad faith, dude. I mean, you literally just said it yourself. My claim was that the tariffs hurt the soybean market. That claim is true. And ironically, I mean, prove me wrong by pointing to one point in American history where we've imposed tariffs on China and our agricultural exports haven't gone to shit following the implementation of those tariffs. By the way, you're muted. You said you go live a lot. Maybe you know how to deal with it. Just click on that. There you go.
You muted me, bro?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
Bro, you white dudes for Harris are really aggressive. Now, let me tell you this, man. you have to understand is that we diversified our trade partners since then. We're not codependent on their agriculture. In fact, that was really the only thing that was hurt by the tariffs was the shrinkage in the steel market because we lost a bunch of steel, a lot of steel industry, a lot of steel factories in the first sector, and a lot of steel jobs because we actually
$3.5 billion in shrinkage.
yeah, but we rejected a lot of low quality steel, and a lot of these companies were making production off of low quality steel.
Why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting. I'm showing you
Yes,
what
the fuck you are.
Look. I'm not pivoting. I'm trying to highlight
Yes, the fuck
things
you
that
are.
I'm just
I
highlighting.
said that every single time we've imposed tariffs on China, they've retaliated, and our agricultural exports have plummeted. And now you're talking about the steel market. Why are you
But that's
pivoting?
the only thing. That's the only thing y'all got because that we didn't get hurt in any other way. In fact, y'all want to bring up
because
we
those
used
tariffs
all the
were
money.
isolated.
Hold on, Dean.
Those
hold up.
tariffs were
Look,
fucking
Dean.
isolated during his first term.
Dean, let me finish. Dean Withers,
right,
the most
go for it.
important guy on TikTok. Let me finish, bro. All right? I'm a freaking crash out. I'm trying not to crash out on your shit, all right? There's a lot of people watching. Relax, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is that y'all we wasted the money, the revenue we got from tariffs on saving the agriculture market, as if the agriculture market wasn't subsidized a bunch of times before Trump. And second of all, as if the tariff revenue didn't continue to come in under Biden, a total of $80 billion.
Okay, thank you so much for your claims. So first and foremost, I appreciate you for recognizing that yes, indeed, the tariffs that Donald Trump imposed on China were a bad thing and hurt American farmers by plummeting our own exports. And the second claim that you made was that these tariffs also existed under the Biden-Harris administration. You are correct, they did, and that was a decision made by the Biden-Harris administration. One moment. That was a decision made by the Biden-Harris administration that I disagreed with. See, unlike you and other MAGA cultists, I could actually disagree with things that happen inside of my own political party. But you, on the other hand, absolutely fucking cannot, because you are trying to argue that these tariffs have not sent America barreling towards a recession, that these tariffs have not cut trillions of dollars.
What are the indicators of a recession?
What are the indicators of a, do you want me to define what a recession is and then indicate?
No, I don't want you to define what a recession is. We don't got to go one-on-one. What are the indicators of a recession?
There's many. So one indicator of a recession would be a reduction in consumer confidence. Another indicator of a recession would be a reduction in consumer spending. Another indicator of a recession would be a reduction in investment.
GDP. Okay, that's negative GDP growth.
So that is what a recession is. That's classic
quarters of, you don't got to say all of this other stuff with extra words. You could just say 2 negative quarters of two quarters of negative GDP growth.
Bro, stop it,
motherfucker, hard, bro, for no reason.
You got to stop. No, I quite literally asked you if you want me to define what a recession is, and then you said no, don't define what it is. Tell me what the indicators are. So then I told you what the indicators can be for 2 quarters of negative GDP growth.
Yeah, but you itemize. It's like you itemize the GDP and separate. You could just say negative GDP growth because that's inclusive of spending, employment, and manufacturing.
You literally told me that you didn't want me to define what it was.
Okay. Yo, you literally listed instead of just saying 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP.
I was going to give you the definition of a recession, and you're like, don't define it. Tell me what the indicators are. So I thought that meant your question was, what are the indicators that 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth are to come? And I told you that the indicators of that could be a reduction in consumer confidence, a reduction in consumer spending, a reduction in investment.
Quick question. Can you put me on a full screen?
No.
Can you put me on a full screen?
No.
All right, whatever.
Oscar, thank you for the manifesting. No, I won't do that.
All right, go ahead. Well, say what you're saying, because
that's all. I mean, I gave you a handful of the indicators as well as the definition.
So then, why are you saying that we're going into a recession if we didn't have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, and we had 2 consecutive quarters of an inverted yield curve, and your administration completely ignored that we were in a recession? That was an indicator. Now we're having Trump to get us out of this situation that your people put us in, and you want to make it seem like Trump is the catalyst of a recession with his policies.
Okay, so you made 3 claims there. Your first claim was, well, how could you say that we're on our way to a recession if we're not in a recession? Well, I mean, you said it yourself. If we had already experienced 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, I wouldn't say that we're going towards a recession. I'd say that we're in a recession. Okay, we're going towards 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. So that's a question. That's the answer to your first question. To your second question about saying that this happened under the Biden-Harris administration and they refused to acknowledge it. So you're actually right. This did happen in 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration, where we had 2 Where we had 2 negative quarters of GDP growth, right? And it is the case that they refused to acknowledge acknowledge it because there's plenty of economists that said we need to refine our definition of the term recession because although we had two financial
That's
quarters
right,
of negative,
'cause
one
you
moment,
guys
one moment,
saw
one moment,
the-
one moment, one moment. Although we had two quarters of negative GDP growth, right? We did not have a reduction in employment in America. We did not
you
see
made up a bunch of federal
a
jobs.
super fast dip in one moment, if you just let me finish here. We did not see a super fast dip in investment, in inflation, etc. So many economists argued that we need to redefine what a recession is because, well, it's kind of unclear if there's a lot of negative economic implicators now, right? I'm agnostic of if I agree or disagree with that statement. I'm fine with saying that we're barreling towards a recession right now because of Trump's policy, and a recession under the same definition happened under the Biden-Harris administrations. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the difference is that they did nothing to cause that. That was a production of the pandemic. Okay, but what we see right now is 110% manufactured by the shit policy of the Trump administration. If Trump was not in office, this would not be happening. If Trump didn't decide to start a trade war with the rest of the planet,
you're not
this would
making
not
no
be
sense.
happening. And I could indicate to you exactly what he did to literally manufacture that out of thin air. Can you tell me what the Biden-Harris administration did to cause 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth in the fiscal year of 2022? I bet you won't.
I didn't say that they had 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth.
Yeah, you did.
I said they had 2 consecutive quarters of an inverted yield curve.
Of an inverted
Okay.
yield curve. Well, I don't know what an inverted yield curve is.
Okay, well, look up the inverted yield curve, bro. All right. They had to raise interest rates in response to the injection that they did into the M1 money supply, M2 money supply.
There's actually a greater injection into the M2 money supply by the Feds under Donald Trump's administration in April of 2020. FYI.
Okay, so the
also spent more.
inverted yield curve of the T-bills and stuff like that. Of course, you want the interest rates to be lower now and then go higher over time. So if the interest rates are high now and they go lower, then people's the other countries' investments is going into a wash. You have to raise interest rates to combat that.
Who controls
Right?
interest rates?
What do you mean? What's his name? Powell.
Yeah, and guess what? He was supported by the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump
Oh
administration.
man, 'cause he biased, bro, and you know it.
Seemingly this is going to be a bipartisan issue if Powell's just terrible at his job because both Biden, Harris, and Trump all support him.
I'm not saying he's terrible at his job because that means he's not smart. I'm telling you that he's just biased. So he could
I think that this is a huge deflection away from my claim that Donald Trump is barreling
now
towards
there's a
towards
huge
recession.
deflection.
Sure.
Because-
Why the
but
fuck are
it's
we
not a
talking about
huge-
Jerome Powell
hold
when
on.
I'm making the claim that Donald
Hold
Trump's
up.
policy is barreling us towards a recession?
Hold on, because you can't prove that. Listen to what I'm
Yes,
saying.
I can. I can. Do you want me to?
No, you can't. No, you
Yes,
can't.
I can.
No,
Do you want me to?
can't.
Do
We
you want me
barely
to?
made it into
Do you want
we
me
barely
to?
made it into a bear market.
I
dude.
don't mind proving it.
Listen, we barely made it into a bear
So
market.
if I
Barely.
can't prove it, then let me make a fool of myself proving it.
Make a fool of yourself, bro. Go ahead.
So, okay. The reason why Donald Trump's policy is barreling America towards a recession is because he's imposed blanket tariffs on every other country in the world, then also like reverse that decision.
Dean.
Okay, I'm in the middle of proving it.
Go ahead. You're not proving it, but go ahead.
Well, I definitely won't be able to prove it if you interrupt me. So anyways, Donald Trump has threatened and also implored tariffs on every other country in the world. The reason this decision has barreled America towards a recession is because this has caused American investors and investors outside of the American economy that invest inside of the American economy to have a huge lack of trust and confidence in American markets. What that has caused is individuals, private citizens, to hoard the money they make and spend less because they are not sure what's over the horizon insofar as what the short-term impacts and long-term impacts of the tariffs will be as well. That's not speculation.
Yeah, you are. They're speculating. At the end of the day, let me just tell you something.
Just search up Atlanta Fed GDP.
I have that on the screen already. That doesn't speak to your point. That's still speculation.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
That absolutely speaks to my point. In January of 2025, they projected 4% GDP growth for the first financial quarter of this year. Now they're down to a negative 4% recess. Like, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Atlanta Fed is wrong? Yes, you do. Okay, explain to me why the Atlanta Fed is wrong.
No. At the end of the day, I gotta acknowledge.
No. Explain to me why the Atlanta Fed is wrong.
I believe the government sources when they come out with the reports. I don't believe in speculatory. I don't believe in the Philadelphia, which was the Philadelphia bank that said that there's going to be growth. I don't believe in none of that until I get the reports.
Okay, well, the reason why you should believe in that is because corporations such as the Atlanta Fed, well, actually, hey, you said that you only believe the government. Technically, the Atlanta Fed is tangential of the government, as it's a private bank that operates.
Tangential doesn't mean that they aren't the government.
No. It's because their operating body of the Federal Reserve is controlled by Congress. If you know anything about our government, which is funny, so technically, yes, it is control of an operating body that is checked by our Congress. So wrong, and then secondly, right, is the case these big institutions such as the Atlanta Fed, J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, okay, they are fiduciaries for a lot of their investor clients that trust them with their money in their wealth management secs, okay? So they have to know what's going on in the market now and what is to come in the market in the future in order to literally be a legal fiduciary, right? Because being a fiduciary means that you have to make the best decision with your client's money. Okay, you can't make a decision that goes against their best interests, okay? That is a legal requirement of being a fiduciary. What that means is that they pay out millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars every single years to astound renowned economists to sit here and calculate numbers for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to tell us of what's to come in the American economy. Okay, but I want to make it clear. No, I'm not just relying upon the claims made by the Atlanta Fed. I'm not just relying upon the claims made by J.P. Morgan, the claims made by Goldman Sachs to say a recession is coming. But I could also just explain it with very simple macroeconomic indicators. Okay, people are not confident in the American markets because nobody knows what's over the horizon. Nobody knows what Donald Trump's tariffs are going to produce. Okay, if you were to have asked an investor a week ago if he would know in 7 days from now that we're going to have 145% tariffs imposed on the entire country of China, he would say, absolutely fucking not. That's crazy. If you were to ask me 72 hours ago if Donald Trump would place a pause on all of his tariffs 72 hours from now, I'd say absolutely not. That's crazy. What that means is that there is absolutely no confidence in what is to come, not only from domestic markets, but from global markets as well. And when you have no confidence of the markets, you don't put your money in the markets. And that's why we have seen trillions of dollars wiped out of American markets. But this isn't just resembled inside of the stock market. This is also seen in your average everyday American insofar as how much of their money they're willing to spend. Okay? When we are on the brink of what seems like an economic crisis, when we don't know what's to come in our own market and global markets, people hoard their money and they spend less. But what happens when people spend less?
What evidence do you have of
GDP
that?
growth goes down.
What evidence do you have of that? What evidence do you have that people are spending less?
What evidence? Okay, so you're asking me the
Because
question.
the
What
PPI
evidence do I have?
report would the PPI report would show a more expensive production, as opposed to the CPI, we would show a slow in inflation. Meaning the prices didn't change from the consumer.
I'm so sorry, sir. I literally just broke down my evidence for you that people.
You didn't. You just said a bunch of nothing, bro. That was nothing. You just it was rhetoric. It was rhetoric. It was all speculatory. At the end of the day, we don't have
is
the
it
reports to
speculative?
show a slow inflation.
Wait. Answer
Hold
this
on, I
question.
just let you speak.
No. We're gonna see if you're a serious person or not. Is it speculatory to say that a reduction in consumer confidence leads to consumer spending less?
Why? No, of course, yeah. But do you have an indicator that people are spending less because of Trump's because of enthusiasm in the country?
We're
Show
gonna
me
get there right
that.
now.
Show me that.
So you just agreed that it is an economic fact that a reduction in consumer confidence.
Show me that people are spending less because of consumer confidence.
Give me a minute.
Go ahead.
You just said that it's an economic fact that when consumer confidence goes down, consumer spending goes down. So in other words, if I give you evidence
it's logical, it's deductive reasoning.
If I give you evidence that consumer confidence is going down, this would mean that consumer spending is going down, right?
Yeah, where's consumer confidence going down? Where do you see that? Don't say the stock market.
There's many arguments to be made here. The stock market is a great.
I knew you was gonna go. That doesn't. That's
and it
not
is
an
a perfectly
economy,
valid
Dean.
argument.
That is not a valid argument, Dean Withers. It's not, bro. You know it's not.
Wait, you're saying that people invest more when they're less confident?
No, I'm just saying that the market is not an indicator of the consumer confidence. It's not.
Got it. So I think it can be one indicator.
No, now you think it can be one. Now you're moving the coast. You know it's not one, bro. There's not one economist that will tell you that. Second of all,
okay, so we just need to. So you're okay. Are you saying that we could have like huge reductions in the American market at a time of great prosperity?
Sure. volatile. Yeah, we had actually great prosperity. We had somewhat prosperity at the top of 2022 when the market reacted to AMC and GameStop shooting through the roof. We lost like 1,400 points. That was an indicator of the economy because we see that Biden was adding millions of jobs in the EV sector. Stop doing that. The stock market is not a good argument.
You're literally using GME as a counterposition. GME was pumped by a bunch of fucking Redditors. Do you think that like the same thing is happening to the S&P 500 right now?
I feel like it's foreign investors pulling out of the market that caused the cascade and to cause us to come into a slight bear market.
I mean, so this guy's just unconvinced that we're barreling towards a recession. So, all right, tell me why JP Morgan's wrong.
We're actually going into
so
a golden
I think that we're at a point where we're in between a rock and a hard place. I've tried a billion different ways to explain to you exactly why America is barreling towards a recession, and you are just simply not tracking what I'm saying, and you're just holding this very firm wall against it. Okay, even though I'm just explaining facts. So now that I've granted you 1,000,000,001 reasons why we are barreling towards a recession, now I want to ask you to give me your reasons why you think that the Atlanta Fed, why you think that Goldman Sachs, why you think that JP Morgan are incorrect. Okay, and I don't just want you to say, well, I don't trust them. I want you to give us your reasons why. Feel free to unmute. What's going on, Santana? How we doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing all right. These guys today have been insane, dude. Every single one, Santana.
Dean, do you see his face?
So let me
Baba
finish with you because the fandom is crazy.
Go ahead,
the fandom
brother.
is crazy for me. So anyway, at the end of the day, those are all speculatory because we have job reports, CPI reports to show that we're going into a golden age and that I saved your life with my vote and I saved America with my vote for Trump.
Great. So no real reason. Got it.
What do you mean? I'm telling you, I'm not joking.
You're referencing job reports that were A, before Liberation Day tariffs were enacted. B, I asked you earlier if you could indicate to me one thing that Donald Trump did to increase the number of jobs inside of those jobs reports, and you couldn't. So C, this is all baseless fucking rhetoric that means nothing.
Hold on, Dean. You guys said that the tariffs are inherently inflation.
Prove me wrong by indicating to me one policy that Donald Trump enacted to cause American jobs to go up. And I'm not letting you pivot off at this point.
I will say deregulation, the 3 EOs he signed regarding drilling allowed for...
Give us the EOs.
What's
the EOs?
Yo, Dean, I'm talking to you,
and
right?
So you're talking to both of us.
No, I'm talking to you.
So what's the deregulation and what are the EOs on drilling?
Bro, I hate the fandom, bro. Like, this guy gets off of every single panel that I'm on, and now he wants to be brave because a white boy got a cape on for him. You light work.
Oh, come on, bro. It's like, the crash out for me every single time.
You are
every single time you crash out.
You did this on Parker Live. You a weirdo, bro.
You're really weird, bro. So what's the EO?
But I got you. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna catch you one-on-one, bro.
What's
Stay
the EO?
confident. Watch when I catch you because you're real confident talking to big bread like you really got the muscles in your chest for it because the white boy got a cape on for you. You light work to me. Stop talking to me like you're my equal, bro. Mute yourself.
I hear you. So what's the EO?
Mute yourself, bro. I'm not dealing with you right now. I'm dealing with Dean. All right?
I hear you. But what's the EO?
Fucking fan.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
This guy does this every time, but he gets on a regular panel and, I'm not debating with Bretta. I'm hopping off the panel because Bretta, I'm tired of debating. But he got the white boy. He feels strong, so he want to be confident and stand next to him. You're a weirdo, bro, and it's annoying. It's really annoying.
Do you have the EO?
Because it's crazy. I called you out on that other live, and you was like, "No, we're not going to do this. This is her live. Respect her live." You're a weirdo, bro.
Do you have the EO? Yes
I'm dealing with Dean, bro. You're light work to me, bro.
Okay, so no.
You don't even accept my request when I go on your panel. Now you brave in front of Dean. You're goofy,
Santana,
dog.
watch this. Are you ready? Hey, Bretta.
Yeah, what up?
Do you have the EO?
You a goofy dog. You a goofy dog.
So the answer is no. That's all you got to say.
I don't have the EO numbers. Hold on. Let me get the EO numbers. Hold on.
Real quick, Mr. Bruce, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, Bruce. Thank you so much for all the love. That is so much fucking money, dude. I don't deserve that. Thank you, Bruce, for the $50. 500 Bruce W's in all of the live chats. Bruce says, because I'm absolutely and irrevocably proud of you. And
Thank you, Bruce.
your public good. Bruce is talking to me, not to you. Thank you so much for the love, Bruce. Can everybody please show some love to Bruce down below in that comment section? Dude, Bruce, thank you so much. And then also, Zeal, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. And Angela with a $20. Thank you so much, Zeal and Angela. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much, Zeal, Angela, and Bruce. You guys are so great. Thank you so much, Zeal, Angela, and Bruce. Yo, Bretta, can you thank Zeal, Angela, and Bruce real quick?
Dean, stop trolling me, bro. All right, hold on. Yo, can I get a 2v2? Can you pull somebody up for me, or do I?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll bring up this guy named Mike. His name is Mike in the chat.
Okay.
There we go.
How we doing today, gents? I only got about 30 minutes, but
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Mike, do you
30
have the
minutes?
EO?
30 minutes?
Mike, do you have the EO?
Oh, no, not 30 minutes. Hey, wait, Mike, let me ask you a question real quick. Is intentionally crashing the stock market a good thing?
Intentionally crashing? Well, I mean, let's be honest here, right? The stock market fluctuates up and down all the time. I can see the argument a little bit for consumer confidence going into it.
It's just, Mike, super simple answer that you're not giving me.
Is intentionally, well, he didn't intentionally crash the stock.
I didn't ask you if that's something Trump did. I just said that's not what I asked you. I said, is intentionally crashing the stock market a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, but he didn't intentionally do it, did he? He didn't do it.
Wait. So, okay, hold on. So,
do you mind if I just?
So there.
I'll be 20 seconds and then I'll pass the mic to you, Santana.
Yep.
So Mike, you just said that yes, intentionally crashing the stock market is a bad thing, but that's not something that Trump did. Okay, well, it is something that Trump did, and it's also something Trump said he did. He actually reposted a TikTok on his Truth Social feed saying that he intentionally crashed the stock market.
Did it come out of his mouth?
Well, let's get into what Trump actually did. You know what? Are you familiar?
That
with
is something. No, wait, don't pivot. That's something Trump actually did. Admit that you're wrong.
No. I'm pretty on topic right here regarding.
So admit that you were wrong, because you said that Donald Trump did not intentionally crash the stock market. He said he did.
Trump did not intentionally crash the stock market.
So then why is Trump saying that he did?
Hold on. So I have something. Wait. So you're saying that he didn't intentionally crash the stock market? So if he,
Trump did not deliberately.
Wait. Okay, so if he didn't intentionally crash the stock market, and he made these moves with tariffs without a plan and crashed the stock market, does that mean that he has no clue what he's actually doing?
All right,
it has to be one of the two.
He light work. So Dean,
one of the two. Wait. Which one? Is it that he did it on purpose, or he has no idea what he's doing?
Yeah, let me show you what he did. You said he had no plan. Let me show you what. You keep talking about Liberation Day, Dean. So I drew this graph up for you. Are you familiar with the offshorable deliverable CNY chart? That's basically
no. I'm not familiar with the offshorable deliverable
CNY chart.
Hey, Mike, I will happily let you show us your chart after you admit that you were wrong. Donald Trump said that he intentionally crashed the stock market.
We'll pull the receipt. If you pull the receipt, I'll concede. I don't mind.
Great, phenomenal. All you have to do, I'm actually going to go ahead and do it myself before I have you do this. Truth, Social, Donald Trump.
While Dean is getting that, hey, brother, you got the EO? What's the number?
So Dean, I'm gonna give you the EOs 14154, right? Unleashing American Energy. That's 14155, and then 14156. I always go by the name with them because the name is more popular. But these are the three EOs that he signed regarding energy to try to facilitate oil. One is he set up a committee. The other one, he repealed a bunch of Obama-Biden era regulations. And we know.
Wait, you said what's the second one? I got the first one.
141 56 55 57. No,
565. Okay.
Pardon me. 54 55 56.
141 54 55 56.
Yes, Dork.
Great. Okay. So here's all you have to do to find the evidence, Mr. Mike. You could just go on Donald Trump's Truth Social feed and specifically go to April 4th, 2025 at around 7 a.m. Mountain Time and you'll see that he reposted a TikTok that, and I quote, reads, "Trump is purposely crashing the market." Or B, you could just go to Twitter, type in "Donald Trump intentionally crashes market, Truth Social," and you'll be shown screenshots and screen recordings of what he posted on Truth Social on X.
Okay, so Donald Trump reposted a video of somebody trying to say that he was intentionally crashing the stock market, and that's what the evidence here is.
Yeah, the evidence is him posting a video that's around a minute long describing that the title of the video in big bold text on the TikTok, Trump is purposely crashing the market. All right, and then the video explains why him purposely crashing the market is a good thing. Yep.
So let me get this straight. The guy who's such a genius that had a apparently fake slate of electors and staged a coup is so smart, but he openly admits to crashing the stock market. That's kind of insane. You want to see what he actually did? I'll show you.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. You're denying that he did that, right?
Hold
No,
on,
I'm
I'm gonna
not
show you
denying that he
something.
reposted it. I think it was a very facetious.
So I just want you to affirm or deny that the statement Donald Trump intentionally crashed the stock market and admitted to it is true or false.
Yeah, he didn't admit to it.
Okay, so why should I waste any of my time on you?
You're really good at playing the semantics here. You're
Mike,
really good
Mike,
at
why
it.
should I waste any of my time on you?
Oh. All right, well, drop me since apparently you don't understand the CNY chart and you want to use a reposted video.
Great, I happily I will drop you.
actually
It comes to a
runs.
point. It comes to a point. It literally comes to a fucking point. Like, if we cannot come to terms with fucking reality, there is no point out of discussion between you and me. If you are seriously going to sit here and say that Donald Trump did not intentionally crash the stock market and that we have no evidence that that claim is true, after I give you a date, after I give you a time, and a specific Truth Social feed where you could go and watch a video where he says that he is purposely crashing the stock market, unfucking believable. I am not wasting my time on you.
My turn.
Yeah.
All right, so I gave y'all the 3 EOs.
So wait, I've been reading EOs.
I got a question too.
So with the 14154, right? The Unleashing American Energy. You said that he used this to. You're using this as justification for him adding jobs and actually boosting the job market, right?
You know what regulations do to certain sectors to stifle their employment.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand your premise.
Yeah, we know that deregulation adds to the job market. We know that bringing down the cost of energy allows people to
Yeah, I
hire
hear all
more.
that. So what in this EO?
You said I'm
the
right about that?
Unleashing- No, I said I hear you.
Okay.
What in this EO actually did
Well, you're
anything?
pinpointing 5-4 when I gave you 5-5 and 5-4.
No, I mean, I'm starting. You gave 3 of them, and you said these 3 verify your claim. So I'm trying to understand how this one verifies your claim.
Kristen, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube and Traceless with a 10. Everybody, please show some love to Christian and Traceless.
Shout out to Christian, a real big dick eater. Listen,
what the fuck did you just say?
Such a fucking weirdo.
My bad.
Such a fucking weirdo.
Why are you calling Kristen, and I quote, a real big DICK eater?
I went too far. It's an old slang from when I was young. My bad.
Okay.
Shout out to Chris.
I'm going to go ahead and read off her donation, too. So Kristen says, keep spitting facts into that mic, Dean. Keep being excited and animated with these fools. Proud of you. Much love to Santana, too. I want everyone to show an unbelievable... I'm going to drop you. If you want me to drop somebody, I'm going to drop you. So I'd suggest you stop asking me to drop anybody. Because the next time I click the kick button, it's going to be on you. So, I mean, just don't even remind me that that button exists, and maybe you'll be able to stay here.
Why are you so hostile, bro? I apologize for the comment.
W's to Kristen in that chat.
W's to Kristen, all right? I said W's to Kristen. All right, now you made a bunch of claims. Now you said a blanket tariff. I don't believe a blanket tariff.
No. I need you to go back because
I don't want to acknowledge this guy.
Yeah,
bro.
I hear you, but your EOs don't prove anything that you actually said, and I need you to explain to me how
All right.
these EOs, because I'm on the second EO, right? I'm now on
14155.
14155, withdrawing from the
All right.
United States, withdrawing the
All
United
right.
States from the World Health
There's no
Organization.
language, there's no verbiage in
So,
it to say that it was going to add, but I just believe that deregulation of the energy sector can add
so
to
it's your
employment.
feelings and your tum-tum that makes you think that they actually use this to add jobs. Got it. Okay, as long as you baseline there. Okay. So
Okay. He
you
said
you
what
admitted that
policies? He said
it's
what
not anything.
policies? But it's policies in general that add to the workforce deregulation and stuff like that.
Can I actually like
I got a question though. That this is a pivot. This energy stuff. We have to actually go back to what we were talking about, Dean.
So
Right?
I don't mind like kind of redefining like the conversation as we're getting into the weeds, but
Yeah.
great to know that you're getting dunked on and want to move back, but I'm down with it.
Dunked on.
You heard me.
Yo, I'm wrecking you niggas. Like you bugging out right now.
I just want to clarify. Do you agree with Mike? Like, do you also agree that Donald Trump didn't intentionally crash the stock market?
I didn't hear about that, but if you say that he did that, then he did. I guess I got to look into it. But I'm not saying he didn't. I just didn't have that.
Chat. Do you know if
What is a blanket tariff?
Wait, chat, real quick. Do you know if like the N word gets like struck?
No,
with
it
a
doesn't. It
violation
doesn't.
From TikTok
It
TOS?
doesn't.
Yeah, but you should stay away from using them because
I'm
TikTok is
gonna stay
being
away
kind of
from
funny.
using it. I'm just from.
Yeah,
I
TikTok
just,
is being kind of funny.
all right. I apologize. for that.
No, I don't care if you use the N word. It was just more.
No,
so
no,
for
no, no.
TikTok TOS.
I'll text you, Dean. TikTok's being funny.
I
Stay
got
away
you.
from that.
Look, that's 100% my fault. Sometimes I'm free with the word. I've been using it my whole life. I'm 50 years old. I'll try to stop using it. What you have to understand is, actually, that's another question that I have. Could you actually tell me what is a blanket tariff? Because I don't think a blanket tariff is an economics term. You can't find that in any World Trade Organization filings. You can't find that in any Trade Act 74, 30, Trade Expansion of 62, any Title 19 of U.S. Code. That's not a real term. In fact, y'all were using that term as a definition of what's going on with.
What?
Why are you closing up to? Yeah, what? Blanket tariff is not a real term. You guys made that up.
Okay, all language is made up.
Yeah, blanket term is not an economics term, and it actually doesn't exist. Y'all were saying that there was a blanket tariff on Mexico and Canada. We were trying to tell you there's no blanket tariff, and then we see that there are USMCA exempt commodities that aren't tariffed under that. So there's no such thing as a blanket tariff. Second of all, just because
wait, let me respond to that real quick.
But let me finish. And then again, just because
Wait,
25.
what do you mean by what do you mean by let you finish it? That's a really made up phrase. I've never seen the phrase "let me finish" referenced in the Economic Journal Encyclopedia Dictionary.
Oh, funny.
Could you please show me where like they define what "let me finish" means on the World Trade Organization's?
Oh, now that's a pivot because that's a pivot. A blanket tariff doesn't exist, my boy.
Cool.
Okay.
So
Listen to
you
me.
just have an issue with the word, not with the actual principle behind of what he's saying.
Out boy, like it's crazy,
the
bro.
issue that you have is the actual word, not
Nice
the fact
pivot,
that Donald Trump said that he was going to put tariffs on everyone. So it's just the word for you. It's not the actual meaning that Donald Trump put behind the word.
It's just a phrase. The way
but
that
it's not an
language.
economics term, and it's not
way
descriptive of what's actually being implemented.
So I'd like
That's
to
the problem.
I'd like to clarify. Like,
You understand?
I think that
But
we
y'all
could
don't let me
agree.
speak. Y'all jumping the shit out of me. Y'all don't let me speak.
I think that we could agree that like the phrase blanket tariffs aren't like a term like typically like found in like academic writing in economics, but like I don't use the term because it's found in academic writing of economics. I use the phrase just to like refer
But let me
to
respond.
like broad tariffs on like multiple other countries outside of America.
Okay. All right,
And like
but
you
what
said
you
that
gotta
it's made up.
understand-
Like I would also like to clarify that like all language is
Dean,
made
I
up.
hate you so much, bro. Oh my god.
Well, I know because I'm explaining
Crash
why
is
it's wrong.
crazy. The
Wow,
crash is
wow! I didn't know
crazy.
that the right was so like hateful, man. Like,
Oh my
Man,
god.
it's just a joke. I'm a stand-up comic. I haven't blown up. You know, I
you
be
said that
doing
you're
open
you
mic.
said that you're a stand-up comic.
Yeah, I do stand up.
You got that right.
Dean, that wasn't even a good punchline, bro. You always anyway. So let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, okay? Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me talk to you, okay? the term blanket tariff is fear mongering because it's like the assumption that the announced tariff on their nation's exports is what's going to be imposed on every single commodity being brought into our docks. When it's not the case, according to the harmonized tariff schedule, the duties and the duties that are imposed on are gonna vary depending on the commodity's value. And we see there are things that are exempt under the USMCA agreement. And so the blanket tariff is not actually a thing.
Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow! I am hyped up, and the reason I'm hyped up is because of this. So what you're describing right now is true of the USMCA, a trade agreement made by Trump under Donald Trump's first term. Let me ask you a question. So you're a fan of the USMCA, are you?
What are you gonna say that he said that?
I just want to know, how do you feel about the USMCA, good or bad?
I'm a big fan of the USMCA agreement.
Okay, well, here's the issue. Because the USMCA reduced tariffs, okay? Now what is Donald Trump doing? He is violating the USMCA and increasing tariffs. And in fact, when you were explaining how Donald Trump's plan under the USMCA was not blanket tariffs, you're right, okay? But what this explanation also includes is that you think that blanket tariffs are bad. But what is Donald Trump's plan this time around? It's to violate the USMCA and impose these blanket tariffs on all commodities.
Wrong.
Like for Canada, for instance. No. My source is Trump. For Canada, he implemented a 25% tariff on every single commodity coming in from their country to our own, apart from oil and gas, which he only implemented a 10% tariff on. So Donald Trump's plan today violates the USMCA, completely contradicts it, does the opposite.
If you read the USMCA agreement, you will realize that the consequence of violating the USMCA agreement are tariffs, right? And we see that Canada abused the USMCA agreement, and we see that Mexico abused the USMCA agreement because the update to the USMCA agreement was a minimum wage payment to employees of $16 an hour that they were not.
You know that's not true. You've already tried to run this argument on me, and we've already debunked it. We've already talked about that one, so don't use that lie again. Keep going.
You got walked many times by me. Like you still got my leash on your neck.
What was it?
You still got my leash on your neck.
Go ahead and finish telling us how they violated it.
All right, so they violated. So we see Canada subsidize.
No, tell us how Mexico violated it with the actual minimum wage not being paid.
Okay, I'll pull up the rapid labor relations report. That's simple, bro.
And now once you pull it up, make sure you acknowledge that there was a dispute as far as labor. They went on strike and got paid prior to any type of issue, so they did not violate the UMCA.
So I also
go ahead and pull it up.
It's USMCA.
While you're looking
Second of all, pull up a rapid labor response that comes to that conclusion.
While you're looking for your source, I also
pull up a rapid labor response report that comes to that conclusion.
Okay, here, just so while you're looking for your source, Bretta, I'd also like to point out how absolutely fucking hilarious it is. And what is specifically so fucking funny.
Yo, by the way, Santana has your phone number. Can you give me your phone number too, so I could text you too?
No, I don't know you.
No, you don't know Bretta, bro. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a great guy, bro.
Anyways, I'm gonna continue on with what I was saying. I think it's absolutely fucking hilarious how MAGA and Trump supporters will do whatever they can with whatever mental gymnastics they could reach for.
Mental gymnastics.
If you interrupt me again, I'm gonna put you on mute.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Also, I don't know what's up recently with MAGA just calling something that they don't like to hear a fucking pivot. Dude, just let me say what I want to say, man. I'm not pivoting. So anyways, what's hilarious here is that you try to reach and use whatever mental gymnastics you could get a hold of to justify Donald Trump's policy. And in this case, you're saying, well, Canada violated the USMCA, therefore Donald Trump's retaliatory tariffs on them were for the violation of the USMCA. Really? Because earlier this year, I thought he said it was to achieve better border patrol to prevent the DRUG coming across the northern border. Huh? That's funny. I feel as if it's funny that we see different motivations coming from different people. Oh, but then what about the other motivation where you, other Trump supporters, and then Trump himself said that he's not imposing these tariffs to negotiate anything, and in fact, he's merely imposing these tariffs to protect American industries. Isn't it funny how that actually contradicts your reasoning right now of using it as a negotiation tactic? Because if we were to use tariffs as a negotiation tactic to get other countries to reduce their tariffs on us, that means that we'd have to be willing to let go of our tariffs on them. But if we want to protect American industries, we can't be willing to let go of our tariffs on them. Wow. It's almost as if every single day, right, Trump supporters come up with some new reason with the use of contortion of reality and mental gymnastics to justify that the senile narcissist is some type of stable genius, as you said earlier on the live, but we know it's not true because these reasons have now gone so developed that they're contradicting one another. Okay? You cannot argue that he's using these tariffs as a negotiation tactic if you also think he's using these tariffs to protect American industries. Can you admit that those two lines of reasonings are contradictory to one another?
Say that again. You kind of froze up on my phone. My bad.
Bro, can you admit that the two lines of reasoning here, saying that we're using tariffs as a negotiation tactic to get other countries to reduce their tariffs on us, is contradicting the other reason that you have provided?
Nobody ever said
American
that.
Industries.
Nobody ever said that the tariffs is to bring down the tariffs on other nations. Nobody ever said that. Trump never said that.
Trump literally has said that multiple times.
No, he complains about the tariffs imposed on us.
Donald Trump and members of his cabinet have said that's the point.
He got a flag.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
And just an FYI, he was going to say that there was a dispute. They weren't paying the workers in Mexico. It's already been debunked. If you go to the USMCA cases, it specifically speaks to protecting workers' rights, where there was an issue with Mexican auto parts company, and they weren't actually paying the workers the way they should. Anyway, they went on strike. It was all taken care of. They got 154 workers were protected. They got back pay, all of this other stuff. So he's wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was wrong about a lot of things, like also saying that
He's always
they're
wrong,
being
Dean.
used as a negotiation tactic. Unironically, all that you got to do is go to the White House account on Twitter. I mean, the White House account on Twitter tweets about how they're being used as a negotiation tactic, saying shit like, oh, like, don't retaliate and you'll be rewarded. Or even like the press sec talking about how like we're now able to start negotiations with what is it, Taiwan, Vietnam, South Korea, and yeah, like I mean that is like a goal of the administration. But if you are one of the 6.9 thousand people watching the stream and you want to come up here and debate, go ahead and just drop a MAGA down below in that comment section. Then also, if the live gets taken down because we're getting a lot of these violations from our guests, just head over to the YouTube stream, which you can find in the link in the bio. But we're gonna get the next guest up in the box right now, you guys. Please go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. And then also, please make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, everybody. What's going on, Savannah? Do you support Trump? All right, Savannah's not here, so oh shit! I tried to kick Savannah and then it kicked Santana. Santana, go ahead and hop back in that queue for me, man, and I'll get you back up in the box. All right, you guys, we're gonna go ahead and try to get that next guest up in the box right now, everyone. Let's just try to get Santana back in the live because he was kind of cooking. I honestly, dude, I really enjoy debating with Santana. Dude, he's smart, man. He's really smart. Where's he at? All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest up in here, guys. Where is Santana? Santana, if you could hear me, please hop back in that queue. And then also drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you want to come up and debate. Somebody's spamming MAGA in that comment section and their bio says Free Palestine. And then like something about how they support trans individuals. I really hope that you're a troll. If you're not a troll, I am so sad. All right, you guys, it is so hard for us to find our next guest. This is craziness. But it looks like we got Santana and Parker back in the queue. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
You are British. Moving on. All right, moving on to our next guest here. What's up, Parker?
Hello.
Hey, welcome in, man.
What's going on, Parker?
What's good? I'm on like a random ass account because I'm banned on everything. It's great.
Yeah, dude. The debates today have been rough. Every single guest has just been a little crazy. But yo, oh my God. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kathleen. Everybody, please show some love to Kathleen down below while we're trying to get that next guest up in the box. Show some love to Kathleen literally right now. And then also, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Stephanie says, you're so smart and doing such good work for your generation. Thank you for your words, your passion, and your fight. Dude, Stephanie, I love you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's see at least 300 W's for Stephanie. Then also Paul with a $15 saying, because I'm a huge D-eater here, TikTok joke. I don't know what that guy was on about. Thank you for the love, Paul. And then Brittany, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Brittany. Kathy with the $25 over on PayPal. 250. Kathy W said is Kathy with a C. And Max with the $20 on Venmo. Max says, it is an imperative that the left does not let the signal chat conversation go away. This is the biggest scandal in recent history, and it's not getting talked about as much with the tariffs and stock market crash. Yeah, just like January 6th, dude. I don't know how, but it's just because conservatives don't care. There's no such thing as a red line against Trump from the right. So they just forget about how he's just constantly breaking these records of largest scandals in American history. But yeah, anyways, what's going on? Kay, do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course, mate.
Okay, what time is it?
What do you mean, what time is it?
I mean, I kind of mean what I said. I mean, what time is it? Where you are right now?
What, in UK, mate?
All right, well, that explains that. We're
He's
going to move on
honest.
to the next guest. Yeah. All right, well, I mean, I guess like a lot of people, like I'm not repeating the rules as much as I should. Like we are only looking to talk to people from America. What's going on, Connor? Do you support Trump? All right, Connor left. All right, guys, there's close to 7,000 people in the live right now, and there's not a single soul that is willing to come up here and have a conversation with us. That is so sad, and honestly, very telling of the lack of a spine and or a backbone that MAGA possesses.
TikTok is cooked. That's all it is. TikTok is
Oh
cooked.
no, so there's someone in the chat, Santino, who is easily a Trump supporter, who could easily come up, but he is terrified, so they're all hiding. They're in the chat, they're just hiding.
Bro, no way. Q-Top's in the queue.
Oh, jeez.
Should we get his
Who's
like
Q-Top?
take on like you want to meet Q-Top?
Who's cute? I don't know the way Parker just said. Oh, jeez.
Parker, I'm with it. I'm with it. I say, but it's up to you. It's up to you though.
If you want to do it, go for it. If you want to do it, go for it. But
Okay.
yeah, Santana, good luck.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'll engage.
Okay, but yeah, just kind of like keep in mind that, you know, this guy starts like going into the deep, like we're just gonna have to kick him. Quite
Am I gonna need my tinfoil hat?
You're gonna need a couple.
Probably.
You're gonna need a couple. We'll let him on for a minute, but just keep in mind, guys, that we are, of course, being cautious because Q-Top is a very interesting guy. We're gonna go and get him loaded up. Q-Top, been a while, man.
Yeah, what's good?
What's going on? Hey, real quick, is intentionally crashing the stock market a bad thing?
I don't think Trump crashed the stock market.
Q-Top, that's not the question I asked you.
I mean, no, not necessarily would it be a bad thing. Because it's, I mean, what do you mean by bad? What are you appealing to in like an objective standard of morality or what?
So I'm actually not using bad in a normative sense, but more so a descriptive sense.
Yeah, so if it's just descriptive and it's just subjective, so it's just your moral proposition. So your moral propositions have no truth validity.
So what about in
So why should I-
comparison?
why should I do
What about in comparison as far as the market trends, right? I mean, if there was a massive drop off in comparison to the way that the market has trended upwards, would you then consider it to be bad?
Yeah, bad in what sense though? That's what I'm trying to. Because like,
I
you
mean,
don't
I just
have- you don't
clarified.
have-
Bad in a descriptive sense.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Like,
So no wonder you support Trump.
like
I mean, if you cannot like understand what people losing money therefore bad means, like I of course you support Trump. So I just want to clarify that we are at a point in America today where Trump supporters have to act like they don't know what bad means, right?
Yes.
In order to continue to support the guy.
yeah. So
You know what?
it's
How about
not
we
gonna-
ask you this? Is intentionally crashing the stock market preferable?
Yeah. So you just asked me two separate questions. So
Yeah.
well, actually,
Well,
no, you didn't ask me two separate questions. You made a statement that you didn't let me like respond to. So yeah. So the whole thing with it being bad, like, I'm not saying that things aren't bad. Like, what I'm saying is like, if you don't have an objective standard of like moral like truth, then you're just gonna be speaking like deontological or like utilitarian ethics. I'm not really concerned with like
Yeah, again, but staying
I
away
don't
from
know why that
ethics.
would make you like
Yeah.
go to those. He just asked you, is it preferable to like crash the stock market to you?
I mean, preferable to
you.
me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not particularly too concerned with the stock market,
Okay.
but
So you-
but I mean, like,
So you're kind of just like agnostic on the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Great Depression wasn't just the stock market; it was other factors.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
Great
it was a
Depression,
lot, but but
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
if you talk about looking at the other key indicators that would deem an actual economic issue, right? Even if you take the indicators of the price per barrel for oil, right, dropping to a certain level, the increase in the possibility of a recession, the drop in consumer confidence, all of those indicators tied with the actual actions of the stock market, would you then deem it to be bad since it has triggered multiple economic connections that would actually be negatively impacting?
Yeah, we just want to know if you think it's preferable or not preferable for like $4 trillion to evaporate in thin air. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, under the specific context that you're going to be denoting here, I mean, yeah, I would probably say it's non-preferable, but I mean,
Very good. Let's go, Q-Top. We're getting somewhere now. All right. Here's the kicker. Donald Trump intentionally crashed the stock market.
Yeah, so let's just say that he did, right? That doesn't mean he's terrible for America, though. So like, even if I grant you that, that doesn't mean he's terrible for America.
Okay,
right?
here's another kicker. Donald Trump is barreling America towards a recession.
Yeah, let's just say I grant you that. That still doesn't mean that he's terrible for America.
Okay,
right?
so you don't care about economically?
Everything I grant you still wouldn't mean he's terrible for America. Because again,
but that's a whole lot to grant. If you grant that he's going to intentionally cause a recession, that's a whole lot to grant.
yeah, well, I'm just doing that for the sake of argument, just to show you how like the point is null and void.
For
right?
sure, but
Like,
like I mean, if you accept that that's like the better argument, that's fine.
People will starve.
Yeah, I'm not accepting that anything's a better argument, right? So like,
People
so look,
will starve and die.
Okay, so look, you have above your head, prove me wrong, Trump will be terrible for America, right? That's what you have above
I
your
think we
head.
gave a pretty good reason.
I appreciate the galaxy, yeah. So that's what you have above your head, right?
Isn't that a pretty good reason?
Yeah,
that he
but
intentionally
no, it's
crashed the
not.
market?
It's
No, that's not a good reason.
It's a subjective reason, right? So it's not even it's
that
not
he's
even
going to
according to an
intentionally cause a
objective
recession.
standard.
No, I think it's objectively the case that in a descriptive sense, right, people will be hurt because of the fact that there is a recession. Do you agree with
so
that
you,
at least?
you can't use the term objective and descriptive in the
What?
same sentence.
I can't. Why not?
You
Why
understand-
not?
you understand that those
Wait,
are
like the
mutually,
descriptive
like-
fact that the Earth is round is objectively true. Yeah.
Wait, whoa.
Wait. So are you saying that?
Wait. So you think facts are
I'm
descriptive?
so confused. Why
Wait,
you
you
think
think
that's
facts,
crazy?
Wait, Dean, you think facts like describe things? Is that like?
But wait, are you saying that facts can't be descriptive?
Yeah. So facts are ontological, right? So they're not like when we talk about a fact, right? Like a fact is going to be like this. Look.
Do you think that the Earth is round, Q-Top?
A fact
Can
is
we-
a
can we-
positive
can we agree-
interaction. Okay,
can we
one
agree
second.
that the Earth is
Can I
round?
answer the Wait, a fact is like a positive interactional like status of a proposition, right? So when we talk about what a proposition is a statement that can either be true or false. Now, a fact is going to be the like overall substance of that proposition, right? So facts by definition have to be ontological because facts are conceptual because they have a identity, right? So we wouldn't say that facts are descriptive.
Wait, so
if you say that facts are descriptive,
facts,
then
did you say facts are conceptual?
facts are conceptual. Yes.
Santana, he's doing it to you. So what this
Facts
is?
are
So
ontological.
I call this. What's like a good name for this?
Gibberish generation.
Yeah.
So you're just not going to
I
respond.
call this the gibberish generation. So in other words, all that we're saying is that it's objectively true that people will be hurt by America entering into a recession. Just like
Well,
I
look.
say that it's objectively true the Earth is round.
Yeah, so the first thing is like there's like no like terrestrial like scientific experiment that you can prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
So
you-
that's the
Okay.
first.
Oh yeah, well he's a flat
Right,
earther. I forgot to
right.
tell you
So
that.
the-
He's
so
also
the-
a flat earther.
Oh,
I forgot to tell you that.
So the second,
Yeah, he is a flat
so look,
earther.
I mean, you
I
can-
forgot to mention that one.
I mean, look, you could,
no,
you could
dude.
say some. I mean, look, you could say something against that, but like,
Oh no, dude.
I mean, look, we know the Earth is 11 level topographical
No,
plane
just,
because of
just,
liquid
just
dynamics
stop, just
and
stop,
because
bro.
of
Bro thinks we're in
there's
Minecraft,
literally
bro.
no universal
Where's
No,
the
we are
theory of
not.
gravity on the
Q-Top, Q-Top. We are
quantum
not in
level.
Minecraft. I know the Minecraft movie just dropped, but we are not in Minecraft.
By the way,
I
there's like totally evidence that like a model of the Earth that would exist on a flat plane is false. I mean, it contradicts.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Yeah, it contradicts a 24-hour sun. And
The 24-hour sun doesn't. Okay, 1 second. So we wouldn't say that the Earth is even an object, right? We don't even know what the Earth is. So all the 24-hour sun.
You don't
did
even know what
was
the
it.
Earth is?
Dude, he doesn't know if the Earth is
Yeah,
an
the Earth is
object.
not an
What is
object.
an no Q-Top? What's an object?
Yeah, an object is just some sort of substance.
You don't think the Earth is a substance?
Yeah, so I'm an objective idealist. So I don't. The Earth is not.
What is
so,
a substance? Can you tell me what a substance is?
I mean, it's just gonna be dependent upon whatever philosophical like.
I'm
study
asking you.
you're in.
Yeah,
But,
I love that. How do you
I mean,
use it in this context?
I mean, a substance is something that's like necessarily material.
Necessarily. So you don't think the Earth is necessarily material?
I reject the material world. There's no reason for. Yeah, matter doesn't
Wait,
exist.
this is a real conversation.
So wait,
I can't
so
even
can you
believe this
prove-
is a
wait,
real
so
conversation.
Can you prove there's an external world independent of mine?
No, hold up. What do you mean by proof? Are you saying with certainty?
No, obviously not. The only thing we know for certain
Okay.
is that
Well,
God
yes, I know.
exists.
I know with good evidence that
Yeah,
the
so
Earth
what
is
reason
material.
do you have to assert that there's an external world independent of
Wait,
mine?
what do you mean by material, dude?
Yeah, when I say matter is the idea that there is this external world that exists independent of
You
mine.
don't.
That's
Bro
where
doesn't believe in the external world.
You know, I think there's
That's
one.
where-
Hey, guess what? I think there's one thing that we could agree is not material. Q-Top, you want to know what it is? Your brain.
What's up? Okay, well, I don't. I mean, okay, you just trolling, but I mean, look, Parker, like I just don't understand why this is something that's like so like overwhelming for you guys.
Why it's overwhelming for you to believe that the Earth is flat?
No,
I'm sorry. It's just not a typical day that I engage with people that they believe that the Earth is legitimately flat with the level
mean,
of
so
evidence
what
and
is-
proof that we have today.
Wait, so do you concede that there's like a firmament?
Wait,
What do you mean by
Okay, so
firmament?
wait, so how do we?
Hey,
have,
wait, 1 second, Q-Top. Let Athena speak.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all are like laughing at Q-Top. He is right in saying that the Earth is flat. Like, there's actually a lot of people don't know this. There's actually like an ice wall as well. That
Yes, so real.
Like, yeah, people don't know that there are 37 continents, but the 30 continents are hiding behind an ice wall. But the government like doesn't want anybody to know that. So Q-Top is 100% right. It is flat.
Seriously,
I mean, so
the
look,
government
y'all
I learned
are
about
like
the ice
posing
wall
these
from
like
Jon
counter
Snow.
arguments. Like so, like I'm like really well studying these things, and like I'm not really hearing like counter
Are you?
arguments.
Hey, I have a
I'm
question.
extremely
Q-Top.
well studying these things.
I have a
In
question.
conspiracies?
Like I'm literally this is slight work. I thought y'all was gonna actually come with something. All
Hey,
y'all talk
Q-Top.
about
Hey,
is the
Q-Top.
same
I just have a
point.
question.
Dude,
What's up, Dan?
he literally disputed the notion that like recessions hurt people.
Come on.
Yeah, so y'all not coming up with no
Hey,
such.
hey,
And that the
Q-Top.
Earth is material.
It's a
Like,
1v4.
Q-Top,
and
I
y'all
just
can't
have a
prove
quick
the Earth
question
is
real quick.
material.
I just have a quick
Like,
question.
up?
What are your thoughts on Trump's orange toner?
Yeah, that's a real question.
You said what? What are my thoughts on Trump's orange toner?
Yeah.
I mean, Trump can do whatever he wants to do with his face. Like,
And I guess with the country too, because I mean, apparently, like
Wait,
a recession hurting
can I ask him
people
this question?
isn't bad, right?
Wait, so you're
bro,
cool
Trump
with
is one of the
are
best
you
presidents that
cool
we've
with
ever
Trump?
had.
Wait, are you
I'm
cool
gonna be
with?
honest with
Hold
y'all.
on, hold on,
and
hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hold on,
start
hold on,
going
hold on.
because
Hold
nah,
on.
because y'all.
Are you
look,
cool with Trump as a man wearing makeup?
What's wrong with makeup? Makeup is.
You have
so,
no issue with a man wearing makeup?
I have a problem
Based.
with So look, I have a problem with men wearing makeup that have the wrong intention.
What does that
Wearing
mean?
makeup is so like there's actors that literally wear makeup for their roles, right? And they don't have the wrong intention, right? When you're wearing makeup as
What's
a
the
man,
wrong
Wait,
intention?
so
and you
that's what I
have
was just about to say.
and
How
you
can you have a wrong attention for something that actually is supposed to be an enhancement? That's wild.
I have a feeling that this is going to lead him down into like
Yeah, it's going to. It is.
into
That's exactly where he's going.
into transphobic dialogue. I don't want to get banned off TikTok, so just stop.
I'm not
me
scared of
Q-Top.
anybody. I'm not scared of anybody. So the whole thing
What?
is right. Like,
Where
yeah,
did
I'm
that
not.
one come from?
I'm so
Yeah,
I'm
so
so
what, you know the word phobia. So the word phobia.
No, that's not what it means.
Dude.
No.
Oh my god. Dude.
No, dude, that's not what it means.
I can't.
Oh
I
my
can't.
god.
I can't.
He
I
did not
can't.
just do that.
I can't.
Do you know
You're
what a word
obviously
phobia
equivocating.
comes from?
Hey, Q-Top, you're obviously equivocating. You know that, right?
Wait, do you know
you're
where the word
purposefully
phobia comes
equivocating.
from? No, wait, do you know
Are you
that all words
purposefully
have-
equivocating?
Wait, Parker, do you know that all words have origins though, right?
We don't have, but that doesn't mean I'm always using it in that context.
Okay, 1 second.
You know,
So
clearly
are
when
we-
someone
are
is
we-
using that term, they're not saying scared. Like you've got to use your brain there. You got to know that that's not what the context that they're using it.
Yeah, obviously, right? That's not the point I'm making.
Okay, well then why did you say that?
The point that I'm making is that words have origins, right? And so when you're
Okay,
going to
no one cares. That's not how we were using it.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is that like we can't just change the origin of words, right? Like obviously,
what is the origin of the word top? What's the origin of the word
Wait,
top?
can I just want to we're gonna use this against you real quick because
Mm-hmm.
the origin of the word wife is wif, which is Old English for woman. So would you say that every woman is your wife since you don't
that's
change
incorrect.
the origin of language?
Yeah, that's incorrect. I would need to. So you're saying the origin of the word wife is woman?
Is wif, which was Old English for woman.
Wait, what's the language of that? What is that, like Latin or what?
I don't know that much.
Okay, yeah, well I would need to, because I study like the origins of words. So most words
I studied like the origins of words.
So Parker, bro.
What's the origin of the word top?
So
Can you tell me what that is? What's the origin of the word top?
So, bro, from your worldview, you can't even say words right now. You're trying to critique Trump.
I can't even say words from my worldview. What are you talking about?
Words have an identity.
What commits me to that?
Words have a conceptual identity ontologically. So you literally, so look. So if you don't presuppose a necessary identity state that dictates what is, what cannot be, you do not have any foundation ontologically to even speak.
Dude,
right?
That doesn't even make any sense. That why would I accept that?
Wait, also, does words not change when you actually like when it's a compound word? Like if you take two separate words and put them together, I mean, wouldn't that change the identity? Wouldn't it give it like more meaning? I'm confused about your concept of words.
Yeah, and then also, like, whatever he was saying, he basically was yielding the conclusion that we can't speak. So I'm making sure he can't speak, because I want to make sure that his argument, I want to make sure his argument is valid and sound, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Austin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Let's see if
he thinks hydrophobic means fear of water.
Exactly.
Dude, wait, that's a good one. Sam, thank you so much for the 20 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying amazing news. OpenAI is countersuing Elon Musk because they had enough of him. Elon's getting destroyed now. Dude, that's awesome, Sam. Great. OpenAI. Thank you so much for the love, Sam.
By the way, for the people in the chat, like this person, we know for sure this person's not a troll. Like I know people genuinely think he's a troll. He's not. He's being totally serious. He's actually 100% serious.
Also, I don't actually believe that the Earth is flat, y'all, because I got some hate comments. Not gonna lie. So.
No. Enzi, thank you for the 5 for the tinfoil hat. Yeah, I needed that because my wife gets upset that I use.
This is just like a 1v5. Like y'all haven't brought up any point. Trump is
Kathy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much,
president
Kathy.
that has ever existed.
Okay.
Do y'all know what Trump has done for the African?
Do you know how to
Look,
count? You said 1v5.
I was just about to say that.
No, it is 1v5.
Who's the fifth person?
The chat. Y'all got the
Wait,
chat.
the
chat counts as one person?
Wait, why does
the 12th man?
Yeah, why does the chat only count as one person?
It's one entity.
I know, that's what I said. That's what I said. I'm like one person.
It's one entity. Look, because words are subjective, right? So the way that I was referring to it was one entity because I can change the context of words.
What's an entity? What's an entity?
It doesn't matter what the word means,
Q-Top, what's an entity?
Change the context of the word to mean what I want it to mean.
Q-Top, in that context, what did you mean in terms of saying entity?
Then also, is
one body.
Is my
one
YouTube
body.
chat a separate body?
Body? They don't have one body.
They don't have one body.
Yes, they do. It's one body.
No, they don't.
What?
You can call a group of people a body. Yes, you can. Have you not heard of that? You can call a group of people
but a group of people.
What
so
are you
that
talking about?
Okay. So you're just saying a group of people?
Yeah, that's one body.
Why did you forget about the
yeah.
YouTube chat?
But
So
you were
there's
talking
two
about
groups of people.
So why is everyone else quantified by an individual person and not a group of people?
Yeah,
We
can't
would
we
all
just be a group of
classify as
people?
one.
Yeah, what about
one
me,
v
Cody?
one?
This
You're
is a
one v
1v1.
one.
Yes, you're 1v1ing right now.
You're
because
1v1ing
me,
right now.
Parker Santana, Athena in the chat. We are all one body.
We're all one.
Yeah, it's a 1v1.
I mean, look,
Or a
no,
group of
that's
people.
but that's not the categorical distinction I was making.
Where do you?
That's not the categorical distinction I was making. So y'all sit up here laughing, but y'all have literally not supplied one point of why Trump's not the best president of the United States.
Intentionally crashing the markets or intentionally causing a recession isn't indicative of them being like.
How did Trump
preferable?
intentionally cause a recession?
Guys, hold on. I gotta get out of here. I appreciate y'all. Catch you guys later.
Santana,
See ya.
thanks
Love
for
you,
joining,
Athena.
man.
Yep. See you guys.
Bye, Santana.
And also, just while we have Athena up here real quick, I'm pretty sure that Q-Top was in the middle of saying that Donald Trump has been one of the best presidents for African Americans. I just want to like clarify. Is that something they were like in the middle of saying but then got cut off?
What I'm saying is forget African Americans. Trump has been the best president for all American people ever to ever live.
Ever live, really?
Ever live?
Okay, but like I just want to like I heard you were saying Donald Trump is the best president for and then you got like somebody else started talking like that, like the rest of that sentence wasn't going to be African Americans.
Yeah, it's inclusive of all people, but African Americans specifically. Yeah.
Okay, so he does think that.
So it's inclusive for all people, though.
Where do we like even want to start?
So much.
Dean, you're funny, bro. Dean, I'm gonna be honest, bro. You came a long way, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You done came a long way, but you still a fool though. you still ain't got nothing to substance, bro.
Are you gonna wait? You're not engaging in substance? Okay.
Nah, because I want why Trump's not the best president. Like I thought y'all
we already gave you one. Like
bro.
his tariffs.
I'm a political analyst. I do this, bro. I'm a political analyst. I do this, bro. And I'm a philosopher. I do this, bro. I'm Charlie Kirk's cousin, bro. Like literally, bro, they know me. They know me, bro. I know Charlie Kirk.
What are you talking about? Are you okay? Q-Top, are you okay? Like I really doubt that, to be honest with you.
All right, bro.
We're talking about Charlie Kirk the bigot, right?
Bro, Charlie Kirk is.
Yeah, he's a bigot.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk, the guy that said that he wouldn't trust a airline pilot if they were black.
No, but you also know that Charlie Kirk is the same.
And he did say that. I could give you the context.
Charlie Kirk is also the same person who tried claiming that Trump was not racist because he once dated a black woman.
Really? He did that?
I swear Charlie Kirk said that. He tried
Please
to
give me the source.
He tried to
Please
say that Trump
said that.
Yeah, he uploaded like a list of reasons as to why Trump is not racist. But one of the points was that he once dated a black woman. Charlie Kirk also found
that is a good reason for why somebody's not racist.
He has had I don't know why.
That is a really good reason for why somebody's not racist. According to the definition of racist.
I understand you're not used to letting women finish, but at this point, like you literally have to like let me finish, right? Q-Top. Anyways, Charlie Kirk is also the same person who had a Turning Point USA employee working for him who said, and I quote, "I hate black people, like F them all. I hate blacks, end of story." Crystal Clanton was her name. She was an employee for Turning Points USA. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's like a whole list of reasons as to why Charlie Kirk is a racist, including his own like organization, Turning Point.
I mean, I don't like all black people either. I don't like all white people either. I don't like all Asian people either. I mean, it's always gonna be people I like. The Bible talks about loving your enemies, but it's some people I don't like. So that's just to say because I'm black, I'm supposed to automatically like all black people. That's a fallacy, and that's a
no.
You're Christian, though, right?
You're not letting me finish now. Okay? Yeah, you're not letting me finish. So I just want to finish my phrase.
Maybe you don't deserve to finish.
Yeah, you're not entitled to that.
Yeah.
I'm not entitled to finish.
Nah.
So bro, I thought y'all was really gonna come with some substantive specificity.
I just want to clarify.
Because y'all couldn't debate me on the philosophy because y'all don't want to go to the
you
philosophy.
respond to somebody that said that they hate all black people by saying that you don't like all black people. You think that those two claims are the same?
No, I don't believe that.
Especially when we would understand like you're going to pre-assume some reason that you don't like some black. It has nothing to do with their race, nothing to do with the color of their skin, nothing to do with their expression of phenotypical attributes. But like, meanwhile, when this X employee said that she does not like all black people, it was literally because of their race, because of the color of their skin, because of the expression of phenotypical traits?
Yeah, so I would give you two coherent responses here. The first response I'd give you is that I would need to see some sort of proof that these things actually occurred. The second response is I'm not necessarily saying that the claim or the particular point that I raised was like in somehow synergistic with the point that Covey was raising, right? All I was essentially saying is that I don't like all black people either. So if somebody said that they don't like black people, right? I
Oh
don't
my
like all black people.
God. Jesus,
So
is
so
racism bad?
is racism bad by what standard?
Oh my God, bro! You can't even answer that
Racism
question by your
racism is
own standard to yourself. Or do you think it's
okay. So
bad?
yeah, so anytime you ask a question, just understand that you're gonna be operating
He's
from the Christian.
asking you the
Yeah, you're gonna
question.
be
I think
operating
that's
from the.
implied in the
You're
statement.
you're gonna have to operate from the Christian worldview. So if you're
Oh,
asking me a question
he's
that
asking you, a
it,
Christian, so obviously
well, no, that you don't. You can be doing an external critique or internal critique,
he's
Parker.
asking you the
Yes, to
question.
clarify. But Parker, would you acknowledge that if somebody asks you a question, they have to at least
I would,
explain
I
their
would,
position?
I would very much likely assume that they are talking to me and asking me about my position on the matter.
Yeah, Parker, you can ask somebody your position, but they still can be coming from an external or internal critique lens, right? It like even if if I ask you like Parker,
Okay, let me go
like
ahead and rephrase my question. Do you think racism is bad?
yeah, by the objective standard of morality, yeah, it's bad.
Is it
Now he can answer the question, by the way.
is it racist to say that you don't like black people?
Is it racist to say that you don't like black people? Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
What?
Not
Yes, it
necessarily.
is.
Not
It
necessarily.
is.
It
It
depends
is.
on the
It is
context.
not. It is
It
not
depends on the
racist to
context. It
say.
depends on the
It is.
context.
No, no, no. The context here is that
It
if you
depends
hate
on
a
the
person,
context.
no, no. The context here is that if you hate a person who happens to be black, then it would not be racist. If you are hating black people in general for being black, then it is racist. That is a context. When this person here, which is specifically Crystal Clanton, by the way, when she's saying "f all blacks," right? End of story. That is here. That is her hating black people for existing within black bodies, and that is therefore racism. I don't know why you're trying to like Philbro
Well,
racism. It's
not
just
not.
a
I
bit
mean, I'm not
weird
really
to
trying to
me.
filter anything. I think I'm
You
trying to like
are.
unpack like what you mean when you say certain
I,
things.
I mean, can you
'Cause,
can
like,
you please unpack the meaning of "f all blacks"? Can you please explain to the 8,000 people here what that means when somebody says "f all blacks"? Please,
yeah.
I
So
don't understand English. Explain to me what "f all blacks" mean.
hey, look, I'm trying to engage with this interlocutor without getting like really emotional here. Look,
Nobody's
it just
emotional
seems
here.
like right. You're bringing up some claim. Okay, I'm trying to like understand right what you mean when you say racism, because in my eyes, racism has to do with like you are intentionally discriminating against somebody, right?
No.
Anybody can say words. Okay, well, one second. You're saying no. I'm giving you the way that I'm using the word, just like how Parker said. Look, I'm using the word phobia in this particular way, even though that's not derivative of the actual origin of the word. When I say the word racism, okay, it's going to be denoting some intentional discrimination, some action that's actually happening, not just a word that's being said. Anybody can say words. Anybody can say words out their
Oh
mouth.
my God. So if a crazy
Like,
white guy said, I hate all inward hard R's, that would not be an example of racism?
yeah, it depends on the context, but not to me. Not to me, genuinely, not to me. Unless he is actively discriminating against black people, he's entitled to say whatever he wants to say, right? Unless that is a physical action, he's entitled to literally say whatever he wants to say. Like
Yeah.
literally, everybody's entitled
So
to say whatever they want. See, this is the problem. See, this is no 1 second because I want to guys.
Yeah.
Please give me the floor. This is the problem with the left.
No, bro.
Okay,
I'm taking your floor. This is the problem with the right.
I'm about to get kicked,
I
bro.
give you an example.
no, you're not about to get kicked.
Look,
I'm
guys,
taking the floor from you, and this is a problem with the right. I give you an example of like a crazy white guy saying that I hate all N-word hard R's, and you're like, no, that's not racist. He's entitled to say whatever he wants to say. But then as soon as a trans woman calls themselves a woman, right, you absolutely fucking lose it, and you vote a fascist into office because you don't like it.
But the issue here is not whether they're entitled to say it. You said, is it racist or not? Like, regardless of if they're entitled to say it or not, like, the question here is that if it's racist. And like the idea that racism requires intention is just like a very deeply flawed misconception. It is a common misconception, but it's very deeply flawed because racism doesn't necessarily need intention in order for it to be racist. So like for example, the white medical student who believes that black people have a higher pain tolerance and decides to operate through that prism and then ends up harming a black person and engaging in racism, they don't necessarily intend to hate black people, but they still harm black people. That's what racism is.
So I would like to make like two points here. So like the first point is this is a problem that I see from the left. All my MAGA people, this is the problem with the left, right? The left, they
listen to the flat earther.
They not only
Nobody's listening
you can't
to
prove you literally can't prove that we're on a spinning water ball floating
keep saying that. Keep saying that. That's definitely going to get people to believe you.
Spiraling through a vacuum.
Yep. Now people finally believe that you're accurate.
Rotating around the
people
sun.
believe you're saying factual stuff now.
You literally are just you're.
I'm sorry. Is this like the Q-Top show? Can you address any of the points that were made?
I was going
instead
to
of like
the show
monologuing to like into the void.
I'm literally addressing the point.
Okay,
so
because you're screaming into the void right now, and nobody's listening to you.
I'm
Everybody
screaming.
thinks you're a weirdo.
I'm not screaming at all. I'm actually very
No,
calm.
you're just address the points, literally.
Yeah, I could if you would just be quiet. So look.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah. So the whole thing is right. This is a problem that we see from the left, right? The problem with the left is that they not only twist each other, but they literally take words way too far. Like, y'all, people are entitled to say what they want to say. That's not racist, right? Racism is always going to imply intentionality, right? In the context that I was using the word. Also, if you just look up the dictionary definition, Oxford definition, it says prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, right? So this is going to imply intentionality. Literally, this always implies intentionality.
No.
So what we have here is we have weak leftists who literally just take what people say. And by the way, Dean, that was a total category error, excuse me, because you cannot compare a man claiming himself to be a woman to some.
But ironically, you cannot like say.
Can I address one thing that he said about dictionaries?
You cannot.
This is a
Why am I getting muted?
misconception. Yeah. This is a misconception about dictionaries, right? People think that dictionaries give us like the actual definition of words, but dictionaries are not prescriptive. They're descriptive, which means they describe how people are using the language within like colloquially everyday language, rather than actually dictating how language should be used. So, which is precisely why even within academia, you don't actually use dictionaries if you want to learn the definition of a term or even like actual actual concepts.
Now?
So yeah, no, within academia, actually dictionaries are not used. You know who says that, Q-Top? No. You know who says that? You know who says that, Q-Top?
You better correct that.
You know who says that, Q-Top? You know who says that? The dictionaries themselves. If you actually read the fucking dictionaries themselves, the dictionaries themselves literally state that they are not prescriptive, but instead descriptive, right? And I actually am in academia, and within academia, dictionaries are not used, right? So when it comes to descriptive dictionaries, they don't actually define words. They just track and reflect these changes because languages constantly change instead of resisting them. Okay, so I don't know why you're using the dictionary definition for racism instead of using the sociological definition for racism.
And then I'd also like to point out, like, even if like Q-Top was to be right and Athena was to be wrong, you still have like an issue on your hands because you said that a white guy intentionally saying that he hates all hard R's is not racist. However, even under the definition of racism that you provided to me, that would be racist. So you actually don't hold to the definition of racism that comes from dictionaries either, Mr. Q-Top. So I'd suggest you concede to Athena, apologize to her, and recognize that you are also rejecting the dictionary definition of racism.
Yeah, so two parts here. The first thing is that what Athena said was just totally nonsensical, you guys. So there's literally
You're
things like
also rejecting the dictionary definition of racism.
I'm not rejecting.
Yes, you are, because you said that a white man screaming the hard R, saying that he hates all hard R's, is not racist. However, in accordance with the dictionary definition of racism that you provided to us, that would be racist, as that would be discriminatory and antagonistic.
Wait, how is that discriminatory?
What is discrimination?
Yeah, I'll literally just give you the formal definition right now if you want it. Since we're going to formal definitions, because I took it to the dictionary, I'll just pull the dictionary definition. A unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people. So how are you unjustly treating somebody by saying that?
By using a slur to refer to them and saying that you hate them?
Wait 1 second. You're not you never implied that they know that, or that they heard you say that, or that
Hey, Q-Top, I hate Jesus.
There's so many presuppositions.
I hate Jesus. I hate Jesus. Is that disrespectful?
Well, I mean, that's just gonna condemn you to hell, bro. It's not. Is
that disrespectful? Do you take any disrespect in that statement? When I say the term
it's
"I
not
hate
disrespectful to
Jesus,"
me.
if I say the term "I hate Jesus," does that show any disrespect to you?
No.
Clearly it
not
does,
at all.
right? That's clearly disrespectful,
Parker,
correct?
don't put words in. Whoa. So see, are we having like an actual like, intellectually honest debate?
Wait. So saying that you hate all people that aren't white is racist and will condemn you to hell since Jesus wasn't white, and that would include him.
Wait. Wait, what did you say, D?
Jesus wasn't white. So I mean, if somebody says that they hate all white people, like they're going to hell.
I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. What did you say, D?
You just said that you just said that Parker saying that he hates Jesus will send him to hell. So if somebody says that they hate all non-white people, they're going to hell because Jesus wasn't white.
Okay, that's interesting, but no, not at all. So that's actually a false equivocation. That's a false equivocation fallacy. So we have to talk about the different categorical distinctions right now, right? So what Parker said was that he hates Jesus. I said that condemns him to hell because that is literally blasphemy, right? Now somebody's saying that
Wait. I have a question. Is blasphemy?
Can I finish my phrase? But go ahead.
No. Blasphemy is unforgivable, right?
Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable.
Oh, and that's what I did, right?
No, you didn't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. You blasphemed. So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is when you live your life.
Jesus is not equivalent to the Holy Spirit, but somehow they're the same God.
Yep.
You say so. Jesus is relatively identical. So we use predicate calculus. A can be the same X as B if and only if X is the sum of the intrinsic properties of A and B. So essentially, Jesus and the Father and the Holy Spirit are relatively identical to the divine essence. So you can't distinguish between the persons and the essence because the persons are the essence. So Jesus is not so there.
Okay, so then it would be the case that if I'm referring to Jesus, I'm referring to the Holy Spirit, correct?
It depends on the predicate that you're using.
If I'm referring, answer this question directly. If I'm referring to Jesus, am I referring to the Holy Spirit?
Jesus is divine essence.
If you refer to the S, okay, yeah. So that's different. So I'm saying are you talking about person or are you talking about essence? Because those are two distinct things. And
if I say I hate the Holy Spirit, is that good enough?
Parker, what I'm trying to tell you is that's not blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Parker, you got to stop saying.
I'm asking you, and because you said it was blasphemy.
Yeah.
So who am I blaspheming when I say I hate the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're blaspheming God. So the thing is, right?
Not the Holy Spirit.
God is three persons. Yeah.
Am I blaspheming the Holy Spirit when I say I hate the Holy Spirit?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so then so by that definition, it's an unforgivable sin, right? Is that worse than murder?
No, Parker, but that's okay, Parker. That's not. Look, you're not understanding what I mean when I say blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, right? Okay. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit does not actually mean you say something negative against the person of the Holy Spirit. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit in the context of the book of Hebrews.
If I commit blasphemy towards the Holy Spirit, that's not blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
That's not what it means in Hebrews 10. So let me explain. Yeah. So Hebrews 10, when it says that the only unforgivable sin is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, it's going to be referring to you living you living your life in unrepentant sin and then you dying. And when you die in a state of living your life in unrepentant sin, in which God has given you countless opportunities through the gospel to repent, but you have turned away and you live your life in continual unrepentant sin, then that's when you are condemned. You have blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
So Donald Trump, who hasn't ever repented because he says that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Wait, what did you say about Donald Trump?
Because he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Donald Trump has, I believe, I have a reason to believe Donald Trump has asked God for forgiveness.
He said on C-SPAN that he hasn't.
Yeah, hey.
When did Donald Trump say he's
By the way, Dean, I'm sorry. Can we go back to the? I just checked because he said I was dumb, right? For like bringing up the fact that dictionaries don't necessarily know how to define words.
Well, you don't want to run this point, Kobe. You don't want to run this point.
No, I actually do. I actually
I
do.
promise you don't, bro. I promise.
Trust me. I feel like he doesn't know who I am. So if we go to Oxford dictionaries,
Oh my
they themselves say that their dictionary is descriptive. And they
It
don't
doesn't.
even know. So yeah. So they say, how do you know what a word means? Oxford itself is saying we don't always know. And they say that their dictionaries are descriptive and not prescriptive. In other words, when they're defining a word, they combine their understanding of how it is used currently within language with an analysis of resources such as Oxford English Corpus.
That boy Dean getting
And
big.
then when we do go to Merriam-Webster, I don't know why you're laughing. When we go to Merriam-Webster,
People laugh when they lose.
yeah. So when they go to Merriam-Webster, they also say the same thing, right? They see that Merriam-Webster is a descriptive dictionary and that it aims to describe and indicate how words are actually used within English. Generally, descriptive approach does not dictate how words should be used or set forth rules of correctness, unlike a prescriptive approach. So I was actually right? When it comes to the word racism, the dictionary definition that you just used is a descriptive definition. And when it comes to descriptive definitions, they aim to record how language is used in everyday life and not how it ought to be used or understood in a scholarly, legal, or activist like context. So a basic dictionary may define racism as just prejudice or discrimination based on race, which reflects common usage, but it actively fails to include systemic power, historical context, or institutionalized inequality. So that would be like describing a tornado as a bit of wind. Technically, that's true, but it's wildly insufficient. Q-top,
Hey,
right?
Hey, Q-top, real quick.
So
What
you
is
just
what?
said a
No!
whole
Stop!
bunch of-
Stop! What is 4 plus 4?
8.
Yeah, she ate you the fuck up. Now get off my live. All right, we're gonna go to get the next guest up in here. Yeah.
Can I say something, by the way?
Go for
Can I
it.
say something?
Go for it.
Can I announce something?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is really good news. I've been keeping it to myself, but because the editors passed on the manuscript, so now I can like tell people. I'm gonna be published in a journal. In like a Brill journal, like an academic Brill journal. I just wanted to tell y'all that. So I'm like really fucking excited. I will try to send y'all after I'm done like the article that I wrote, but it's a 10-page article about identity, cultural exchange when it comes to identity, especially, and how fluid identities are. So I just wanted to say that I keep my like private life to myself, but this is the first time I'm gonna be.
The moment that is
published.
published, join my live, okay? and we're gonna make sure that everybody knows exactly where to find it. All right.
Seriously, I'm so happy for you. That's fucking
awesome.
so cool. That's so
Thank
cool.
you.
I just have a question. Like, I'm confused.
Anna, real
like,
quick, do you support Trump?
Not. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Feel free to join like the Discord, ask a question. I'm in there. Parker's in there. A lot of great people are in there. We are just looking to debate individuals that did vote for Trump, but I do appreciate you for joining, Anna. But Athena, that is fucking phenomenal. And thank you so much for joining the live today. And make sure to join back as soon as that is published.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Bye.
awesome.
I'm gonna drop down.
So yeah, what's going on, Brandon? Do you support Trump? Mr. Brandon is not here, quite frankly. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Parker, how are we doing today?
Doing good. Doing good.
Great. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. While we do, I'd really like to thank Kristen with a $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat saying, let's make the earth round again. That's right, Kristen. Thank you so much for the $20, as well as Kay with the $20. Thank you, Kristen and Kay, for the $20 both. Everybody, please show some love to Kristen and Kay. And Mew Mew with the $50 YouTube Super Chat. Oh my God. In the Bible, it states that Matthew 5:16 to let your light shine before men and that they may see your good works and they should glorify your Father in heaven. This would also include loving your neighbors. Sorry, I wanted to say this. No, Mew Mew, I appreciate you for saying that. Let's get 500 Mew Mew W's and a bunch of W's for Kristen and Kay now. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the live right now, you guys. So if you are in that queue, make sure that you do indeed and support Trump. And if you're one of the 8,000 people watching and you want to come up here and debate, literally just drop a MAGA down in that comment section. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Also, I just want to say thank you, Ariana. Thank you so much for the $4.44. Peter or Parker, sorry. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Maylee, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. And Pamela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $35. Thank you so much. And Austin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, y'all. Give me some W's for everyone in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, y'all.
EM, what's up? Do you support Trump?
You've just got your noodles coming still, but you can start eating. I'll get you a drink here in a second.
Looks like he's making some food. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Next guest is loading up right now. We got Jack Hayes loading into it live. If you're one of the 8,000 people watching, first and foremost, make sure that we're double tapping. Spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to join. You guys know the drill. What's going on, Mr. Jack? Do you support Mr. Liberation Day, destroy the economy? Orange Menace, Donald J. Trump.
I'm not to like full extremes. I want to make that clear. I'm not in all
How old are you?
like total. What's that?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2003.
Okay, math is bad. Moving on to the next guest, we got Jake. Oh my gosh,
that's so rough.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you for the $1.23. Thank you so much.
Bad math, very bad math. Quite frankly, very bad math. Very bad math. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. They're loading up as we speak, literally right now. What's going on? Honestly, probably the most preferable troll. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you're gonna come up with, yeah. Like, dude, W them. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just gonna give us one moment. I don't know why there's absolutely zero Trump supporters that are willing to debate us. It looks like they're scared. Isn't that crazy that we could be broadcasting to over 10,000 people simultaneously on both the TikTok and the YouTube right now? And for whatever fucking reason, there's not one person that wants to come up here and tell us why they support the president, right? Isn't that crazy, you guys? Not one person.
Crazy.
So crazy. What's going on, Mace? You support Trump?
Yeah, man, I do. I actually do.
Oh, dude, take it away. Tell us why, sir. After I thank
right.
Nicole for her $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Nicole. And
Absolutely.
Hannah with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you, Hannah and Nicole.
First thing, all due respect to you guys, right? No disrespect at all. Not trying to disrespect you guys and your views on the world, but so currently I run a little business, and we import products from China.
Your business is in the ground.
No, it's not. That's the whole point. It's not. So actually what happens is those manufacturers send them to the vendors, and the vendors have to swallow the pill, right? So they're the ones that have to deal with the tariff, not the customers, because if the customers lose, if they lose their customers, they can't do business. So what I believe is going to happen,
but they
with
can't
the
do
tariff,
business by absorbing the tariff. Do you think that these vendors that sell the goods to their customers have profit margins over?
They can't absorb the tariff,
145%?
so they're going to go somewhere else. That's my whole point. I think they're going to go to a different country.
Yes.
Well, that's what you have to do. Figure it out. Yeah. You haven't done it yet, right?
Parker, I'm gonna
What do you mean?
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Parker, you take over.
Go ahead.
I'll be right
so
back,
where are
Jack.
you gonna get your shit from?
The same vendor that leaves China and goes
From
to
China?
another country.
So okay, but the tariff is still placed on them, right?
No, not on the other countries that aren't going to be tariff due to the negotiation on the pause.
Okay, so it's not going from China to the United States.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm just saying I don't
So then
necessarily.
there would be a huge tariff on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so then are you really getting goods from there? Because you would.
No,
have
we're
been
not going to
impacted by the
import.
tariff.
We're not going to import from China anymore.
Where?
That's
Where are
the
you
whole
gonna import
point.
from?
Where do you? So those
Where are you at?
manufacturers.
Mace,
where do
I
you
asked
think they're going to move?
where-
if they
Mace,
do, okay, I'm
Mace, I
sorry.
asked you a question. Where are you going to import from?
The same vendor that leaves that country. Maybe they come to the United States. That's the whole idea of the tariff, because we need manufacturing.
You won't be able.
How do
you
you
won't be able
support
to
an
get it from
economy?
them. You won't be able to get it from them because it is the case that they have to change their production, which takes time. So you're not going to be able to get it from them right now. So right now you
we can right now. The vendors are swallowing the pill until they move their manufacturing to other places.
100%.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I keep seeing people that are saying iPhones are going to sell for 10,000. That's not realistic. They're going to have to leave.
Never said 10,000, but it will take time for them to leave, and in that time, the prices are going to go up. So absolutely, the prices
Slightly,
will go up.
not
When you say
they're
slightly.
You're going to lose your
the
customers.
prices-
That's
the
the whole
prices
point.
would absolutely go up. The only reason
Not to the
You're
extent
not
you
listening.
think, though.
What extent do you think I said?
I'm assuming you're talking about the 125% tariff that will.
It's actually 145%.
Yeah, like
Oh, okay.
what When did I say that like it's going to be a certain amount of inflation given that level of tariff?
Catch me up to speed. What's he arguing?
He's just kind of like just shit showing everywhere.
Okay, stop shit showing.
Shit
Tell us why.
showing?
Oh, wait, stop shit showing. Tell us why Donald Trump is a good president. Tell us why you support him.
Because the tariffs are going to move manufacturing back to the United States. Manufacturing gets moved back to the United States, and all of a
That
sudden
can only
our
happen
economy
if they're
becomes a better
implemented.
country.
They're not implemented anymore. He took them away. He paused them for 90 days. Right? That means that
Due
it's
to
not increasing
negotiation,
domestic.
they're going to negotiate.
But the tariffs will only increase domestic production if the tariffs have been implemented.
Yeah, here's the deal. So you're saying that these tariffs, which you think were implemented intending to negotiate down the tariffs that other countries have imposed on us, that's actually antithetical and contradictory with the goal of more American manufacturing. The reason being is that in order to achieve more American manufacturing under your view as caused by tariffs, those tariffs need to stay in place. Okay? But in order to achieve negotiation with other countries, insofar as getting them to reduce their tariffs on us, we need to be willing to let those tariffs go because that's what negotiation
absolutely.
is.
Can we all agree?
So basically what you're telling me here is that no, these tariffs are not going to drive any more manufacturing to America because we have to be willing to let those tariffs go to negotiate with other countries. And if we're willing to let those tariffs go to negotiate with other countries, those tariffs are definitely not going to stay in place in the long term, meaning that manufacturing will not be brought back to America in the long term. And because they're incentivized as a tool for negotiation right now, obviously, no manufacturers are going to move to America now because it costs billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to build the factories. Why would they spend billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to start building more factories in America when these tariffs are nothing more than an intermediary tool to be used to negotiate trade agreements with other countries, and which they will obviously be let go if these trade agreements are made.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think that no tariffs on any country should be the way that things go.
So
I
then
think
they're
it's
not going to
unfair.
bring back any manufacturing
That's just not true. How do you know that?
because they have to stay in place in order to bring back any manufacturing. They have to be immovable, permanent, and the countries that are producing elsewhere have
They're
to have
going to
a lot
move
of
where their
confidence in
buyers are. They're going to go to where their customers are, which is
what
the
you're saying.
United
It doesn't
States. There's a
fucking
reason
matter.
our GDP is as high as it is. If you can't do business in the United States, you're not going to do well.
Stop. In order for tariffs to incentivize companies to build manufacturing plants in America, the tariffs have to be immovable and permanent, and manufacturers outside of America have to have confidence in that. Okay? If they are not immovable, if they are not permanent, and manufacturers outside of America do not have confidence in that, not a single company will start spending billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to build manufacturing plants here. So no.
Because it can be just turned away by the next president.
Or used as a negotiation tool by this president, which means they have to be willing to let them go. So no, your argument is false. In fact, it disproves itself. If you accept that these tariffs are being used as a tool for negotiation, you deny that these tariffs will drive any more manufacturing to our country. Tariffs that are used as leverage for negotiation will never be tariffs that incentivize more domestic production of goods via manufacturers moving into our country. You could say that they incentivize.
It's one or the other. You have to pick one. And the fact is that Donald Trump.
Sorry, Parker. I was trying to unmute him and it muted you. TikTok Al.
The fact is that Donald Trump's trying to play both messaging so that he can do whatever he feels like at the moment.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
You guys eat up either or.
Yeah. I don't know if I necessarily agree with. I mean.
How could you disagree?
How would they? Okay, yeah, I get it. So manufacturing is more expensive in the United States due to labor versus how China is, right?
This is not relevant to our conversation.
Yes, it completely is, because look, if China decides that they're going to continue to tariff us, then they're not gonna, bro. They're literally, look, fucking A, bro. God damn it. I'm stuttering. Hold on. Our vendors that we're using currently are eating up that tariff. If they continue to eat up that tariff, they're not going to be able to afford it anymore. They have to go elsewhere because that's not going to go anywhere. If you can't do business in the United States, you're not going to do business anywhere else. Not as efficiently. Not when you have so many
because there's lower
US
global
buyers.
demand.
Okay, my whole point is what I think is going to happen is they're going to move. to different places to start manufacturing things and
But
do
not to
business with
America.
us.
They're gonna
And
take the path of least resistance to stay. They're gonna take the path of least resistance to stay in business, turning a profit while these tariffs are imposed before trade negotiations are met. If Donald Trump is telling the truth and he's successful in doing so, the path of least resistance is not to spend billions of dollars to move a continent into North America to start American manufacturing. That's not going to happen.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying.
Do you have any other reasons why you support Trump?
I mean, yeah, I think that, spending money on proxy wars wasn't very good for the United States in terms
I thought that supporting Ukraine was great.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we want to defend humanitarian complications on the global stage, and I think that Russia ethnically cleansing and attempting to annex and steal Ukraine from Ukraine and Ukrainian individuals is definitely a humanitarian concern, but it's also a national security concern, because it's not like if we stop supporting Ukraine that everybody just goes away, goes home. No, that's when the rest of NATO steps up, and then all of a sudden we have the slippery slope where UK boots may be on the ground in Ukraine, which gives Russia more incentive to just straight up start World War III by starting a war with the UK, France, or other NATO countries. So, I mean, at the end of the day, supporting Ukraine is good for humanitarian concerns and national security concerns.
Okay, yeah, but not for us though, in terms of inflation, right? Because spending $90 billion is going to raise our inflation.
Oh, so you must have definitely voted for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump's policy cost an estimated $11 trillion more than hers.
For Ukraine.
No, for all their policy.
Oh,
8 to 9 trillion.
Wait,
according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
8 to 9 trillion. You're talking in the last term.
No, that's
the last term plus this next term that's going to come up.
Mm-hmm.
Estimated by the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, comparative to Harris's campaign plans.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying I don't find it. I find it a little ironic to fund the military-industrial complexes
Donald Trump wants to do that more.
I just don't think that's true. Like we're not supporting more.
He said it himself. He put it on Agenda 47. You're just denying reality when you.
Okay. All right, man.
Also, AMA, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube super chat. Jacob with the $20 and Tyler with the $20. Let's get at least 2,000 W's for AMA, Jacob, and Tyler, guys. Thank you all so very much. And if you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, keep it going for 4 hours a day, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. You could also find it in the pin message on the YouTube stream. I get 100% over there as well. And I only get about, 40 to 70% of the super chat donations. I figured out last week they take a lot, so Venmo and PayPal is definitely preferable. And I do appreciate everyone so much for the love. But anyways, if you think that spending money is bad because inflation, Donald Trump spent twice as much in his first term compared to Biden and Harris's first term. And then the proposed policy of Kamala Harris cost significantly less than all of the proposed policy of Donald Trump, meaning that she was better for government expenditure, meaning under your view, she's better for inflation.
No. Back to the whole
what was I wrong about? You just said no to what was
specifically? I don't know if that's completely accurate, man. I don't have fucking proof right in front of me.
I'll give you the proof. CRBF. Just look up Trump v. Biden CRBF government expenditure, and you will have it literally right in front of you. Insofar as a comparison of the last two administrations and how much they spent, Donald Trump's administration spent $8.6 trillion. Joe Biden spent $4.6 trillion. Out of Donald Trump's administration, $4.8 trillion of that was non-COVID related. Out of Biden and Harris's, $2.2 trillion of that was non-COVID related. Those are the facts, sir. Now they are right in front of you. If you literally lift a fucking finger and go to Google and type in CRBF, Trump v. Biden government expenditure.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that, man. But to go back to the whole negotiation thing, so Business Insider released something that said, an article that had released that 75 countries are wanting to negotiate with the United States to actually lower their tariffs and get it under a plan. Why would that not be beneficial?
Doesn't surprise me. So I think the outcome of trade agreements with other countries, if it occurs, will be beneficial. But I just think trying to achieve that through blanket tariffs that destroy global markets and cause our country to barrel towards a recession is
and they hurt our relations with other countries.
Yeah, it's and hurt our relationship with other countries. Good point, Parker. Is the most harmful way to achieve that goal. Let me ask you a question. Let's say that your friend has a $5 speaker that you like and you want it. What are you gonna do? Offer him $10 or put a gun to the back of his head?
Offer him $10.
Right, and if you put a pew pew
Yeah.
to the back of his head, you'd be fucking crazy. Even if you ended up getting the speaker, which was your goal, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, he might help. He might work with you for that, but he won't work with you for future things.
Yeah, exactly.
So why would we expect any of these countries to
Yeah,
work with us
okay,
in
I
the
see what you're
future,
saying. I see
given
what
that
you're
they're
saying.
not threatened? If it is the case that we've then normalized in this relationship that we're threatening them, because typically you don't want to like threaten your friends and allies. Like that's kind of like a really weird thing.
Yeah, you could achieve like lower tariffs between countries through trade agreements.
Yeah, I agree. I think they could have
like
took the
even
approach.
Donald Trump did that too. He
Mm-hmm.
brokered the USMCA under his first term. Even he is capable of it. Okay, tariffs hurt everybody. Trade agreements help everybody. So yeah, that's my take.
I think if they could negotiate enough down, but like, I mean, if they took a less aggressive approach from the start with it, like obviously, I think the tariffs I think will come into good effect after a certain amount of time, but
That's
currently,
just cope. It's just cope, man.
how is that cope? It's
Because there's no reason.
if
to
they're
believe it.
not,
There's
if
absolutely
those
no reason to believe
foreign
it. It's
countries
just-
don't tariff us, what's going to happen?
What?
If they don't, if they don't tariff us, what's going to happen? Their product's going to become cheaper.
This is like saying that putting the pew pew to the back of your friend's head to get the speaker would be good after a certain amount of time. That certain amount of time being when you get the speaker from them. Like no, that's still bad because it was the worst fucking way to achieve an end goal, as well as it limits future opportunity to broker more agreements. Like no, it's bad. It's bad, man. Just straight up, it's bad. Like if you want to reduce tariffs between countries, you seek trade agreements. Also, not to mention that not every country he imposed tariffs on has tariffs on us. Like, for instance, Canada. We don't pay a dime in tariffs to Canada. Yeah, I guess they're going to pay us 25%.
Yeah.
So why did he do that?
Yeah, that's not really my study. All I know is that people are overestimating what the tariffs are going to do, even with China. It's not, believe me, customers aren't dealing as many problems as you think that you are. And also, the stock market crashed because of people. They pulled their stocks out, causing the market to crash.
And why do the people pull their stocks out?
Because of the tariffs, but that's their
Thanks.
fault.
Oh,
Diamond
but
hands.
this-
Have you ever heard of that?
But no, tariffs cause a reduction in consumer confidence. You can't just blame the reduced.
Hey, what's good, Mason?
What up, Tate?
Are we debating here or what?
Yeah, you got some background noise.
Oh yeah, so they don't agree with the tariffs, but I do. So
Christina, think of it $10. Thank you so much.
Firsthand.
Oh, we have good evidence to indicate that tariffs are bad, not only
Okay.
for our
But-
relationships with our allies, but also for economic trade. Right? It's bad for consumers. It's a regressive tax on Americans.
You know, personally, I believe that Trump's tariffs are amazing because he's just trying to save the world, honestly.
You're trolling.
I'm going to leave it at that.
I don't think that if how do I explain this?
Also, I'm just fucking perplexed by the statement that you made about the stock market crashing. How it's not Trump's fault; it's the consumer's fault for not having.
It is. It is. They pulled pulled their
understand-
stocks out. That's their own
Mace,
fault.
you understand? I just want to clarify here. You understand that when we're observing trends in an economy on the macro scale, that individual movements are going to be made by consumers or like business owners. Like so, I mean, imagine that Donald Trump's tariffs spiraled America into a recession worse than the Great Depression. Well, I mean, all of a sudden, using your same logic, that's not Trump's fault. That's going to be A, businesses' faults for laying off employees, B, consumers' faults for not buying as much things from the businesses, and C, the people's fault for not spending as much money or not having confidence in the market when they could have chosen to be confident. Like, I mean, you could use the same like train of thought to blame any movement in the economy on the people compared to the president that passed the policy that caused the people to act and respond in the way that they did. It is the largest, most annoying cope ever. It just infuriates me. The lack of accountability that you are willing to apply to this like senile narcissist, and how are you just letting him fucking stomp on you, stomp on me, stomp on the country as a whole, and blame it on the people, dude. It is so antithetical to American values.
Obviously, you know, debt is a huge problem, and that's not something we can afford. So I do think that manufacturing in the United States, if we could get to that point, would be good.
Pivot.
Huh?
What a pivot.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about you pivoting. You said that the stock market crashing was the consumer's faults for not having confidence in the market and pulling out their funds. My argument is that you could blame.
Yes, it went back up.
And what happened this morning? It went back down, Mace. Anyways, okay. And the reason it went back up was because he paused the tariffs. He paused the thing that was causing it to go down. Yes,
Yeah, due to
if
negotiation.
you stop the
Yeah.
thing that was pausing it to go down, it'll stop going down, Mace. But anyways, okay, you're saying that it was the fault of the consumers for not having confidence and pulling out their funds. It was not the fault of Trump for causing them to have a lack of confidence, for causing them to pull out their funds. Well, I mean, all macroeconomic trends on the micro level are actions by the people. So if we were to barrel into a recession worse than the Great Depression because of Donald Trump's policy right now, we could use your same logic to say it's not Trump's fault. It's the fault of the people that stopped spending their money. It was the fault of the businesses that stopped employing. It was the fault of like the patrons for stopped going to certain businesses. It was the fault of the average American for hoarding what they have. It was the fault of X, Y, Z, and all these other influences on the economy outside of the policy that caused the influencers to act in the way that they did. It's just very terrible logic.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, you're going to say I'm pivoting again, but, our debt is really high.
Either respond to what I said to dispute your claim about the stock market, or I'm going to remove you from the live stream.
What you said about the stock market?
Yeah, about how your argument was invalid. And you could use that same logic to justify that even like a recession greater than the Great Depression is not Trump's fault, even if it was caused by his policy. Because at
like
the end
I
of the day,
said,
it was the fault of the actors that decided to spend less and save more.
Okay, well, you can't. What has been like the historic lesson? Don't pull your stocks out, even if they're low. Hold on to them.
Okay,
because
so,
there's a chance.
Then if
It's
his
been
policy
consistent
barreled us
though.
towards a recession, it's not Trump's fault. It's the fault of the people for spending less and saving more.Got it.
Okay, no. What causes the market to crash is when everybody decides to pull their
And what
stocks out.
causes a recession to occur is when people get less confident and spend less.
That's a hypothetical, though.
That's
it
not
hasn't
hypothetical.
happened.
That's
That's a
unironically
complete
how recessions
hypothetical.
occur.
That hasn't happened.
Well, wait,
Did the tariffs cause the market to go down currently?
So I want to clarify.
Or did the people
Mace, I want to clarify that
that
we're definitely on our way to recession. In fact, I'd even argue that we're in the first fiscal quarter of a recession. But I mean, this is why recessions occur. So, like hypothetically, if his policy caused this, which it will in the next 2 financial quarters, would it be the fault of Trump or the fault of the fault of the people?
Yeah, at that point, you're probably right.
Is it the fault of Trump
got
or the fault
that
of the
low?
people?
Yeah, if you're speaking into your hypothetical, if that were to happen, then yeah, it would
Yes,
be
it's an
the
answer.
fault
Is it
of
a
the
fault of Trump?
administration. But that's not guaranteed. You're talking
but I actually
into
disagree
the
with you.
future.
I think it'd be a fault of the people because it's a people that decided to spend less. It was the people that started saving more of their income. It was the people that were no longer confident in what was to come. It was the businesses that started firing their employees. Right? So respond to that logic.
Dude, I'm not picking up what you're putting down there.
I'm telling you that you're telling me that if Trump's policy caused a recession, you'd blame it on Trump. Well, I'm telling you that I wouldn't blame it on Trump. I'd blame it on the people because they're the ones who spent less money. They're the ones that saved more. The businesses were the ones that laid off their employees. Trump didn't force them to do any of that.
So you're blaming the people.
Yeah, so tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, why you're wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, and then again, yeah. If the administration got to the point where sorry.
Can you tell me why I'm wrong?
Wow,
Huh?
Dean.
Why you're wrong? Why you're wrong? Okay. I don't. If Trump's policies caused the market to crash, then of course it would be on the administration. But if the people decide that they're going to pull their stocks out right now, that's going to encourage the stock market to crash. That's how it happens.
A market crash is when the people invested in the market take their money out of the market.
Yes.
So, anyways, this is
don't take your money out of the market because you don't know.
Oh, so you said okay. So you said that if Trump's policy caused a recession, that it'd be the fault of the Trump administration. Oh, well, guess what? Those consumers just could have simply stopped saving more, started spending more, stopped being unconfident. The businesses could have stopped laying off their employees. Everybody could have just went out and spent a little more money to increase GDP growth, and we wouldn't be in a recession with the same Trump policy. So it's not Trump's fault. It's the people's fault.
I don't know. At least there's something that's being done about it. Some sort of economic.
Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. Because you said I am wrong. Now describe why. Would you maybe say a reason why I'm wrong was because it was Trump's policy that caused the people to act in this way, and it was highly predictable via historical macroeconomic trends?
Dude, where are we even going, bro? This is.
Don't worry, I'll catch you up.
I don't
So
know.
I asked you if Trump's policy caused an American recession, whose fault would it be?
It hasn't. It hasn't yet.
Mace, stop talking. So I said,
dude,
if,
don't do
I
that.
said, if Trump's policy causes a recession in America, whose fault would it be? The fault of the people for spending less and saving more, or the fault of Trump for causing people to spend less and save more? Okay, you respond, well, it'll be the fault of the Trump administration. So then I was like, no, it'd be the fault of the people because the people are the one that decided to spend less. The people decided to spend more, save more. The businesses decided to lay off their employees, and that's what caused negative GDP growth. And then I was like, why am I wrong? And you couldn't give me a reason. So then I tried to help you out. I was like, what a reason be? Because, well, it was Trump's policy that caused the people and the businesses to act in this way. And that was a highly predictable outcome because it's what we've observed historically speaking.
Okay.
Is that a fair response?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say that it's the fault of the people for pulling their money out of the stock market and not the fault of Trump, my response there would be, well, it is the fault of Trump because he was the one that caused the people to pull their money out of the stock market due to his tariffs decreasing predictability in future prospects.
You don't think it happened a little early,
which
though?
means that market confidence goes down, and that's a historical trend. So for the same reasons, the recession would be the fault of Trump, so is the crashes in the stock market.
So you don't think that people pulled their money out a little too early, making predictions on
that is
went
what
that
way?
way? That's my
that is
whole
a market
point.
operating. That's a part of a market operating. So if a market responds that way in response to a tariff being implemented, that's the fault of the tariff because the market would not have operated that way if the tariff was not implemented. Do you agree?
Okay, or you trust your president and let him do what he does. Don't
Mace,
take your
I'm
money
sorry.
out of the market
You're
and
just
have
telling Mace, you're just telling people to act in the way in which you would like them. That's not how markets operate. Use your brain. Yeah, markets don't operate based upon how you think.
Okay, but there was no guarantee that the market was going to crash. There's still none. There's still no guaranteeing that.
The fact that your brain is not operating is unbelievable. Tariffs undeniably led to the reduce in the market size.
Yes, because
more
of people.
uncertainty. Yeah, that's a market, genius. That's a
market is
market.
people.
When you say, "Oh, people responded that way," that's the market, dude. That's called a market.
Okay, so don't react so early. Let things play out. How are you supposed to know?
We've already seen it. We know because economics is a
When
social
has
science.
this ever? What are you taught? When
have
was
tariffs
there?
when have tariffs been implemented in the past that we can identify?
They
that
have
they're
been, but when has
negatively
this happened?
And when has what happened?
What we're going through currently right now,
Hey,
where tariffs
Mace.
have been implemented
Hey,
and people
Mace.
pull their stocks out immediately because of it.
Hey, Mace, do you think that predictability would lead to, more predictability would lead to more confidence inside of a market?
Near the Great Depression happened. I just want to let you know.
You can't.
Would more predictability in future prospects?
So you're
of a
agreeing with
market lead to more
predictability. That's your
would
take.
more
Is that
predictability
because it's predictions
Mace,
that immediately means
would
you're
more
right.
predictability in the future prospect of a market lead to more confidence in the market now?
Yeah, but that's not the
so
case.
if there's less predictability in the future of a market, well, that's going to lead to less
When
confidence
have
in the
we
market
prior
now.
been in this current situation?
Donald
we're in right
Trump's blanket tariffs, did those cause more predictability or less predictability for future market performance?
You don't know. That's the whole thing.
No,
you don't have any idea because it's a prediction.
The statement
It's
you don't know means you don't fucking know, which means
Exactly.
there's less predictability
So don't pull your-
because
don't pull-
predictability means that you do know.
Okay.
Mace,
So what happens
you
is
just answered my question for me.
let me
The
talk.
answer, you don't know, means there's less predictability.
So
More
you're gonna-
predictability would imply that you do know.
Okay, so what happens when all of a sudden the stock market starts to go back up and everybody that pulled out their
No,
money...
stop it, Mace. Shut the hell up. Less predictability and the future prospect of the market led to less confidence in the market now, which led to people fucking pulling trillions of dollars out of the market, losing trillions, evaporated in thin fucking air, okay? Not to mention, future markets also exist where you are literally bargaining on what's going to happen in the future. Like, of course those markets are going to go to shit when you have no fucking clue what's going to happen in the future. When you don't know what's going to fucking happen in the future. The future markets alone in the shitter, because you have to have an idea of what's going to happen in the future to invest in future markets. Oh my God, Mace, this shit angers me more than you could ever know. It pisses me off so much. I don't think that there's been a topic of discourse on these live streams ever that has upset me more than the argument you're making right now. You are blaming stock market crashes on the people in the market and not the person that caused the people in the market to act in the way in which they did. If this happened under Biden, if this happened under Obama, holy fucking shit, you guys may be looking towards the Second Amendment. But because it happened under the rapist, felon, lunatic, wannabe dictator on day one that tried to coup the outcome of the 2020 election, guess what? No, that's your savior. That's your Lord and King. You better buy the sneakers, the Bible, the watch, the guitar, invest in the Trump coin, and bow the fucking knee, and it's anybody's fault but his own. It makes no goddamn sense. Like, our country is going to shit because people like you think the way you do, okay? We're supposed to not look at politicians like sports teams and think with our emotions saying, I'm rooting for them no matter what. Because these politicians aren't entertainment on the TV. These politicians are people that either destroy lives or make them a whole of a hell of a lot better. Okay? So when the politicians destroy lives, you stop supporting them. When the politicians influence worse outcomes than what existed before, they're bad for our country, they're bad for this world. And that's when you reject them. That's when you say we need to do better. That's when you go to a fucking protest and you say this fascist, tyrannical administration that is deporting people without due process and barreling us towards a recession needs to go, needs to do better, needs to be better, or the people will reject them. But when the people don't reject them and treat them like a goddamn sports team, they're there to stay and they're emboldened to be there for longer than they should be. Okay? So please, dude, for the sake of everybody in your life, for the sake of your children and your children's children, just use your brain for the first goddamn time in your life. Okay, Mace? That's all I'm asking.
He's gonna say something, and my brain's just gonna shut down in like about say 15 to 30 seconds.
Okay. So you guys don't agree that manufacturing to the United States would not be a beneficial thing? That you don't think it would be? That we can export products and become a better economy because of it?
It's not a better economy, actually, because manufacturing sector wages are actually lower on average than service sector jobs. So if you're actually shifting production from service sector to manufacturing, you're going to lower the wages and quality of life of average Americans. Did you know that?
Yeah. So you guys agree with the tariffs that other countries put on us, and that's fair?
No, I don't agree with.
Okay, so they should all go collectively. Can we all agree upon that they need to go
what Donald Trump's
entirely?
doing
How do you?
What Donald Trump's doing is not making conditions or relations better with those countries, so that they'll want to reduce tariffs.
So how would you have done that? What would be your strategy going into it?
Allyship and negotiation without the threat of tariff.
Who's to say this isn't going to work? I mean, there are 75 countries that are willing to negotiate down their tariffs. So that's a good sign.
Once we get something out of it, you can come back to me and be like, "Oh, we got this. This justifies what we just did." But as of right now, he's just crashed the market, and you have no idea what he's going to do. That's going to like make it better. So it's like you actually don't have good reason based upon your own position to say that he's doing something effective.
And we've also already responded to that position twice. I will respond to it for a third time, and I want you to listen closely. Okay, Mace?
Go ahead.
If we achieve better trade deals with all 75 of those countries because of Donald Trump's tariffs, the tariffs were still bad. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, go for it.
Because they were the most harmful means to achieve the trade deals. Okay? You could use diplomacy and negotiation to achieve trade agreements to reduce tariffs. Donald Trump, in fact, even did that during his first term of the USMCA. But when you don't use diplomacy negotiation and you use the most abrasive means available to achieve an end goal, and you do achieve the end goal, that doesn't justify the most abrasive means available. I gave you a hypothetical to prove this, using a pew pew to the back of your head, to the back of your friend's head, or a $10 bill to get his $5 speaker, right? If you decide to not give him the $10 bill and you put a pew pew to the back of his head and you demand it from him, we'd still say, even if you got the speaker, which was a good outcome, using the pew pew to the back of his head to do so was still bad means to achieve said outcome that is conducive towards your happiness, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna just leave off on this.
You don't know anything, Mace.
I don't.
No.
I don't. Ooh, wait.
really.
Well, I
Not
know
really
that tariffs aren't
relevant.
good, right? And they need to be removed, like instantly. Acquiring to our debt and everything that we owe. Importing, we need to export more products. How do we do that?
No.
We put tariffs on other countries, so that the country that spends the most amount of money of any country, they're gonna move. Manufacturing is going to move.
If we
That's
put
what's
tariffs
going
on
to happen
countries,
because if you don't have
no,
customers, you don't have a
no.
business.
If we put tariffs on countries around the world, they put tariffs on us, that will reduce our exports.
It happens.
Okay,
Every
but when
single
these
time.
manufacturers are selling more to the United States, then it doesn't matter. They'll go where their business is. That's how they're gonna operate, regardless.
What?
So what you just want to do is you want to isolate markets, which is actually bad for business. It's bad for innovation. It's bad for trade. And if you believed in market economies, you wouldn't agree with this horrible policy that, again, is going to not be beneficial for human beings at all. It's only going to hurt us.
All right. I mean, I guess we'll have to see. So,
Bye.
Don't have anything else. Have a good day,
Bye.
guys.
Have a good one, Mace. We're going to move on to the next.
Sid, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat for whoa, I'm a whole hour late. That's so messed up. Anyways, hi. How you doing, Sid? How you doing, Sid? Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Can we do W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. As well as Mary, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Bootlicking like that, it just pisses me off so much. Like, bootlicking will only hurt our country. The idea that politicians don't necessarily require accountability is something that will make our country worse. And it's not even like something that just applies to the right. It applies to everyone in every single political party. It's not right versus left. It's right versus wrong, right? And it is absolutely wrong to say whatever my president does is good for this country. Blah, 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 blah. You disagree? Well, guess what? Fuck you. You know what I mean? But we're going to get that next guest up in here. We got our next guest loading in. Everyone just give us a minute.
Everyone do tap that screen, do shit love. Get out some more people. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, also in the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to support us over YouTube Super Chat, you can also do so. But just know it does give us a smaller percentage on YouTube Super Chat comparative to Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal in the description of the YouTube stream and of our bios on TikTok.
What's going on, James? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, before we hop into a discussion, there's two people that I'd like to thank. First and foremost, Sid. Sid with a $40 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Sid. Sid says, okay, period, you're cooking as usual. Sid, thank you so much for the love. Can we get 400 Sid W's in all of the live chats? Thank you so much, Sid. That is so incredibly kind of you. And then also Thomas with the $20 donation over on Venmo. Huge shout out, Thomas. And Lauren with the $50 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you, Lauren, Sid, and Thomas. Lauren says, so fucking well said. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much for your love. $50. This is a shit ton of money. So seriously, thank you so much, Lauren. And then also Eduardo, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, and Nicole with a 5. All right. Anyways, what's going on, James? So, why do you support Trump?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think his economic policies were better than Kamala's, and I also think that the issues at the border were getting so out of hand that we needed a change.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Parker.
What economic policies?
Well, I like the idea of the tariffs not as a long-term solution.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm just gonna be like in the ninth like level of hell if I'm like forced to tell people why a recession is a bad thing for 4 hours straight. I don't mind having a conversation with you about these tariffs, but it's just like
I can do it.
Like it's just it's getting really old really fast.
Well, I heard you talking about the gun to the back of your friend, or pew pew to the back of your friend's head. I don't think that that's a fair analogy to global diplomacy at all, or international trade.
No, we're just saying that, like, why do you want to threaten like someone who is like an ally or a friend?
Well, because this ally or friend has been taking advantage of you for the last 50 years.
Okay.
So
how are they taking advantage of us?
With unfair trade deals.
Can you give me like the USMCA?
Well, that would be one example. I'd have to look into.
So Donald Trump set up unfair trade deals for the American people. What makes you think that this time he's going to set up a better trade deal that doesn't rip off the American people?
Because I think he learned from his first presidency. I don't think he wasn't an experienced politician. He was a business person that didn't necessarily
What makes you
fully
think he's
grasp.
experienced now?
Or like what makes you think?
How is he
USMCA
more
was
experienced?
unfair?
Because he's had 4 years of now. A lot
By
of
the
these
end of his
deals-
administration, he also had that, and you didn't fix it.
right? But a lot of these deals that were made during the beginning of his first term.
So why was the USMCA
2018
unfair?
was the middle.
I mean, Canada doesn't they don't charge us a dime in tariffs. I mean, how's that unfair?
Well, they do there are stipulations. Like I know with dairy, if we send a certain amount, then we get tariffed on what is above that amount, which
we ever met
limits
that
how much
quota?
we can send.
Have we ever met that quota?
Well, we've never met that quota because we don't want to go over it so that we don't pay the tariff.
Okay, so you're saying that there's been a demand for more American dairy in Canada than we've been supplying?
I'm saying there could be. I'm not necessarily sure, but that would be one of the potential reasons for us never meeting that quota.
Okay, so why didn't he just renegotiate a better trade deal with them? Because we already know that they're open to it, compared to placing a 25% tariff on the country.
Well, I think that it's a strong position coming out with strength in the beginning, and then that brings the other countries to the table to negotiate. I don't think that they'd ever have a reason to come to the table to negotiate if there wasn't the threat of tariffs to begin with.
So, okay. So you say they wouldn't come to the table for any type of a trade agreement without
negotiated
tariffs
the
on the deal in the
USMCA.
first place. The USMCA, that's exactly what I was going to say. This USMCA was exactly just that. So again, what you're doing is you're just being disingenuous because one, you're assuming it to be true in terms of their particular types of trade negotiations, how they would engage in it, right? And secondly, you're wrong because we have evidence to prove that otherwise. That Donald Trump specifically was able to get negotiation without that being the case, and apparently his negotiation wasn't good enough. So why is threatening them going to create better negotiation?
Also, Cameron, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying that you ate. Thank you for the love, Cameron. Everyone, show some love to Cameron. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then Dragon and Tyler, thank you both for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Just know that I will be reading your guys' message. I just don't want to interrupt and completely stop the conversation, but I will be reading them. But thank you so much, Dragon and Tyler.
So, not to speak directly to Canada, I honestly think that Canada might have been more of a Trump holding some sort of a grudge against Canada. And I'm not saying that that's good, that that's how he handled it, but I think that that played a part of it. But as far as other countries,
How
they
is
have
Canada
not-
ripping us off? Tell me.
again, I'm saying I'm not going to speak directly to Canada. I don't.
Wait, why
Okay,
not?
so if you can't point to how like they're ripping us off, if you can't point to how any of these countries are ripping us off, why
Well,
would we
other
then
countries
believe...
are ripping us
name,
off.
Name one.
Well, I don't know this specific country.
So you don't know a single country that's ripping us off, yet he has tariffs on
basically
practically
all of
every
Europe.
country from around the entire world. You don't know how they're ripping us off, yet you still follow the message. This is what we mean when we say that people are cult-like who are Trump supporters, because they'll literally follow anything Trump says without even looking into it. You did no research.
we
You didn't
have
look
a-
into how
we
they're
have a
ripping us
trade
off.
deficit
You just believed
with
his
every-
messaging. Listen, please let
with
me
almost
finish.
every country.
Please let me finish.
And
You
then
just
I'll
believed
respond
his-
to you, Jim.
You just believed his messaging just because he said it without any research.
And then as soon as you
The
respond,
penguins
Parker,
are ripping us off.
As soon as you respond to Parker, James, I'll respond to you about what you said about trade deficits.
Yeah, and I'm aware that trade deficits are not always bad, but it is always bad when you have a trade deficit with 99% of the world.
When we account for 30% of global commerce, and we're the richest country in the world, I'd expect that.
That's expected. Yes, literally, that's
Like-
expected.
Like, not only do we have 340 million Americans, not only do we own the world's largest GDP by a landslide, not only are we the richest country in the world that spends the most money in global commerce, but obviously that is going to create a trade deficit with other countries. And by the way, it's not like a trade surplus is a good thing. One of the largest trade surpluses in American history was during the Great fucking Depression, okay? Trade deficit is nothing more than a tool used by accountants to measure how much we're buying from another country and how much they're buying from us. Not to mention that it's also indicative of supply and demand, okay? We demand more goods from Canada, and Canada demands goods from America. All of a sudden, that's a bad thing. I mean, only in 2025 will these laissez-faire free market capitalist conservatives tell us that the free market has really fucked things up and they've got it wrong and it's such a ripoff. I mean, horseshoe theory has never been more alive.
I think
James, what trade deficit do we have with penguins? What trade deficit do we have with penguins?
Okay, yeah, he just put out a tariff of 10% on every country. That includes the countries that
not
are
every country.
uninhabited by people.
He ignored Russia.
Yeah.
You know why he ignored Russia?
Because they have no imports? No exports?
No, because it's a small percentage that we're getting from them.
How much do we get from the penguins?
No, hold on.
Wait. No, there are none.
Listen.
That's not true, Parker.
Isn't
it's
it
not
like one? Wait, really? I thought last time I looked it up, it's none.
We're importing. I think it's like
we have
billion
sanctions
or
on
something.
them, don't we?
We do have sanctions on them.
We import a little bit.
But either way, so it's a small amount in comparison to a lot of the other countries. Two, the more important reason I'm saying
there are no imports or exports from the penguins. So why are we putting fucking tariffs on the penguins?
I'm saying the second reason. The second reason is the more important reason.
Why are the tariffs on the penguins?
Is because we are in active negotiations.
Why are with the penguins?
No, with Russia. We are.
Okay, wait. Tell me, why are they on the penguins?
Okay, we're talking about Russia right now. I'm responding.
And I really wanted an answer about the
not,
penguins. I want an answer about the penguins.
I am replying.
Wait. Let him say this real quick, Parker, because he's about to say that we're in active peace talks with Russia. Therefore, we shouldn't place tariffs on them. James, what about Ukraine?
I'm not sure if we have the tariffs on Ukraine, but I highly doubt that Ukraine is exporting much to us right now.
Oh, well, I mean, keep in mind that exports from another country to us doesn't really matter. It's tariffing penguins and Russia. So why do we have tariffs on Ukraine if we're actively working with them for peace talks?
I'm not sure if we do we have tariffs with Ukraine? I'm not.
Yeah, he tariffed every single country, including uninhabited islands, except for Russia.
Well, I would say that we're much more on the same page with Ukraine than we are with Russia. Our relationship with Russia is a lot more thin ice, so to speak.
So don't say that our relationship with Russia is more thin ice because we're on the same page with Ukraine. Absolutely fucking not, dude. We are not on the same page as a country that is being slaughtered and ethnically cleansed when we step back and say you get no humanitarian funding and we're going to shill out to the Kremlin and Putin and be their little puppet. Shill harder. Shill harder, please.
I just want an answer about the penguins. Can I please get an answer about the penguins now? Like, why tariff the penguins?
Well, again, I think it was just a blanket tariff on all countries, and the only reason that Russia
not Russia
was,
though. So that's not an answer. So
and
why,
the only reason
why on the penguins?
The reason that Russia was not included was because we don't.
So not on all countries. So the reason why penguins shouldn't be included is because they're not fucking people. So then please explain to me, why do we have a tariff on penguins?
Okay, I'm saying it was blanket, and we made Russia as the only exception.
So therefore, it
due to the fact that we're currently negotiating peace with them.
Why don't we
between
make this an exception as well? Like, that doesn't make any sense. No, that's just not how it works, right? You literally are not understanding that Donald Trump put a tariff on penguins, and that's fucking ridiculous. And if the same thing happened under a Democratic administration, right, you literally would be sounding the alarms. By the way,
Are we
Dean,
gonna
there's, like,
get?
people
Can we get
spamming
this
stuff
guy
in
in
the
the
comment
chat?
section, and
Oh,
the mods
he's
are not
being a
getting any.
little.
I don't have mod powers, so.
Yeah, I got you, and I'm gonna pass it to a couple other people as well. There, I'm working on it. That mod. I think I'm maxed out. Let's see. No, I'm not. I'm on the second account.
Oh God.
Yeah, we're just gonna do this in the meantime. Give me one moment.
I still want to answer about the tariffs on penguins.
Yeah, go ahead. Just answer the question while we're figuring this out.
Well, so again, what I think I view it almost like this, right? And I know this is oversimplifying it, right? But like on an Excel sheet, you hit select all on your tariffs that he's doing this 10% reciprocal tariff. Select all.
Should be good.
And then he went through and unclicked Russia, purely because of the fact that we are in current negotiation and we don't want to add fuel to the fire, so to speak, to deal with that. So I don't think that they were thinking about penguins when they were making that decision. I just.
Then why is there a tariff on them?
Literally how? Literally how? What the hell
Is this guy just like?
I'm so confused.
They have 1 million accounts. That's why.
No, it's not even that. Like I banned the word. Like, yeah, I mean, the mods are working OT, guys. I mean, I'm looking at the chat logs.
Yeah, just go to sub only at this point.
Well, all right, guys, we're gonna go to sub only. I mean, I don't know why that's not working. Strange, because I mean, I literally banned the word, but yeah, we're just gonna head over to sub only for the chat for a little bit, because like seemingly they probably just like paid bots to come in here and spam that. How do I go to sub only?
Should be in the bottom. See subscriptions?
Yeah. All right, there we go. We're gonna hang out in sub only chat for a little bit. Go ahead, you guys.
Why is it still going with?
It might be just taking a minute. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue that, yes, we absolutely should have a tariff on a country that only has penguins in it. That's not like my point here. I just don't think that it's this, it affects nobody. Like, what's the big deal on that?
Okay, I'm kind of sick of like.
It's just insane.
Do you have anything else you want to say to James Parker? Like, I've just been talking about tariffs for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about something else. I agreed with funding Ukraine, but I also agree with Trump saying that there's an end to this line, so to speak. We need to try and get the war finished. And
what you're doing is inevitably going to lead towards Ukraine being Russia.
I don't agree with that. I think that Ukraine will have to give up maybe part of it, maybe the occupied land right now that Russia has.
How do you ensure that Russia won't invade the rest of Ukraine?
Well, we could do a new military agreement where it actually not them joining NATO, so to speak.
Wait, why not? Why shouldn't they join NATO?
Because it's just, it would be like if is there a military alliance that Russia has with anybody, or
how's this wrong? I just want to know why you don't think Ukraine should join NATO. I think they should.
Because I think that we would be equally provoked if, say, Mexico were to form a military alliance with Russia.
So we already have NATO countries on their border, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Not to mention, the only reason why Russia hasn't wanted Ukraine to join NATO is because they wanted to invade Ukraine, and if Ukraine was a part of NATO, they couldn't touch Ukraine.
Well, I don't think that's the only reason. I do. I think that's the only.
I think that's the only fucking reason. They wanted to invade Ukraine, and if they knew if Ukraine joined NATO, that all of a sudden Article 5 would be invoked, and World War III. They don't want that, so they didn't want them to join NATO. Point blank period. We know it's not because they're a bordering country. We already got 3 of those. So what is it?
Right, but that's part of it. They
So
don't
what's
want
the other
more
part?
bordering countries. They don't want to be
Oh,
almost
okay. So then why
surrounded on their
didn't like
western
Latvia,
side.
Lithuania, and
already
Estonia
surrounded.
joining NATO?
They're not.
provoke 'em.
Russia is not surrounded by NATO right now.
They are. They currently are.
I wouldn't say that they're surrounded by
Really?
NATO.
Really? Name one country that they don't border NATO.
Well, Ukraine for one.
Okay.
And then also
Wait,
down.
well-
I'm not sure. Is it Iraq?
So
that they
so the
border
country
with in
that's
the
so the
Middle
country
East,
that we're currently trying to defend.
Yeah, and then there's also
So I just
Mongolia.
wanna clarify,
There's also
Finland-
China. There's also, I mean,
Those
there's
are- those are
plenty of
examples.
countries in the Middle East.
Yeah, those are examples. So then here's my question. Then how did Ukraine provide any more surrounding than currently existed?
Well, because it essentially blocks off the last Western side. Like now,
Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah. Why?
well,
We
it
already
would
did that.
the same reason why it's not a bad thing for the U.S. I'm not saying that, but if you are sitting in Russia's shoes, that is provocative. Like that is
Why would I care? They're invaded Ukraine. What are we losing? I say get Ukraine in NATO, protect their right to self-determination. That's a great thing.
See,
I mean, weren't the sanctions we placed on Russia also provocative? Wasn't the money we sent
yes,
to Ukraine
but
also provocative?
less provocative than a military alliance with another bordering country.
And, oh,
where
so
we
you
would
so, you-
more
so you
than-
want to prevent more provocative things?
where we would more than likely build missile silos that could reach Moscow.
Wait,
with
we already have
long-range,
missile silos. that could
non-nuclear
reach-
missiles.
We already have missile silos that could reach Moscow. If we do build missile silos in NATO countries, well, we got them in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. You're just a Russian shill. You're like seriously just a Russian shill.
No.
So what's wrong with Ukraine? Why is that provocation bad? Why should I care about the fact that Ukraine joining NATO would provoke Russia?
Because Russia is a scary country to provoke when they have the most nuclear weapons in the world.
Oh, so we just shouldn't provoke countries that have nukes. Okay. Well, then Latvia, Lithuania,
We should
and
avoid it
Estonia-
if we can.
So they should. So Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia shouldn't have joined NATO, right?
Honestly, I don't know that they should have been able to. Poland obviously was already a
Fucking
part of
hell.
NATO. That's fine.
Wait,
But
should
I
NATO
don't-
have even been formed in the first place then, since the formulation of NATO provoked Russia?
Well, okay, the formulation of NATO was happening when Russia was already very much provoked. It was we were on the brink of
So
nuclear
it's
war.
okay to provoke them even more when we're on the brink of nuclear war. If anything, that seems worse, right?
I just don't think it's a good idea to.
So we shouldn't have formed NATO.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't have formed NATO.
Well, that
I'm just saying that we shouldn't
provoked a
have
really scary
expanded
country.
NATO the
no,
way
no, no,
that we
no. Okay, well then you have a contradiction in your logic because forming NATO provoked a very scary country when we were on the brink of nuclear war. According to your logic, it would have been of more importance to not form NATO to begin with than it would be of importance to not allow Ukraine to join NATO today. If you're okay with forming NATO, logic would tell you that you'd be okay with Ukraine joining.
I'd have to look at when NATO was formed also, but I know that NATO is basically just an extension of what the Allies already were, minus Russia. Like that is essentially what NATO was after World War II when it was formed.
Did forming NATO provoke the fuck out of Russia?
I mean, yeah, I'm
So
sure
it shouldn't have happened.
Russia was also the Soviet Union at the time, which was a bigger threat than Russia is.
I know. So that if anything, the provocation should have been worse. Provocation would matter more when you're provoking a bigger threat compared to a smaller threat. Like, would you care about a country bordering North Korea joining NATO? No, because they're a smaller threat, right?
Well, the reason I say Soviet Union as a bigger threat, obviously Russia is equally a threat now if they wanted to, but the Soviet Union was less predictable in what they would do.
I know, which should have made it worse. Dude, I mean, provoking something that is more of a threat and less predictable is worse than provoking something that is less of a threat and more predictable. Right? Can I get a yes or no there? I want a very strict yes or no. Provocation is worse when it's against a larger, more unpredictable threat compared to a smaller, more predictable threat.
I mean, maybe, but like the
I want a yes or no. I don't want anything but a yes or no.
Well, I would say no, because the Soviet
No,
Union
okay,
would
then
have
leave.
potentially invaded regardless,
then leave, you
whereas
sleeping
Russia
agent.
is not just going to start World War III out of nowhere.
Oh,
Soviet
wait.
Union might have. That's where.
What about Finland joining?
I just don't care. I don't
Yeah.
want to talk to this guy anymore. Like, dude's just a Russian show.
Okay.
Like unironically, like I can't believe that MAGA, like or like Russian shills now. Like you're like, oh, Putin's a good guy. Like fuck you.
No,
dude. Like
not
fuck
at
you.
all. Not
No,
at
that is
all.
absolutely your position.
That's not. That's.
Mayflower, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's true. Thank
like,
you so much.
Just like a traitor to the country. What's going on now? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay, why's that?
Well, I liked his economic policy better than I think Kamala Harris's. I liked his stance on immigration. I liked.
Can you name one immigration policy you like of Donald Trump's?
Hang on, I wasn't finished. I like the Second Amendment. You know, more pro Second Amendment side of the Republican side, and is there anything else? I don't think so. But for immigration, yeah, the Lake and Riley Act.
The Lake and Riley Act was a really bad bill. If I was president, I would have vetoed it.
Do you think that there's enough evidence to like believe that something's true about someone to deport them based upon just an accusation?
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you say that one more time? I just got back from work. I'm sorry.
Do you think accusations are sufficient evidence in order to like give people like, criminal response or civil response?
I guess not. No.
No? Okay, well then you would disagree with the Lake and Riley Act, it seems.
Yeah, and I could also give you like even like better reasons to disagree with the Lake and Riley Act. Like,
Did it say explicitly accused, or was it people that were convicted specifically?
Explicitly those that were arrested for a crime. So it included like a handful of things. I mean, you could just find this in the like plain language of the Lake and Riley Act, but it did allow for deporting undocumented migrants that were merely accused of a violent crime. And that's like really bad, okay? Because when they're deported to their home country, they're not going to land in a jail cell because there's no due process in America, which means that you're leaving these individuals that are accused of violent crimes roaming free on the streets. So what does that mean if they're innocent? Well, I mean, you just punished an innocent person without due process. That's bad. What does it mean if they're guilty? Well, then all of a sudden you've just allowed this guilty child rapist to roam free in the streets of another country to rape more children. Regardless of the outcome of the Lake and Riley Act, rather it's deporting somebody that's innocent or guilty, the outcome's bad.
Yeah, I agree that if they're, of course, if they're accused of something and they didn't do that, and then they were subject to that, the consequence of that, yeah, that's a bad thing. But I mean, usually if somebody's arrested for a crime, there's sufficient evidence for them to be arrested. No.
Oh, Donald Trump was arrested, so is there sufficient evidence for him to be arrested?
Okay, so you understand that it's not labeled as sufficient evidence. It's just probable cause. And you want to know something crazy?
Sure, what's crazy?
Probable cause for an arrest could be a phone call from a non-anonymous person. If you call the police and you identify you as you, right, and you report that somebody has committed a crime, they have probable cause and reasonable suspicion to detain an individual and arrest an individual.
Yeah, but the probable cause to detain somebody and the probable cause to arrest somebody are very different, depending on the circumstances. So yeah, it could be probable cause to detain somebody, but
Do you
based
think
on
that's
a phone
enough
call, it probably
evidence?
would
Do
be
you think that's
probable
enough
cause
evidence?
to be, arresting somebody either.
So are you just arguing that probable cause for an arrest is sufficient?
Well, of course, there's probable cause for
Okay,
arrest.
so I'm asking you if that's sufficient reason to delegate consequent. Then keep in mind, even if it is, and all of these individuals are guilty because you think that there was enough evidence that they did this thing, let's just assume 100% of the individuals that are deported under this act are guilty. I just want to point out, man, they're not going to land in a jail cell. You are deporting these people to roam free in the streets of other countries. That is a humanitarian nightmare. Why would you agree with deporting individuals that are guilty without due process so they could roam free in the streets of other countries?
Okay, well, do you want me to answer the first question? Or the
I want
second
you to respond to this
question?
because this is, I mean, let's just assume that everybody that is arrested, detained, and deported under the Lake and Riley Act really is a bad person that did something, it's something evil and they're guilty. Well, you're
Mhm.
deporting them to roam free in the streets of another country. That's a humanitarian nightmare.
I mean, if they were convicted of, is it a
Arrested, not convicted.
Okay. Oh, okay. If they were arrested, where, in their home country or in the United States?
They're an undocumented migrant in America. They got arrested for a violent crime such as child rape, and they're deported to their home country. In their home country, they will roam free because there's no due process. That they were never convicted of any crime in America. Their home government would have no reason to lock them up.
Why wouldn't they lock them up on the basis of the crime
Because they don't know that they committed that crime. They were never given due process for the crime. They were never found guilty of a crime. They were never processed for a crime. They were arrested for a crime.
Yeah, but if they were arrested and charged with it, I mean, there should be evidence for that crime, no?
But we don't know because they never went to court. Like for instance, if I take a trip to like South America and I get arrested for trespassing, am I gonna get fined in America? Fuck no, I'm not. Why? I never went under any due process. They don't know that I actually committed this crime. That's why it's wrong. No, like if somebody is like detained and arrested for a crime in America and they're deported to their home country, their home country's not going to do jack shit about it because they can't. Like, I mean, they didn't undergo any criminal proceedings anywhere.
Yeah, but for them to be arrested in the first place, there is, some evidence or probable cause, whatever term.
Yeah,
you
but
want to
that's
use.
not enough evidence to put anybody in jail anywhere.
I mean, sometimes it is. I mean, they use the arrest and the evidence found. They use evidence found in the arrest.
They don't know what so they don't know what the evidence is because they're deported to this home country. They don't know what the evidence is. They never underwent due process. They're just gonna roam free in the streets.
Why would they not know what the evidence is? We wouldn't share that with them.
No, we don't.
They wouldn't get the arrest records or anything like that. I mean, if they're arrested, there's
so
a
wait,
record.
do you think that an arrest record is all that a criminal court would need to find a guilty conviction? So what's discovery?
It's not all they would need. But
so then they will roam free because that's not all they need.
It's not all that they need.
They
but
don't
it's
have
certainly
sufficient
a
reason to
helping
convict.
hand.
They
It's
can't
not all
convict
they
on the
would need.
basis of an arrest and facts immediately
It's a
surrounding
part
an
of the
arrest.
conviction. Yes, it would certainly.
But it
Arrest
is
certainly
not
part of the-
all. Is that everything that is required for a conviction?
No, it's not everything.
So
but it's
therefore,
certainly
they'll
part
roam
of
free
it.
in the streets because they don't have the means to achieve other information necessary, such as discovery, for a conviction. They're not going to prosecute somebody in let's say I don't know,
The
a
arrest is
southern
the
Latin
start of
American
the
country
investigation,
for a
so that
crime
would
that they were
prompt the rest of the
that they were arrested for in America.
Sorry, I was talking over. you. I
Like,
didn't
dude,
hear what
stop
you
being so fucking dense. This is the most obvious thing ever. They would
said. I
not
don't know what
convict.
name calling.
They
I'm just
couldn't
having a
convict.
conversation, buddy.
Explain to me how discovery period for a crime, for an accusal of a crime committed in America would work out in a southern Latin American country.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Explain to me how discovery would play out in a criminal court for an accusal of a crime that occurred in America inside of a southern Latin American country.
I mean, I guess they would just use the evidence that was, acquired during the arrest made by the United States police officer.
Great, so they roam free because they don't have discovery period.
Why would they
Because they're not going to be able to convict somebody on the basis of evidence required to detain an individual. Are you kidding me? You think that in order to detain somebody in America, they have to have more than a reasonable doubt that they committed a crime?
They need to have more than a reasonable doubt to commit. So I didn't follow what you just said.
In order to get arrested for a crime in America, the police must first have evidence beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt to do so.
I mean, no, because that's there's you have probable cause to do that.
Great. So there's not enough evidence to convict somebody in another country. If of the only evidence that they're operating off of is that of a preponderance evidence for support.
It starts the investigationary period.
Wait, how is another country going to investigate a crime that was committed in America?
Because they, just like the United States courts do, they would start with the arrest and then they'd go from there. And
well, what is the process going from there look like?
however another country handles
Which
their legal
is?
problems.
Which is?
I don't know. I'm not educated.
How are they going to
on
go
how
from
legal-
there?
how
How
the
are they
legal
going to go from
proceedings
there
of
to
other
determine if somebody
countries
committed
fall?
a crime in another country? In America. Explain to me how.
I guess they would get all the things that they could from the arrest records from America.
Exactly. So they're not going to get anything beyond like sufficient evidence for an arrest. They're not going to go from there. They're going to stay there. They'll only be able to gather the evidence that was gathered by the police to make the arrest. They're not going to be able to gather any more evidence on top of that. Right? All that means, right, is that they don't have enough evidence for guilty conviction, meaning that these individuals will be roaming free in the streets of other countries.
Okay, so I mean, but you're saying all these places don't have due process, and so all these other countries don't have the due process of law, and you're saying the due process of law is required for a conviction in the United States, correct?
What I'm saying is that if you deport somebody without due process, they're going to roam free on the streets of other countries because they were never convicted of any crime, and the evidence that was needed for the arrest to occur is not sufficient to throw anybody in jail.
Is due process required in other countries for conviction?
There's different standards of due process, but if there's a country where only
So could an arrest be a standard of due process for another country?
you tell me, because you have the burden of proof.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm hypothetical.
It's not hypothetical because we're speaking in reality here. You tell me.
Okay, no, it's not hypothetical. Sorry, that was the wrong choice of word. But I mean, would it be an arrest made in America be enough to convict somebody in another country?
You tell me. You're the one making the argument. It is.
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know, so therefore you don't know. Maybe these individuals might go to jail. Maybe they roam free. Right? It seems like we have more reason to believe that they roam free because I don't think that an arrest would equivocate to a guilty conviction anyway.
I think that another country would use
what
the
countries?
arrest.
What countries?
Wherever the person that is illegal came from.
Such as?
I don't know. All the South American countries.
Name one.
Name any South American country.
Yeah, that would use an American arrest as enough evidence to throw somebody in jail.
Any of them could if they wanted to. I mean, because
So
you said,
name one
they-
that does.
they don't-
Name
they
one
don't
that
have the
does.
due
Name one
pro-
that
they don't
does.
have any of the due process of law.
Name one that does.
I don't know if they do.
Okay, so then you're making a basis claim without any evidence. Got it.
If you want to say that, sure. I mean, I wasn't arguing it initially. If I like the Lake and Riley Act, I mean, you just said to name one policy of immigration. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know all the.
Okay, well, I do
workings.
appreciate you for the concession. I mean, I can't believe that it took me 10 minutes to get it, but go ahead, Parker. I'm so sorry that you've been having your hand up for a while, Parker. It just took me 10 minutes to draw out the most basic common sense conclusion. And by the way, you did say that you did like it.
Yeah, so Donald Trump was arrested. Does that mean that there was like good enough evidence to arrest him?
What was he arrested for? What was the charge he was arrested for?
Wait, does that matter? You just said like that if he was
Yeah, it
arrested.
does matter. Yeah, well, in the specific case,
it was
it's
for the
not
felon. It
alleged.
was for the felony charges. Now, would you
For
like
the
to?
falsifying business records one?
Yeah. So, would you like to? You know,
Yeah, there was evidence for that.
Okay. So then you do think that there was sufficient evidence just because he was arrested, correct?
There was sufficient evidence for an arrest.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So what is under your view sufficient evidence for arrest? Any arrest?
Are you talking specifically or just in general? Like specifically in the case of Donald Trump, what would be sufficient evidence? Or like just in
general rule of thumb, what is the standard of evidence for an arrest? That's what he's asking you for.
Oh, probable cause, I guess.
What is probable cause?
Yeah.
From the judgment of the police officer making the arrest, if there is, enough evidence or
So
for
then would you say like a charge would be enough evidence for a charge?
I don't think the arrest specifically would be enough evidence for a charge.
What about an entire unanimous decision from a jury?
That would certainly help in the,
I'm
in the
asking
process of
you
conviction, yeah.
though. To you, is that sufficient enough reason to believe that it occurred?
I mean, it
Or
doesn't
do you
matter
think-
what I think under our.
Yeah, but I'm asking you. So it does matter to me.
Do I think that a unanimous decision from a jury is enough to convict somebody solely? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, like, do you think that's enough to say that
No,
someone
because
did
juries can get things wrong. I think. I mean,
But
not
do you
solely.
think do you think it's most probable that if an entire unanimous decision from a jury is that they did this, that they did do that?
If it's the sole deciding factor, no. If the jury thinks
So that in of itself is not indicative of most likely someone did this.
no, I don't think that the
No?
jury
A
the jury
unanimous
itself is not-
decision for okay, so then why is the jury process even relevant to our criminal justice system?
Well, because it's a collection of a lot of things. You have evidence, and then what the jury thinks, and then all the other legal.
Why does
proceedings.
what
They all
the
come
jury
together.
thinks matter if you don't think it shows that it's most probable?
I said
that they did
I
this?
didn't say it didn't matter. Don't twist my words. I said it's not solely the jury decision matters. It's a collection of all the other
No,
things.
that's not what I
proceedings.
said. That's not
That,
what I
that
said
is
at
what
all.
you said.
No, I said would it demonstrate that it's most probable that someone did this?
If a jury decided solely, that was
Like
the only.
if the unanimous decision from a jury was that they did this.
No, I don't think the unanimous decision from a jury solely is enough to convict somebody. No.
That's not what I argued. Oh my god, I'm gonna go insane. I'm about to be done talking to you. I asked you a very specific question, right? Is it the case that it's most likely the case that they did this? If it is the case that an entire unanimous decision from a jury is they did this.
No.
Okay, so for example, if someone was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them be your kid's gym teacher?
If it was just solely the jury in this case, is that what we're talking?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, because that wouldn't be a fair trial. I mean, that's not a fair, assessment if it's just that one decision.
You would let someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman.
That's not what you
said.
said.
9 people.
That's not what you said. You said if only a jury decided somebody was held civilly liable for sexual assault.
If a jury,
that's what we're talking
exactly
about.
what I just said.
That's what happens in civil courts, where
Yes,
the
but-
9 jurors and nobody but the 9 jurors determines.
Okay, so you started it saying is a jury decision solely enough to convict somebody,
Can I
no.
clarify this? If someone is held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them be the gym teacher to your children?
I mean, I definitely have concerns, but I mean, if it's not a criminal conviction, then I don't think it's.
So you would let them be the gym teacher? What about babysitter?
God, I pray to God you are infertile.
Push the galaxy. What about
Well,
babysitter?
it seems like we got a whip. So, are we talking about the difference between a civil conviction and a criminal conviction
No,
now?
I asked you, would you let them be your kid's babysitter?
If they were held civilly liable for sexual assault?
For sexually abusing a woman, forcibly penetrating her against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Well, I probably would want to dig deeper into it because I mean,
I'm just knowing that about them. Would you let them be the gym?
I'd want
be your kid's babysitter?
I'd want to do further investigation further because
I'm saying if that's all the information,
a civil conviction.
if that's all the information you can find.
Let's frame it this way. Let's frame it this way. So you figure out that somebody's baby sitting your children, and you figure out that they've been held civilly liable for child rape. You go to do further information, to dig for further information, and you can't find any. All the information you have is the fact that a unanimous jury of 9 held them civilly liable for child rape. Would you continue to let that individual babysit your children?
I would have a conversation with them. All right, so tell me about the case that why did this happen?
They don't have anything to say. They say they're innocent. They say they're innocent.
They just say they're innocent. That's the
That's
best
all.
answer they can give me.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I feel like they'd be too intellectually dumb to be babysitting my children if they couldn't give me any, if they couldn't explain the backstory of their own,
Oh, no, for whatever reason, that they're
conviction.
smart. They're smart. They say they're innocent. They were held civilly liable for child rape. Are you going to let them babysit your children?
I would want to know how the conviction came about. If it just came about.
Why is that even relevant, dude? In any of these scenarios, you'd just be like, no, I do not want them taking care of my child.
Defend Trump until he bit her in, you fucking bootlicker. Hey man, you wanna lick that boot anymore? I'm pretty sure you missed some dirt, dude. I mean, you better do like a fourth do over. You got any more boots to
I'm
lick?
sorry, I couldn't hear anything you were saying.
Do you want me to get you another pair of boots? I could get you a second pair of boots.
The crash
I
out
think
is
you need to lick them a
hilarious,
little
bro.
more.
The crash out is hilarious, bro.
Wait, you want to crash out at somebody that would say they'd literal fucking child rapists watch their children alone? You're not human.
He's the convicted child rapist.
Yeah, dude, I'm just going to be totally honest with you. Any normal person that is hearing this conversation thinks you're insane. I'm going to be totally honest. And, that's the reality of things.
I think I'm insane.
No, I'm just like, that's the reality of things. And I'm like saying
That's the
that you
reality.
probably, can you please listen to what I'm saying? I'm trying to be nice to you and you're just being incredibly rude.
Nobody's been nice here. Stop. Please stop.
How was I rude to you?
Oh, maybe not you specifically, but Dean.
Okay,
here
so then
called
why
me
do you
once.
project the rudeness onto me?
I'm sorry. That was wrong of me. I apologize for that.
Hey, I have
I'm
a
sorry.
question. That's Worlds of T-shirts in your profile picture, right?
Yes, it is.
Is Mr. Base a bad guy?
Yes, he is.
Do you think that Mr. Base is a murderer?
Do I think he's a murderer? No. Why? Was he? What happened with? Was he accused of murder, or like convicted of murder or something?
So yeah, he was accused of murder, and then he met up with Jack Doherty and said that he might unalive Jack Doherty in like a joke, in the same way that he was accused of murder in the past.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'd have to look further
Wait, I
into
have
that.
a question. Why do you think that Mr. Base is a bad guy?
He seems to be taking advantage of Josh. It's really unfortunate. That's
Wait, I'm
actually
so
why-
sorry. Could you please show me like a standard of evidence beyond that of a reasonable shadow of a doubt that would indicate that he is taking advantage of Josh?
Well, I mean, this is just my opinion, but so.
Oh wait,
I mean,
it's your opinion. It's your opinion
I'm not
based on
arguing
what?
for him to be. I'm
So
not
so
arguing
like
for
so
him
like
to be-
apparently a civil court doesn't need to determine that Mr. Base is taking advantage of Josh.
Are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna talk over
Well,
me?
I'm just showing how like you're just such like an anti-intellectual, bad faith debater because you don't need a civil court to determine that Mr. Base is taking advantage of Josh. You just need like a little bit of common sense and maybe
I
like
said
2
I
or
think.
3
I didn't
minute
say-
long
I-
clips.
I
But then
said
if
there-
somebody is held civilly liable for child rape, I mean they could watch your children. Guys, by the way, there's just a lot of lore on Mr. Base and Josh. I was just using something that he's familiar of to demonstrate the lack of continuity inside of his beliefs. You know, like he's only applying these beliefs as it would pertain to our debate, but he doesn't apply these beliefs outside of our debate. He's just defending Trump until the bitter fucking end, no matter what, to the extent of saying that you'd let somebody held civilly
nothing
liable
we've
for
talked
child
about
rape
is
watch your
Trump.
kids.
Everything we've talked about is how the legal definitions and how legal things work. Nothing.
No, we're not
you
just
keep-
talking. We're not.
You
saying
you
that
have
we're-
brought up. You just brought up Trump right
Listen,
now. I don't.
listen,
I'm not
listen.
defending Trump.
We're taking the same type of standard of evidence that was used to show that Donald Trump did this, and we're applying it to other cases in typical normal senses, in which would clearly show that you applied this to say that it's good enough reason to believe that like you wouldn't want that person like around your children, you wouldn't want them like around other people's children, right? But then you're okay with them being president of the United States and having children look up to them. That's like a really concerning standard that you're applying there.
Yeah, by the way, you got my live restricted, so I gotta kick you. But just before I kick you, could you just admit that you were like lying earlier when you said that you would let somebody held civilly liable for child rape babysit your children?
No, I'm not lying. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I would want to know more.
I
said a civil.
I don't want
conviction
you.
is different
I don't.
from a criminal
So, sir,
conviction. I would want to know.
Sir,
you
I
know,
don't.
why
I
they
don't. I
were-
don't want you to ever have children, because we're supposed to take an abundance of caution for our children. I just want you to let you know this specifically. Like, you could make a counter argument saying that like you don't think that the standard of evidence that we would see inside of a civil court is enough for you to believe that it definitely occurred, but because you take a
because it's not.
precautionary stance around your children, we'd argue that. We'd argue that, and we'd prove you to be wrong. But anyways, to continue with what I was saying, because you would take a standard of precaution, like a precautionary standard, insofar as the protection of your children, you still wouldn't let them babysit your children. But you didn't even do that, man. Like if I had a child and they were being watched by a babysitter, and I just heard that this babysitter may have raped a child, I would fire them in a fucking heartbeat. But if, your babysitter was held civilly liable by an anonymous jury of 9 for child rape, you would let them continue to babysit your children. It is shady, it is weird, and it puts our youth at risk. You should not have children.
It's a whole lot of yapping, bro. You're just. Or so are you saying?
Exactly. Talking about
I
the
agree.
safety of our children.
Conviction.
You should not have kids.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
I think that would be.
Is it civil? So a civil conviction is the same as a criminal conviction?
Oh, dude, Parker, I have no clue why it's muting you. I'm clicking.
It's not just Dean and I that feel that way. I guarantee
If you're
like
gonna do
70 to 80% of the chat thinks you should not
Cowardly.
reproduce.
Yeah, like, and it's crazy that you're telling me talking about taking an abundance of care to protect our youth is yap. Hey, let me guess. I just got a question. All right, real quick. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am pro-choice, I would say, because pro-life is the are you defining pro-life as the explicit, just ban of abortion outright?
Yeah, it means. Do you think abortion's wrong or not wrong?
I think in some cases it can be wrong.
Yeah, because what? You want to protect the youth? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, man. All right.
Diabolical.
No, man. Like the guests today have been like very like fringe, and difficult to talk to and deal with. I'm like very tired right now.
I feel you, man. Are you about to get off?
Yeah, probably. I'm like a little bit like sent over the edge just because like for 4 hours straight, I've been talking to people that are just insane. Like who do we start? Like we started with two people, Mike and then that other guy, who were like, oh, Donald Trump didn't intentionally crash the stock market even though he fucking said so. Like we went on to Q-Top. We went on to the last guy. Two people after that were defending tariffs at all in, saying that they were great. Like that guy saying, unwilling to concede that he wouldn't let a literal child grape his babysit his children. It's been like for 4 hours straight of just the most insane, dense, intellectually honest people.
I don't know which one's worse, not getting debates at all or getting debates like that.
Yeah, with like a flat earther. Like it was wellness. I mean, like I'm down to probably do like one more like short debate, but then we'll probably hop off.
Do you want to do that on my stream so we can get people to come over, or do you just want to do it and then get off?
I'm down to go do it on your stream. Yo, Art, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you said in the chat that you want to humble us.
Yeah.
You want to go over to Parker's stream and try to humble us?
Yeah.
1 second. First, just give your position. I'm just wondering what this, this intellectual titan has to say. What's the position, real quick?
What do you mean?
Oh, you're British. Okay.
Yeah. Why don't you get a job?
What?
Why don't you get a job?
So this
I have a job right now.
So all right.
Yeah.
This is a job.
Okay. No, it's not a job.
Okay. What's a job?
Bro, just get a job.
So
Get some friends.
tell me what I need to get. You need to tell me what a job is so I know what to go get. So what is a job? Yeah, I mean, if you want me to follow through with your kind advice, tell me what I'm looking for. What's a job?
So a job is where you go work for someone.
Where I go work. Okay. So if you don't work for somebody else, if you're not a W-2 employee, you don't have a job. So let me get this straight.
There's no self-employed people.
Yeah, there's no self-employed people. Donald Trump is jobless, right?
Parker, I didn't ask you. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify, like, Donald Trump didn't have a job until he was president because that was the only time he'd worked for somebody, which was the people.
No. So.
No. Okay. So you could like be a business owner and have a job.
Just 1 second. Let me speak. Thank you.
No. Okay.
So.
All right. Hey, I'm so sorry, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat for the job. I appreciate you so much, Jennifer.
No, so what I'm saying is that you need to get a job at your young age because I think that politics isn't for you.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I think I do have a job. I think we kind of.
And what's a job?
Yeah, so I'd say like a job is just where you're exchanging a type of like labor output for like.
And do you think?
Were you interrupting me while I was defining job?
It's just take your time because I'll humble you in a minute.
Okay, for intents and purposes of our conversation, we will define a job is the exchange of labor for monetary means.
Yeah, and do you think that you are putting enough labor to get this type of...
Shut up.
Bro, Parker, get a job. That's why your username is get a real job. You need to get a real job.
Okay, so could you tell me...
My name is Parker has concepts of a job.
So could you critique my definition of job?
Pardon?
All right, could you critique my definition of job? I thought you were going to humble me, all right?
Yep, I can. Yep. But if Parker doesn't... Yeah, I will, but Parker's going to mute me, so...
I wish that you were just as afraid of me as you are of Parker.
Bro.
But anyways, so...
Bro,
if I saw... Where have I gone wrong?
Well, first of all...
That was for fun. That was for fun, because you just said it, okay?
Hey, Parker, it's a job. That's my point.
You still can't define what a job is.
Yeah.
You have like 3 brain cells working.
Yeah,
bro, I've got,
yeah, man. Like we asked you what a job was, and you said working for somebody else. So I have a question.
I've got a GP.
All right.
I've got a GP.
Christian, thank you for the $20 for Parker Get a Job Fund. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Parker.
So all right. I just want to clarify real quick. You said that a job is working for somebody else. So the person that you're
No, hang
working-
on, hang on.
Hey, no, Ari, I'm asking you a question. You said that a job is working for somebody else. So the person that you're working for, do they have a job?
Bro, what the term job? Yeah, the term.
Hey,
term,
Mister, I'm in a humble Dean. Can you answer my question? The person that you're
Yeah.
working for, do they have a job?
Yes,
Wait, why? They're not working for anybody else.
they're working for the government. They're
Oh.
paying taxes.
Oh, so if you pay taxes, you have a job. I
I'm
pay
working for the
taxes.
government. I pay taxes.
Yeah,
Hey, fucking don't.
wait, Ari, I pay taxes. That means I have a job.
Bro, so what the term by job? I think that you should go out with a CV, go look for an
Oh,
employer.
thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo, and O with
Yeah,
a $15
bro.
as well. Thank you so much, and then T with a $15
Bro,
as well.
bro.
And then Mark, thank you for the $30 over on
Yeah,
PayPal for
okay.
all the headaches I've had to deal with today.
Okay,
Mark, I appreciate you
okay,
for the
yeah.
love. I'm gonna turn around and spin that on a nightstand.
See, bro,
Thank you for the love.
I can humble you within a second, bro. Within a
Okay.
second.
Do it,
Within
we're
a
waiting.
second.
Are you like have like a kink for humiliation? Because this is bad. All right.
No, it's not. It's not bad. You need to get a proper job with a CV.
Get a proper job. Get a proper job. Can you get a proper job and get the fuck off the live?
Do a Parker, get a job.
Kristen, thank you so much for
says
the
the one
$20
in our
over on
live.
YouTube Super Chat for the
Where's
Dean
your
Get a
job?
Job Fund. I appreciate you for the
Bro,
love.
I literally work on Saturdays and Sundays. So what are you on about?
You said it's Sunday? Well, I work every day, so
Yeah, we
maybe you
do.
should.
We work 7 days a
bro,
week, Dad.
Bro, you literally work for TikTok. So if I ask you, so let's say that you
Oh, I
have-
work for TikTok, so I do work for someone. I do.
No,
have a
be
job.
quiet, be quiet, be quiet. I'm speaking. Thank you very much.
Honestly, like I think the best way to define who we work for is the people.
Ari, did you say you're speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Thank you very much.
Really? I don't hear
I'd
you.
say the individuals such as myself and Parker, we kind of work for the people. That's it. I mean,
Tyler, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tyler. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So Dean, so let's say that you had a wife here. Do you
Okay.
think that your wife would be proud of you and ask you what your career is?
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes.
Yes.
My girlfriend's very proud of me.
Yeah.
I don't.
Lauren, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for daily salary. Cook 'em and humble 'em some more. Thank you so much. Queens of W's in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
And then, like, also, I'd like to point out that I don't think how like proud your partner is of what you do or don't do defines if you do or don't.
Bro, I'm
have
not
a
jealous
job.
for you, like,
But
bro,
I would
no.
like to say that like my partner is very proud of me.
No, bro, I'm actually proud of you. So I actually support what you're doing, but
Nick, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much.
yeah, keep on interrupting me. Keep on interrupting me. You know that I will.
You're welcome. So I'm sorry. I didn't think
I will
people for the
humble
money
you
that they're
in a
sending me that I'll pay taxes on.
Yeah.
Okay.
No worries. I
So,
will
so
humble
all right,
you in a
I'm just
second.
really confused. I want to get the argument together. You were in the middle of telling me that I needed to get a job, and then I was like, define job, and then you're like working for
Bro,
somebody else.
a job-
So
bro,
if
a
you just
job
allow me
is-
to go ahead and finish.
You exchange time with labor. No, you exchange your.
Yeah, really? You exchange time with labor? Okay.
Bro, can I ask you? If you let me speak, and if you wasn't so selfish of speaking over people, maybe you would actually understand. But I don't think that's the case. So
Justine, I do appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo. for
a
the
job is where
for
you go
Justine.
exchange your time for money. That is what you call a job.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal saying, please annihilate this Ari guy. Dude, I'm doing it with like half of my brain on because I'm so fucking tired.
So
Thank
do
you for the
you-
love, Kathy. I do appreciate you for the love. Yeah, man,
And
I exchanged
by the
about
way,
4
Tyler said
hours.
breaking in a 9-0 decision,
so
the
Paul-
U.S.
wait,
Supreme
so
Court
Dean-
just
so
ruled
Dean-
that the Trump administration must facilitate the release
So Dean,
of
yeah, Mark, keep on interrupting me.
Yeah,
I will
let him
humble you,
read.
please.
Let him read it off, Ari. Just chill.
Yeah, take your time.
of Kilmar Abrego, what's it called Garcia from President El Salvador.
So they're getting him out?
Yes, I think so.
Dude.
The Supreme Court just ruled that they have to facilitate that. That's what Tyler said.
Good.
And Tater,
Good.
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Tater.
And then Rachel, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel.
Dean,
Rachel
what
says,
is your point of view of Trump?
Okay.
And Tilo, thank you for the $5. And then also Ken, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ken.
Yeah, and Rachel says, not sure if you remember me, but 2 months ago I asked you to give a shout out to my kitten Cherish, who passed away from cancer. Today, my new kitten Treasure, who we found, is watching your lives
sorry
with
to
me,
hear
just
that.
like Cherish did. Can you give Treasure a shout out? Huge shout out to Treasure. Oh, that is so cute, Rachel. I'm so happy they're able to find a new kitty. Huge
Dean,
shout out to Rachel and Treasure.
Dean,
And
can
then
you give
one
me-
moment. And also, Nick,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for the job. Quite frankly, thank you so much for the love.
Just know that I will
And Chris
humble
with a
you.
5 and Monica with a 2. It's not
And Chris,
really,
thank you for the $5
It's not
as well.
really working out for you, bud.
And by the way, they said Tater said to eat some stale toast.
Bro, So, Dean, can you give me 5 valid points why Trump is a bad president?
Yeah, sure. His economic policy is sending America into a recession, and recessions hurt people. He doesn't have any housing affordability policy when we are in a time of a crisis where rent is too expensive for the average American. His foreign policy is isolating us away from every other country on the face of the planet apart from Russia. And his social policy is very regressive to human rights, such as restricting a woman's access from abortion at
Okay.
any point inside of a pregnancy, including rape victims in 10 states. I think there's like 4. I mean, what do you want the 5th to be? Is a 34 count felon rapist that tried to coup the country
Yeah.
and rig the outcome of the election in 2020?
Yeah, I've heard it off. Thank you very much. So, Parker, can you give me 5 points why Trump is a bad president before I humble you?
Would you like to respond to any of Dean's first?
Dude.
Because you're not going to be able to remember
No,
even 2
no,
of
I'm
those.
gonna. No, I'm,
all right. If you're gonna humble
I'm
us,
gonna gather. I'm gonna gather all the
you
data.
gotta try a little bit harder. Like this is a
Bro,
cakewalk
I'm
for
gonna.
us. All right.
Bro, if I'm gonna gather all the data.
I got you. So tariffs are regressive. They disenfranchise middle income individuals. Donald Trump's anti-union. He doesn't believe in climate change. He called said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He said he would like to walk into changing rooms of girls on Miss USA because he quote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's destroying relations with our allies. Do you want me to keep going? He literally said that he wanted to bomb Iran.
So Parker, so you said I've seen your recent TikTok, and it says that America would be great again if I was the president. How would you make? How would you make?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Don't lie here. Do not lie.
But I do believe that if I was president of the United States, obviously America would be better than Trump was.
Okay. Okay. So can you give me 5 valid points why America would be great?
Would be better if I was in office comparative to Trump?
Yeah.
The ones I just mentioned, I haven't done. Plus, I would advocate for universal health care, child care, housing affordability, fight against climate change, union membership. I can go on a million things.
You are so bad at humbling us that this conversation is literally boring.
It's boring. Well, I don't think so.
Like you are failing so hard at your goal that it's just a boring conversation.
Yeah. So where's the humbling? Let's go.
I know the humbling is so absent that it's just boring.
Bro, I think you're boring, and I think you're racist.
Okay. How do I stop being racist?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly my point. I just humbled you with 5 words.
No, you didn't.
So you're trolling. You obviously don't have anything. You literally came on the live.
You're scared.
Did you come up here like wanting to make us more money or something and troll?
No, you're scared of me.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Bro, you scared? Honestly,
fuck off, bro. I don't know. What if he was just being legit and like people just like actually think like that? I don't know. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo for the job with all the W's every day. Thank you so much for the love in. And then also Noah, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for the job. Thank you, Noah. And then, all right, man. You want to go ahead and incinerate over to your life? I'll stay up for like probably like half a gas over there before I pop off.
All right, for sure.
What's your
I'll
at?
see you there in a second. This one. Parker has concepts of a job.
All right, sounds good. All right, and it looks like the bots are back spamming slurs in the chat. Let's just like real quick when we're over in Parker's, just spam some W's because whoever's paying for these comments did so when I'm ending the live, so they just lost money. We are literally taking money away from a racist. That is a W.
I'll see you.
All right, see you. So we're gonna go to @Parker as concepts of a job over on TikTok. We are actively taking away money from a racist that probably spent like, I don't know, like $50 to have a bunch of like accounts spam the N-word in the chat by ending now. So W for them wasting money. And head over to @Parker as concepts of a job on TikTok and I'll see you there. All right, you guys. For everybody watching on YouTube, I am like so tired today. It is like actually significantly worse today than it has been in the past. These guests today really fucking wiped my ass out. I'm like toast, dude. I'm fucking toast. But anyways, I'm going to go to an in on TikTok. I'm going to pop up on Parker's stream for like 5 minutes just to help get some people in there. Head over to his YouTube, honestly. @Parker get a job. Go send him a raid on the YouTube. Spam Dean raid in his YouTube chat. We haven't done that before, so go do it. I love you guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow, or I guess like in 5 minutes on Parker's Live. Bye, y'all.